Chapter 301 Heidi Empire 1945 New to find the latest chapter. The hair is simply curled up, and a windbreaker is put on the outside. It is simple and generous, and full of European and American style. People are beautiful and look good in everything. Han Yezin took Hardy's arm and came to the living room. There were two middle-aged men and women standing there respectfully in the living room. Seeing Hardy and Han Yezin coming out, the two hurriedly saluted. "I have seen the master. I have seen the young lady." The two bowed together. Their expressions were a little cautious. "This is Chef Wang and Aunt Wang." Han Yezin introduced to Hardy. "We are here to thank the master for the reward." Master Wang and Aunt Wang bowed to Hardy again. Hardy smiled and nodded. "Your food is delicious. I like it very much. If I'm at home, I will cook more dishes that you are good at." Hardy said this sentence in Chinese. The Wangs are not too surprised that Hardy can speak Chinese. They have met many foreigners in Hong Kong and they speak Chinese fluently. "You can rest assured, sir, we will do our best." The couple bowed together. Hardy and Han Yezin got on the car. The convoy drove out of Victoria Peak and crossed the streets of central Hong Kong. Hardy saw Chinese signs hung on both sides of the street, pedestrians hurrying, and the city was full of atmosphere. And some buildings are full of European flavor. Since August 29, 1842, the Qing government signed the unequal treaty Nanjing Treaty with Britain, and it has been ruled by the British for 100 years. Taking the Crossy Ferry, the convoy finally came to the foot of the Lion Rock. Although the Lion Rock is not high, standing at the foot of the mountain still feels very majestic. The rock lion on the top of the mountain is majestic and mighty. There is a large construction site at the bottom of the mountain, and countless people are working in full swing. The person in charge heard that Ms. Han was coming and rushed over immediately. When he saw Han Yezin holding Hardy's arm, his expression was obviously stunned. The newspaper this morning reported that Mr. Hardy, the boss of a large American group, was visiting Hong Kong, and the newspaper introduced the Hardy Group again. Banks, security companies, film companies, airlines, shipping companies, etc., have assets of more than $3 billion. $3 billion. Many people can't imagine how much this is. Not to mention the Hardy Group's industry in Hong Kong. Even in Hong Kong, everyone knows the name. The Kowloon Tong Industrial Park is now under construction, and some sites have already been put into production. It is said that hundreds of factories will be accommodated in that area. Tens of thousands of workers. And not long ago, Hardy's boss also bought HSBC. You must know that HSBC is a Hong Kong note-issuing bank, which is the pocketbook of the people in Hong Kong. And the TV station is also owned by Hardy. They listen to radio programs every day. ABC TV is definitely the most famous station in Hong Kong. He also knows. This museum is also under the name of the Hardy Group. Now that Miss Han is holding a young man, the person in charge immediately guessed that this may be Mr. Hardy. Han Yezin smiled and introduced Heidi to the person in charge. The person in charge hurriedly saw the ceremony. "Tell me about the construction situation," Hardy said, and walked into the construction site. The person in charge began to introduce that more than 1,000 people were used for the project, and multiple projects were started at the same time, which could save time. The biggest project is the main building of the museum. The most important thing is the underground vault below. The main body of the museum has 2 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. Han Yezin requested that this vault be built into the strongest vault in the world, at least the most advanced. The area of the vault is huge. Each floor is as big as half a football field, and each floor is divided into several separate vaults, and each lower floor has to go through multiple insurance verifications. The vault is surrounded by mountains without any passages. The walls are poured with reinforced concrete, which is 1.5 meters thick, and there is a layer of 40 millimeters thick steel plate in between, which is as thick as the hull steel plate of a battleship. Such a vault is no problem to defend against nuclear bombs. The total area of the Thistry Vault exceeds 12,000 square meters. and the cost of this vault alone amounts to several $1 million. Hardy intends to put all his collections in this museum in the future, as well as gold. When he has the opportunity, he will put another batch of gold here. Although gold appreciates slowly and is not worth the investment for the time being, it is more valuable than anything. When the Bretton Woods system collapsed, gold began to grow wildly, rising from $35 per ounce to a peak of $1,900 an ounce, an increase of more than 50 times. The most important thing is that gold can be used for bank mortgages while collecting and other appreciation, so that Wells Fargo or HSBC can take out the money. Hardy can continue to use it for investment, so buying gold has no effect on him. You can also make money at both ends. This is one of the benefits of owning a bank. Reinforced concrete, as well as many building materials, including vault equipment, are shipped directly from the United States. For the auxiliary facilities outside, the steel bars used were made by a local steel plant in Hong Kong. Hardy was still surprised at the time. Is there a steel plant in Hong Kong? There is indeed a steel plant in Hong Kong, named G Iron and Steel Company, which was established in Hong Kong in the 1920s. It is said that steel was provided to the army of Guangxi warlord Bai Chongxi and Guangdong warlord Chen Jitang to make ordnance firearms. Now it mainly produces steel for construction and also provides raw materials for hardware factories. Han Yizhen took Hardy's arm and walked along the way to introduce. The initial completion will probably be early next year, mainly because the vault is too troublesome and needs to be renovated. It will probably be completed in the middle of next year. The entire museum occupies a large area, and there are many auxiliary buildings, office buildings, living areas, and so on. At the same time, I also plan to renovate the Lion Rock, build a half-mountain road, and turn the Lion Rock into a park. Hardy couldn't help nodding. He agreed with Han Yizhen's arrangement. Actually, later generations, residential areas have been built under the Lion Rock, and dozens of high-rise buildings have been built. If according to the value at the time, tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars per square meter, the value of these buildings can be estimated to reach several billion. But it's still early, and Hardy has turned it all into museum land, which can be described as rich and willful. As for building real estate, many foreign banks and large companies are now fleeing. Hardy asked Wells Fargo and HSBC to do their best to collect land and assets. They have a large amount of land in their hands, and there is no shortage of places to develop real estate in the future. After walking around the museum site, Hardy and Han Yizhen left and returned to the mid-levels mansion. At the junction of the road, Hardy saw the dense crowds on the pier, many wearing old-style clothes, passing by or waiting for work. When Japan surrendered just after World War II, the population of Hong Kong was less than 1.5 million, but in 1949, it had surged to more than 2 million in just 4 to 5 years, and most of them were young and strong, making Hong Kong's labor market very full. And now the momentum is unabated. By next year, the number will grow to 2.5 million, a full increase of 1 million over the previous year. Later, Hong Kong's prosperity is inseparable from a substantial workforce. However, the problem now is that due to the influx of so many young adults in a short period of time, many people cannot find jobs, which has also caused a series of problems. Night fell. Hardy stood in the courtyard of a mid-level mansion. You can directly see the Victoria Harbour in the distance. There are various ships moored in the harbour, there are still lights on the ships, and workers are loading and unloading, which is a busy scene. Han Yizhen walked out of the room. Can you see me like this? Hardy turned his head and saw Han Yizhen wearing a plain woolen dress with a fur shawl on her upper body, her hair curled up, and a small round hat on it. Around her neck was a necklace of gems that Hardy gave her. Very beautiful. Hardy gave a compliment. Victor waited outside, watching the boss and his wife come over, and immediately invited the two to get on the bus. Although Victor's current status in Hong Kong is not lost to the bank president, he has a clear position on himself, that is, the boss's subordinates. In front of Hardy's boss, He doesn't have any arrogant capital. The convoy came to the governor's mansion. In fact, the governor's mansion was also in the middle of the mountain. Hardy lived only a few kilometers from the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion occupies a large area of 24,000 square meters, and the main building covers an area of 7,000 square meters. This is not only the residence of the governor, but also an important reception place, so it is also called the governor's government house. When Hardy's motorcade arrived at the gate of the governor's mansion, the vehicles of HSBC, Wells Fargo, Global Times, and the president of ABC Radio were already waiting here, and then entered the governor's mansion with the Hardy's motorcade. A group of people stood in front of the main building of the governor's mansion. Governor Grantham, Chief Secretary, Chief Secretary, Chief Secretary, Secretary for Justice, members of the Legislative Council, as well as the presidents of several large foreign firms, as well as some high-ranking Chinese firm presidents who can be assigned. Many people thought this welcoming posture is comparable to welcoming the British Prime Minister to Hong Kong. But for Hardy, although he is just a businessman, his position is now enough for Governor Grantham to treat him like this. When he learned that Hardy came to Hong Kong, the British Prime Minister sent a secret telegram to Governor Grantham, asking him to and Hardy has a good relationship. Certainly, there is a purpose to build a good relationship. The UK hopes to get a US dollar loan in Hardy's hands to alleviate the current serious shortage of funds in the UK. Hardy's car stopped. When someone opened the door, Hardy got out of the car and reached out to help Han Yizhen get off. Victor, HSBC President Sanders, Wells Fargo Bank Sandy Weir, Global Times President and others stood behind Hardy. Many people say, not to mention Mr. Hardy, only the few behind him are now pivotal figures in Hong Kong. Wow! There was warm applause on the scene. Governor Grantham stepped forward and shook hands with Hardy. After Hardy shook hands with him, he introduced his female companion and said, "This is my girlfriend Han Yizhen." "Hello, Miss Han." Granted. The gentleman politely kissed the back of Han Yizhen's hand. Afterwards, Grantham introduced Hong Kong officials to Hardy. These people smiled and shook hands with Hardy. Finally, the greeting ended and everyone entered the house together. Before the cocktail party, Grantham invited Hardy to say a few words, and Hardy said in his heart, "Since you let me speak, don't blame me for bragging." Hardy stood up on stage with a smile, and said loudly to everyone in the audience, 25 days ago, when I arrived in the UK, Prime Minister Attlee hosted a banquet at number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's residence. I and Prime Minister Attlee, as well as members of the cabinet, discussed a lot about the future investment and construction of the UK. The eyes of everyone in the audience looking at Hardy became more respectful than they were just now. They are the people whom the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers want to invite. 15 days ago, together with David of Rockefeller, I bought more than half of HSBC's shares. I was fortunate enough to become the new chairman of HSBC. I came here to see HSBC and Hardy Group in Hong Kong. Industry. 12 days ago, His Majesty George VI and Princess Elizabeth invited us to Buckingham Palace. MentalNovel.com. I had in-depth exchanges with His Majesty the King and the Princess. After World War II, I believe that Britain will return to glory. Many people look at Hardy's eyes again. They are people invited by the King and Princess. These people, at best, can be regarded as small officials in a colony under the British Empire. In front of Hardy, they have no identity at all. They didn't know that Hardy's in-depth communication was actually with Princess Margaret, but there is no need to explain here. 7 days ago, I returned to the United States to attend the re-election ceremony of President Johnson. Today, I came to Hong Kong and was invited by Governor Grantham to host a welcome reception for me. I feel very honored. I would like to thank Grantham again and everyone who came here tonight. Thank you everyone. Shattering. There was another round of applause from the audience. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 301. Don't blame me for bragging reading records, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Hardy Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 302 Hardy Empire 1945 New to find the latest chapter. Bragging to end the cocktail party, many people came to communicate with Hardy, including people from the Big Four, which owns a large number of industries in Hong Kong, including power companies, water companies, construction, real estate, shipping, airports, retail, banks, hotels, insurance and so on are deeply ingrained. In the past 2 years, Hardy Group has invested heavily in Hong Kong, making them very worried about whether their business will be robbed. But when it comes to using nasty means to stop it, they don't have the guts yet. Now there is no other way. The Hardy Group acquired HSBC, which is the most important bank in Hong Kong. The 4 major foreign banks also have shares in HSBC. They can only seek cooperation now. And now many people are full of worries about the future of Hong Kong. The president of Jardine Matheson was chatting with Hardy and asked, "Mr. Hardy, the current situation is unstable. At this time, you are investing heavily in Hong Kong. Are you not afraid of major changes?" The major incident he was referring to was naturally the fight from the north, and Hong Kong was taken back. Hardy smiled faintly. No one is 100% sure about investing in this kind of thing. I know that Hong Kong is now unstable, and many investors have withdrawn from Hong Kong. But this is also a good time to invest, isn't it? I can buy high-quality assets at a lower price. If I win the bet, my income will increase several times. If I lose the bet, then I am willing to accept the bet and leave Hong Kong obediently. Hardy, the owner of a large American group, has invested heavily in Hong Kong. Some people in this person have speculated that it is because the US Congress has intervened in Hong Kong affairs, so he dared to invest here. Now Hardy told them that he was just betting. This answer disappointed many people. Hardy is rich. Investment failure may not matter, but other businesses may not. They dare not take such a big risk. Hardy chuckled inwardly. It is to make you scared so that you can sell assets and I can receive large sums at the lowest price. And on the other side, Han Yezhen is surrounded by a group of noble ladies. As the female companion of the guest of honor tonight, Han Yezhen also attracts attention. No matter what her status is, being able to be brought to a reception of this standard by Mr. Hardy means that her identity is recognized. These people deliberately or unintentionally probed Han Yezhen's identity. Later, I learned that Han Yezhen grew up loud in the United States. Her parents are both university professors. No one dares to look down on such a family here. As for her, she is now the head of the Hardy Group Auction Company and came to Hong Kong to build a museum. Certainly, Han Yezhen's biggest identity is Hardy's woman. The women gathered around Han Yezhen, chatting about what is popular now, how to wear clothes, makeup brands and so on. This is the circle of women. When Hardy was chatting with others, a middle-aged Chinese stood next to him. When Hardy finished talking with the person opposite, the person immediately said, "I have seen Mr. Hardy. Is it Mr. Dong Hae-on?" "Ah, Mr. Hardy, do you know me?" Dong Hae-on was very surprised. Hardy smiled. "I have read your information. We are partners. The Global Shipping in your hands is now the largest shipping company in East Asia. I hope you will work hard to develop him." It is said that the collaborator is actually Hardy to the right side. Hardy holds 70% of the shares of Global Shipping and has absolute controlling rights. "I will work hard to develop Global Shipping," Dong Hae-on quickly responded. Hardy Shipping now has 6 shipping companies with routes all over the world. In the future, I hope that many will cooperate. I am confident that the future shipping group can develop into the world's largest shipping consortium, Hardy said. Dong Hae-on was very excited when he heard it. Halfway through the reception, Grant Hong asked Hardy to smoke a cigar. The two came to the courtyard and chatted while looking at the night view. "Mr. Hardy, the government welcomes you to invest in Hong Kong. If you are interested in any industry in Hong Kong, you can contact me if you need help." Hardy smiled. "Mr. Governor, Do I really need your help? Oh, what's the matter? Buying land. The group wants to build, and it needs to buy more land. I know that the government still has a large amount of land in hand and I hope to buy some for construction. Hardy said. I remember Victor has bought a lot of land. Isn't it enough? Grantham asked in surprise. To be honest, I am very optimistic about the geographical location of Hong Kong and want to build more factories here so that the products produced can cover half of Asia. According to my plan, that little land is not enough. You know, Mr. Governor, sometimes a large enterprise needs thousands of mu of land. Hardy flicked. In fact, Hong Kong's location is not suitable for industry at all. Without any resources, the cost of industry will increase substantially. The reason why Hong Kong will become an industrial production area for a while is entirely due to domestic factors. Once the country embarks on reform and opening up and the favorable factors disappear, it will quickly shrink. Hardy's purpose is to hoard the land. People's enthusiasm for hoarding land is not so high, mainly because the real estate industry in Hong Kong has not yet developed. The real estate boom in Hong Kong will be in the 1960s and 1970s, so Jiang Hong did not think that Hardy wanted land for hoarding. Although a lot of land in Hong Kong is privately owned, most of it is still in the hands of the government. Hardy hopes to acquire more land in the hands of Grantham. I can promise you this. Go back and ask the head of the Land Administration Department to contact Victor. You can see if there are any suitable plots. Grantham said. He will naturally support the development of Hong Kong's investment. There is one more thing. I want to build a new racecourse and hope to join hands with the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Hardy said. Do you want to run horse racing betting? Grantham frowned slightly. Today there is only one racecourse in Happy Valley in Hong Kong, and there are many horse races held every year. The current horse races are very different from later generations. The current jockey clubs are mainly Europeans. They have a membership system. It was not absorbed until the 1920s. To Chinese. As for horse racing betting, it is not as developed as later generations. There are only a few Malaysian tickets, occasionally let people play, and it is mainly concentrated in the upper circle. It has not yet reached the age when the people are crazy to buy horses. In Hong Kong movies, there are many scenes of horse betting. It can be said that horse betting has penetrated into Hong Kong's life. It will not become like that until the Sha Tin racecourse was completed in the late 1970s and the number of races increased, allowing ordinary people to start playing horse racing. Grantham knew that Hardy was not only a rich man, but also a gambling tycoon. He ran the largest casino in the United States. Is this to extend the gambling industry to Hong Kong? Regarding the gambling industry, the British government and Hong Kong are both more cautious. They know the dangers of gambling and make many people get something for nothing. They don't want that to happen. I don't plan to let the racecourse get involved in the gaming industry for the time being. I just want to open a racecourse and have fun with friends. Even if the racecourse is completed, it will follow the Hong Kong Island government's regulations. Hardy smiled. Grantham breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. On behalf of the Hong Kong Island government, I can agree to Mr. Hardy's racecourse to join the Jockey Club. Grantham said. Hardy expressed his thanks. Now it doesn't matter if you disagree. The world is changing. After the racecourse is completed, you can slowly promote the horse racing industry. As for the real gambling industry, Hardy is going to go back to Macau, and that is where he focuses on developing the gambling industry. The straight line distance between Macau and Hong Kong is only 62 kilometers, and it can be reached within an hour by ferry. Now Macau is not the four major casinos and there is no superlarge casino. If Hardy had invested in the construction of a casino comparable to the Hardy Hotel in the past, it can be called the benchmark of Macau. At the end of the welcome reception, Hardy and Han Yezhen returned to the villa. Night. Han Yezhen is very active. It is probably the reason why Hardy took her to the reception, even opened his small mouth. The next day, accompanied by Victor, Hardy checked the situation in the Julongtong Industrial Zone. Now the Julongtong Industrial Zone has water circuits and dozens of factories have settled in. and even more than a dozen factories have opened production. The factories here are all jointly opened by Hardy Group and others, and the factory land used is also owned by Hardy Group. Therefore, these factories have to pay rent to Hardy Hong Kong Real Estate Company every year. But overall it is not expensive. Hardy did this mainly to keep the land in his hands. Rubber shoe factory. The boss Chen Xiangxing accompanied Hardy on the inspection. Victor followed. Chen Xiangxing was cautious and respectful. Although he is the boss here, he only has 30% of the shares. He is the big boss and he is a part-time worker. Hardy picked up a pair of rubber shoes and looked at it. There is not much difference with the rubber shoes of later generations. Hardy knew that it was not until the 1950s that large-scale production of these rubber shoes began in China. Later, the army had worn them for 50 years. This kind of shoe is strong and cheap, not only for military use. The people also like it very much. In addition to this kind of rubber shoes, this factory also produces thicker rubber shoe soles, which are hard rubber soles for leather military boots. This hard rubber sole can be made into cloth cotton boots or leather boots, suitable for winter wear. However, this factory does not make whole shoes. It only sells hard rubber soles. If you need them, you can buy soles and go back to make your own cotton boots. In this factory, the machines are obsolete machines sold by the logistics department. They are all packaged and operated as a joint stock with others. A year can produce 1.2 million pairs of rubber shoes and 1 million sets of rubber soles. Is it easy to sell? Hardy asked. It sells well. It sells well. Many people here in Hong Kong want it, and the mainland also wants it. The supply exceeds demand. We are working overtime. Chen Xiangxing quickly replied. Where are these hard rubber soles? It's all booked out too. Is the raw materials enough? Hardy asked. Enough. We have suppressed the raw materials for half a year. Chen Xiangxing said. Hardy put down the rubber shoes and said, I'll give you a suggestion. At least 2 years of raw materials. If the money is not enough, you can find a bank loan. I can ask Wells Fargo to give you the lowest interest. Chen Xiangxing was a little surprised. The raw materials that have been under pressure for 2 years, do you think the price of raw materials will increase in the future, boss? Chen Xiangxing asked. The main raw material you use is rubber. Now there are more and more cars, and more places to use rubber. In the past 2 years, because of the end of World War II, there was a surplus in production for a while, and the price of rubber will come down. Sooner or later, go back up. Hardy said. There is another reason Hardy didn't say, that is to buy more now. Wait 50 years, rubber will become a pipe product. It is troublesome to buy. Hardy came to the toy factory again. The equipment used to produce toys here is the equipment from the toy factory that Hardy bought when he established HD Security, and later it was given to the Barbie doll factory. Now the Barbie doll factory has also replaced new equipment. These were eliminated and sent here. It's really not wasteful at all. In this factory, the Hardy Group still accounts for the majority. Certainly. The abrasive tools were changed. Instead of producing ugly dolls and dolls, they mainly produced plastic cars. Hardy took a look at the shapes. There were more than a dozen models, all of which imitated the more famous models in the world to make a cartoon version. How's it selling? Hardy asked. We sent them to the United States. The sellers they like these cars very much, and we have a price advantage, so the sales are very good. The person in charge said. How much can such a car make? Excluding all expenses such as artificial water and electricity, one can earn about 30 Hong Kong dollars. How much is the output? There are 10 million. Hardy quickly calculated an account in his mind. 10 million multiplied by 0.3 is 3 million Hong Kong dollars, which is almost 370,000 in US dollars. This money is divided into two families. Mentalnovel.com. This money is nothing to Hardy. But for these investors, it is definitely a good business. Can earn millions of Hong Kong dollars. This year the first million Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong. That is also a proper little rich man. After that, Hardy moved a few more. Victor told Hardy that there are already a light bulb factory, a wire factory, a nail factory, a wire factory, a screw factory, a cigarette factory, a button factory, a zipper factory, a hose factory, a garment and shirt factory, a plastic flower factory, and so on. The factories that produce radios and faucet valves are already relatively high-tech enterprises. Hardy smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, step by step, it will always develop. First by the land." Hardy loves the land deeply. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 302, Inspecting Hong Kong Industry, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 303, Heidi Empire 1945. New to find the latest chapter. Although these factories in Hong Kong are not as large as those in the United States, they are already considered large factories in Asia. If all the more than 100 companies in the Kowloon Tong Industrial Zone moved in, even if each of them brought Hardy $100,000 a year, the total income could reach more than 10 million. This is definitely a very substantial income. Moreover, these enterprises still have development. In the future, Hong Kong will be the most important re-export port in the East. At least before the rise of other Asian countries, business here can be done without worries. By the end of the 1970s, when the Chinese elderly are drawing circles by the sea, these factories can be moved directly past. By then, form a new industrial cluster on the mainland. Certainly, the machine must be new, and it is impossible to use an old machine that has been in use for 30 years. The land here in Hong Kong is vacant again, just in time for the full-scale takeoff of Hong Kong's real estate, and building a building can make a profit. After leaving the Julongtong Industrial Zone, Victor took Hardy to the penicillin factory. This penicillin factory cooperated with Mersey Pharmaceuticals. Hardy took up 70% of the shares, and the other party was only responsible for technical guidance. Now, after nearly a year of construction, the scale has been issued. The factory workshop is ready-made, and I bought it directly from a pharmaceutical company in Hong Kong. The equipment was shipped from the United States. The technicians are technicians from Mersey Pharmaceuticals and have mature technology, so it is difficult to succeed. The director of the pharmaceutical factory was a member of the Hardy Group. When Hardy came, the director with a dozen people stood at the door to greet him. The director took Hardy around the factory. Simply put, the two most important stages of penicillin are fermentation and extraction. Let the medium grow hairs, then collect these hairs, and finally extract them to become penicillin. Boss, we are already conducting training experiments. If this is successful, we can start formal production in about half a month. The factory manager smiled. How about the output? Hardy asked. The design standard is for a monthly output of 800,000 bottles. And an annual output of tens of millions of bottles is not a big problem, said the director. The scale is much worse than that of Mersey Pharmaceuticals and Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, but for the time being, this is the only way to get the technology first. How about the cost? Corn syrup, lactose, and other ingredients are all imported from Mersey Pharmaceuticals, including sterile bottles. When all these are included, the cost of producing a bottle is about 16 cents. Hardy said that the cost is not low. Certainly. Later, China built its own factories and started mass production, and immediately beat the price of penicillin, which was more expensive than gold. But that is estimated to be more than 10 or 20 years from now. When he came out of the pharmaceutical factory, the sky was already dark, and the motorcade took Hardy back to the mid-levels villa. When the car came in, Han Yizhen came out to greet him in casual clothes. Tired, the food is ready, just wait for you to eat. Han Yizhen gently helped Heidi take off his coat, bringing slippers for him to change. It made Hardy feel like a married man came home after a busy day. Dinner is very rich. Wenchen chicken, honey sauce, beef brisket, cooked Tai Kai shrimp, bergamot ribs, steamed grouper, mandarin duck cream crab, bird's nest shark's fin soup, a total of more than a dozen dishes. Han Yezin sat next to Hardy and watched Hardy eat. As long as Hardy showed what she wanted to eat, she would pick up the food and put it on Hardy's dinner plate. Instead, she ate very little herself. Hardy smiled and said, "This is much more comfortable than eating at the reception yesterday, as long as I'm here in the future. Don't make Western food." Han Yezin nodded, put the crab meat in front of Heidi, and the woman put the crab meat into Heidi's mouth. "What did you do today?" Hardy asked while eating. "I went to the construction site in the morning, and there was nothing to do there, so I went to the auction company. A few days ago, Victor told him that the auction company had collected a batch of Tang Dynasty gold objects. When I went to inspect the factory, I went over and took a look. In the afternoon, I went to the vegetable market with Aunt Wang. We two of us were discussing what to do while shopping, and then we came back to cook dinner and wait for you." Hardy listened warmly. Men also want someone to hurt. Regardless of the oily mouth, the big mouth kissed Han Yezin's mouth, which made Han Yezin very embarrassed. Fortunately, there is no one else in the restaurant. "What do those Tang Dynasty gold objects have?" Hardy asked casually. "A pure gold jewelry box, containing gold hairpins, hosta, etc., which should be the supplies of a certain royal family, in addition to gilt-tin mirrors, golden basins, golden bowls, and golden flagon. There are also 2 pure gold Buddhist scriptures. The Buddha statues on them are specially engraved. There is also a golden pagoda with a sealed mouth. I don't know if there is anything in it. There are always more than 200 pieces of these gold wares." Speaking of this, Han Yezin lowered her voice and whispered, "Victor said that this batch of things was sent by Mr. Kong. I feel that this should be a batch of things, most likely unearthed from the tomb of a certain royal family in the Tang Dynasty, was overtaken by them." Hardy thought of a word: organized tomb robbery. Hart said, "This is the last madness." After dinner, Hardy and Han Yezin took a walk in the yard, and finally sat on a bench. Han Yezin was nestled in Hardy's arms, and the distance was Victoria Bay. You can still see the lights on the boat. Occasionally, there will be a siren or two. There will be a month tonight. Let all this look very beautiful. "Do you want home?" Hardy asked. "Some thoughts, Miss Mum and Dad, Miss younger siblings, and I won't see you for a long time." Han Yezin said, "Why don't you go back with me? Anyone is staring here anyway." Hardy said. Han Yezin shook her head. "No. I have to watch the museum build up. Actually, I have already thought about it. I plan to stay in Hong Kong in the future. If you have time, come to Hong Kong to see me." Han Yezin finished this sentence and looked up to Hardy. Han Yezin has bright eyes. Hardy saw moonlight in it. This girl, always smart. She grew up in the West and cultivated an independent character, but in her bones, she carried an Oriental female gene that could not be erased. Elegance, nobility, exquisiteness, restrained temperament, and strong, intelligent, and kind. Hardy has so many women in the United States. She is just one of them, and if she is in Hong Kong, she is the only one. Hardy has so many properties in Hong Kong. He always has to come over. Hardy has airplanes and it is not troublesome. It only needs to be once a year. It is actually enough to stay here for a month each time. And it also saved Hardy's romantic affairs. She is a woman. Even under the influence of the times, one can accept a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines, but it is inevitable that there is little jealousy in his heart. How good I am in Hong Kong. Hardy has a pure Oriental thinking. It is easy to guess Han Yezin's thoughts, and even understand all her careful thoughts. Don't look at Han Yezin looking indisputable, but really play Gongdu. Those foreign girls may not have been able to play with her. Well, stay here if you want to stay here. Hardy nodded. Inside the bedroom, galloping on the body of youth. Last moment. Hardy did not take emergency hedging measures. If Han Yezin is pregnant, the baby she wants to be born in the future must be very beautiful and smart. Han Yezin is also the first woman Hardy is willing to have a baby. The next day, Hardy and Han Yezin came to the auction company together. The auction company used to be a bank with a European-style building and a large vault underneath. At the moment, the vault is full of antiques. Victor introduced that this is only part of it. Now more and more antiques are being purchased, and some of them are still large. For this reason, he bought a building next to it and transformed it into a treasure building. Now the vault only stores small and large pieces. High-value things, such as jewelry, jade, gold, famous paintings, books, agarwood, fine porcelain, emperor seals and so on. Large pieces such as screens, carved beds, red sandalwood and huang tables and chairs, stone carvings, bronze statues, large pieces of porcelain, lacquerware, and embroidery are all placed in the treasure house. Han Yezin really loves these things. She took a few of them and went to an appraiser to study them. These antiques will be her responsibility in the future. She plans to research all the sources and write them into a preservation catalogue. This is another big project. In the office, Hardy and Victor drink tea and chat. Have you chosen the location of the security company and the intelligence company? Hardy asked. There are two places. One is in Wanchai. It was originally the clubhouse of Delhi Foreign Company. It covers an area of 68 acres. It has recently been listed for sale. There are buildings and land there, and the transportation is convenient. If you buy it, you can move in directly. The other place is in Simshatsui. It used to be a furniture factory. The owner was a Chinese. The family planned to immigrate to the United States and sell the factory. It covers an area of 36 acres. There is a three-story office building, as well as factories and warehouses. It's a vacant lot, and the security company needs to refurbish and renovate if you want to move in. But the price is much cheaper than the Delhi clubhouse. The two places have their own advantages and disadvantages. The security company is located on Hong Kong Island, so it is convenient to operate on Hong Kong Island. It is more convenient to locate museums and factories in Kowloon. However, no matter where it is located, there are things that need to cross the sea. There is no need to think about it. Buy them all and build two security branches. It will be convenient for everything. Hardy said simply. Good boss. Victor wrote down. Since he wants to establish a security company, Hardy is not prepared to make a fuss. He has already told Governor Grantham that he hopes to allow the security company to possess weapons. Grantham is still a little hesitant and refuses to agree. But regardless of whether Grantham agreed or not, the security personnel all came with weapons anyway, and a large number of weapons will be shipped later. Hardy also raised one thing to Grant Hong, that is, let the security company become a supplementary force for the Hong Kong police and even the army to protect Hong Kong's security. It's a pity that Jiang Hong directly refused, but no matter what, Hardy will definitely organize manpower to protect the safety of all industries. There is no doubt about this. Hong Kong's small land has suddenly flooded with so many people, and who are all these people? The original members of the King Hong gang, such as Du Ying, fled to the remnants of the National Army. Among the influx of people coming to Hong Kong, there are a large number of 3 teachers and 9 students. In 47 years, the Major General of the Kuomintang Military Command moved forward and changed the name of the Njian Chamber of Commerce and Industry to Xenon Company, and Xinyan appeared. In 49 years, www.mentalnovel.com, Kuomintang Military Commander Lieutenant General Zhuo Huang established the Hongmen organization Hongfashan in Guangzhou. After Guangzhou was liberated, he led his confidant to escape to Hong Kong, and later went to Taiwan. The people who stayed in Hong Kong formed 14K. In addition, there are triads in Hong Kong, which have deep roots in Hong Kong but are also complicated. In addition, there are Kazagang and other forces. Although Victor has established a relationship with the triad, Hardy doesn't believe them. He is a gangster himself and knows who these guys are. Later generations of Hong Kong local criminals were rampant, sometimes reaching hundreds of thousands of people. Hardy has so many industries here, and there must be enough strength to deal with these guys. As for supporting his own gang leader, that's something for the future. On the bright side, He wants HD Security Company to become another bright power in Hong Kong, a power that makes everyone fearful. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record this chapter. 303 must have your own power reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 304 Hardy Empire 1945 New to find the latest chapter. The next day, Hardy first came to the Wells Fargo Bank for inspection. The office of Wells Fargo Bank was originally a foreign bank, located in Central on Hong Kong Island, which is the famous Hong Kong financial street in the later generations. President Sandy Weir reported to Hardy on the development of Wells Fargo's business in Hong Kong over the past year. Generally speaking, it is mainly stable. Although Hong Kong still has HSBC, Hardy has a different division of labor between the two. HSBC faces the entire Hong Kong business, and the rich country is the core engine of the Hardy Group. In the future, the group's funds in Hong Kong will mainly follow the line of rich countries, so that Hardy's industrial core in Hong Kong will not be easy for others to understand. After coming out of Wells Fargo Bank, Victor and Sandy will accompany Hardy to HSBC Bank, which is also on the Central Ring Road, which is only a few hundred meters away from Wells Fargo. The convoy came to the door of HSBC. A group of senior HSBC executives, managers and above, all waited in line at the door. There were dozens of people, knowing that they must be the big ones, which attracted the surrounding customers and curious people to stop and watch. Hardy got out of the car. HSBC President Sanders stepped forward immediately. People who watched the excitement around said that for such a big show to welcome a young man, this young man must have come from an extraordinary background. At this time, someone next to him whispered, "I have read the newspaper. This should be Mr. Hardy. He is only 28 years old this year and is already one of the richest people in the United States." Oh, it turns out that this is Mr. Hardy. I heard people say that a lot of people are discussing the Hardy Group recently. I always thought that Mr. Hardy would be an old man. I didn't expect to be so young, only 28 years old. After the crowd chatted for a while, Hardy didn't enter the door in a hurry, but stopped and watched from the HSBC building. The current HSBC building is the third generation, a 13-story building with side buildings on both sides. A pair of bronze lions stood at the door. This pair of copper lions is very famous. It is said that there were 2 copper lions at the headquarters of Shanghai HSBC. Later, during the Japanese occupation of Hong Kong, due to the shortage of supplies, the 2 copper lions were taken away and prepared for copper smelting. This shows how short they are. Later, the atomic bomb came down and Japan surrendered. The US Army found the pair of bronze lions in the warehouse. Knowing that they belonged to HSBC, they switched back. In this way, the 2 guys returned to their posts. There are rumors in later generations. The bronze lion is displaced and Hong Kong suffers. There was a move during the Japanese occupation, and Hong Kong was unlucky for 3 years. Later, HSBC rebuilt it. In 1983, the old HSBC building was demolished and the bronze lion temporarily moved. The stock market crashed in Hong Kong and the stock market plummeted. There is another argument. It is said that HSBC occupies the Dragon Cave at the foot of Chekishan Mountain. This acupoint is called Tanma Drink. It is an excellent location for both wealth and financial situation. However, there is a bit of a bad thing. This is the location directly opposite Tsim Shat Tsui. The copper lion is used to block the evil. Certainly, these are all superstitions. Hardy is believe this. He can be reborn into this world. Originally it was impossible to believe these things. When selecting a site for the museum before, a Feng Shui master said that the place was the place of the Dragon's Den in Lion Rock, and Hardy did not hesitate to build the museum there. Others don't know why the big boss stopped and looked at the door, but they all dared not say anything. After a while, Hardy spoke, "Remember, no matter how this changes in the future, The pair of bronze lions should not move. There is no such thing as bronze lion is displaced and Hong Kong suffers. People were a little surprised at the big boss order, but they still quickly agreed. The boss said that if he didn't let him move, he wouldn't move. Who would move such a heavy copper lion if nothing happened? Hardy stepped forward and patted the two bronze lions. "Take care of the door for me." After speaking, he walked into the building with a smile. Conference room. Hardy listened to reports from HSBC's management. Now HSBC's funds are still tight. Although Wells Fargo and Manhattan Bank have supported them $40 million US. So many people who withdraw money, especially Hardy, let Wells Fargo Bank operate this. The money was taken away again and again. Although it is difficult, fortunately, there is no survival issue. President Sanders' future operations will mainly be to tighten money, reduce loans, withdraw funds as much as possible, reduce the rate of bad debts, and carry out some activities to increase people's confidence in HSBC and reabsorb deposits. As for the details of the operation, Hardy did not intervene. After Sanders finished his report, Hardy said, "Two things. Silver, this is a good time to absorb deposits. HSBC and Wells Fargo cannot slacken their efforts in this business. Secondly, the scale of the Hong Kong stock market is not large. The reason is that there were 3 stock exchanges in Shanghai, Tianjin, and Peiping in the inland area. The financial center was in Shanghai. 2 financial centers. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange is too small now. There are only more than 30 companies listed. However, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange belongs to the financial secretary. We can't move it. My idea is to recreate a stock exchange by myself. It can be called the Far East Stock Exchange or the Kowloon Stock Exchange. It doesn't matter. The exchange bank is listed under the names of HSBC and Wells Fargo, imitating the US stock market and setting up a financial index to show the market's rise and fall. At this time, the Hang Seng Index does not yet exist. In the future, Hardy Group companies can choose to list on this stock exchange, and other companies can also list here. The types of stocks include shipping warehouses, hotels, restaurants, real estate construction, financial investment, retail, toys, industry, etc. Slowly cultivate the market to make Hong Kong's finance active. A group of executives from HSBC and Wells Fargo kept writing in their notebooks. To be honest, they were a little shocked. To establish a new stock exchange and build Hong Kong into a financial center like Shanghai, the boss heart is really big. Now the mainland wars are happening again and again. The future of Hong Kong is confusing. Many people are worried, including those established foreign firms, who are reducing their assets one after another, ready to flee Hong Kong at any time. And at this time, but Mr. Hardy kept investing and looked confident in the future of Hong Kong. How could they not be surprised? Having said this, Hardy talked about another topic. It just so happens that you are all here. Here, I will tell you about the industrial plan of Hong Kong, so that you can have a clear outline in your heart. Everyone immediately sat down and looked at the boss. HSBC will operate independently in the future and will only be under the jurisdiction of the HSBC Board of Directors. Wells Fargo Bank Hong Kong branch is a branch of Wells Fargo Bank and is only under the jurisdiction of Wells Fargo Bank headquarters. The Hong Kong branch of HD Security is also the Hong Kong branch of HD Security and Defense, and it is not under the command of others. There are also Global Times and ABC TV stations, which are only under the direct control of higher authorities. As for the remaining industries, a Hong Kong branch of the Hardy Group will be formed. This company will be in charge of Victor. The industries include all enterprises in the Julongtong Industrial Zone, penicillin companies, auction companies, and Hardy Properties. New company. As long as the company is not under the direct jurisdiction of other branches of the group, it belongs to the Hong Kong branch. Many people say the shelf of this Hong Kong branch is actually no different from the group company. Leaving HSBC, Victor also sat in this car. Hardy said to Victor, "Look back and see if there is a suitable building, and buy it as the branch headquarters. You, the president of the branch, don't have to squeeze in the auction company. You also have a bunch of vice presidents, managers, and dedicated finance and lawyer teams, and you need to have a suitable location. In the future, Yezin will be based in Hong Kong. She likes antiques. She will still be in charge of the auction house. When you find the headquarters, you will leave it to Yezin. Hardy said, I understand the boss. I will find a suitable place as soon as possible. Victor said quickly. This auction company seems to be the boss who made toys for Miss Han from the beginning. This is the case in the United States, and the same is true in Hong Kong. In fact, if it weren't for this auction house, it would not have had the opportunity to come to Hong Kong, nor would it be possible to achieve what it is today. So from the bottom of his heart, he is very grateful to Han Yezin. Back to the mid-levels villa. It was still in the afternoon, and the sun was very warm. Hardy and Victor were chatting in the backyard, and the servant brought coffee snacks. After taking a sip of coffee, Hardy said, Victor, where do you think Hong Kong should build a racecourse? Victor was taken aback for a moment. The boss thinking is always so active, so he jumped to the racecourse again. You want to build a racecourse in Hong Kong? Hardy smiled softly. Did you not notice that the Hong Kong Jockey Club gathers all the people of the upper class in Hong Kong, and the Jockey Club has become a collective of rights? We, the Hardy Group, need to hold more rights, and we must be at the Jockey Club. Have a certain right to speak. Establishing a racecourse is only the first step. Next, I have to join the Jockey Club and become another racecourse of the Jockey Club. What I want is the right to receive members of the Jockey Club. Now there are very few Chinese members in the Jockey Club. In the future, we can absorb a large number of Chinese members and become a new force. When our business is established, the overall strength will gradually surpass those established foreign firms. Victor finally understood the meaning of Hardy's club. Boss, we still have a large piece of land in Sha Tin. Would you like to build a racecourse over there? Victor asked. Hardy was taken aback for a moment. History always converges surprisingly in the same direction. Isn't the second racecourse in Hong Kong the Sha Tin racecourse in later generations? Now that the land has been acquired by Victor, when Hardy wanted to build a racecourse, it was naturally the object of consideration. Hardy thought for a while but shook his head. No. It's on the Kowloon side. Find a land larger than Happy Valley to build a new racecourse. I'll talk about it later in Sha Tin. Hardy said. It's inconvenient to go to Sha Tin now. It's a long way to cross the mountain. Now there is no tunnel. Kowloon is not as crowded as later generations. You can take out a large piece of land. I have already told Liang Hong to buy land this side of Kowloon. There is a large population. Novel.com. It will be much more convenient to start horse racing in the future. As for the Hong Kong government at that time, the Hong Kong government disagrees. Doesn't matter, the big deal is to open a casino in Macau, using the telephone betting model, horse racing in Hong Kong, horse betting in Macau, and telephone betting, which perfectly bypasses the geographical boundaries. Moreover, the construction of a racecourse here in Kowloon also has the function of staking horses. Now it occupies a large area. When the land here is tight and needs to be taken out, it is estimated that the roads in other parts of Hong Kong have been repaired and cars have become popular. At that time, consider relocating to Sha Tin. It is estimated that the space for the racecourse can be sold for tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. Many families in Hong Kong will be like this in later generations. There used to be a company, but it hasn't made much money, and finally sold the land altogether for more than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Still one of the 10 richest people in Hong Kong. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 304 Industry Integration Happy Horse Enclosure, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, if you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 305 Hardy Empire 1945 New to find the latest chapter. Victor, Are there any relatively large health products companies or health medicine manufacturers in Hong Kong? Hardy asked. Victor thought for a while. It seems that there are really no large-scale health products companies. What's wrong, boss? Do you plan to operate the health products industry? Isn't the inland going to use medicinal materials to repay the bill? Let's always make those medicinal materials useful. In the United States or Europe, the amount of herbal medicines is very small, and they are generally used in small clinics in the Chinese community. That amount is too small. It's better to get a health products company to produce and sell health products, which can make more money than selling herbal medicines. Hardy said, there are several pharmaceutical factories here. Can't they sell medicine? Victor asked. Hardy shook his head. Drug control is too strict, cumbersome reports, and several clinical trials are required. It takes a few years for a drug to be normal. Health products are different. Health products are food and can be sold directly after they are produced. No problem. The laws in Europe and the United States stipulate that health products are dietary supplements, which are foods, and the management is much more relaxed than that of drugs. But this is another huge market. Hardy traveled through the world before he came. The annual market of the healthcare products industry reached more than $200 billion. Mainly, there is really nothing that can be done in the mainland now. The same is true even after liberation. Money orders, antiques, and gems are all limited, but there are many Chinese herbal medicines, and they can continue to flow. When it is blocked, there are really not many things that can be sold. Fortunately, Chinese medicine is not included in this list. So this business can continue, and it is equivalent to monopolizing a huge Chinese herbal medicine base. What Hardy has to do here is to research the medicines that the market needs, and then sell them all over the world to make money for himself. Since there is no large-scale healthcare company in Hong Kong, I will start one myself. Do you know the situation of large-scale pharmaceutical companies in Hong Kong? It is best to produce proprietary Chinese medicines. Chinese patent medicine. I knew one, Tongyatang Pharmaceutical, which used to be a pharmaceutical company in Guangzhou, but later moved to Hong Kong and built a pharmaceutical factory. The pharmaceutical factory covers an area of 150 acres and its equipment is imported from the United States and the United Kingdom. Kiddo? Oh, how do you know so clearly? Hardy asked. Victor smiled shyly. I attended the cocktail party again, and Shatong Yitang, the boss of Tongyatang Pharmaceuticals, was introduced to say hello to me. Didn't I sell penicillin? We still have a penicillin factory, so he thought I have a relationship in the US medical industry, and I hope to sell his medicine to US through me. What medicine do they produce? Hardy asked. This time Victor asked, sorry boss, all his names are in Chinese, and they are very sloppy. I didn't remember. Hardy can understand that the names of medicines can only be literally translated. Don't say Victor is a Frenchman for those medicine names. Most Chinese people are confused when they hear it. Hardy raised his hand to check the time. At 4:30 in the afternoon. It's not too late. Please see if you can reach that Shatong. If you contact him, I will say I want to see him. Hardy doesn't like procrastination, and can finish it today without waiting for tomorrow. Good boss. I'll call. Victor hurried into the house and called. There was no Shatong's phone number in his hand, but Victor called his assistant. The assistant hurriedly read the business card and found the phone number of Tongyatang Pharmaceutical, and finally called Shang Shatong. Shatong is 46 years old this year. His grandfathers and fathers were all traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. However, during the period of the Republic of China, there was a wave of anti-Chinese medicine in China. Among them, many famous celebrities. The most famous is Sun Yat-sen. In 1925, he was seriously ill, insisted not to take Chinese medicine, and said the famous saying Yu Ping was addicted to not taking Chinese medicine, and then underwent surgery. 1 month after the operation, he died. In addition, there are a large group of writers such as Lu Xun, Liang Qichao and so on. In that situation, Shatong switched to studying Western medicine, and later studied medicine in Cambridge, England, mainly in medicine production. Because he knew Chinese medicine himself, he discovered when he was studying that Western medicine is not as omnipotent as it is said in the legend, and Chinese medicine is not useless. After he finished his studies, he returned to Guangzhou and opened a pharmaceutical factory with his family's money, and began to produce Chinese patent medicines, because he introduced Western pharmaceutical technology and made Chinese medicines into capsules and tablets, and the products sold well because of the convenience of taking them. Tong Yitang's family business gradually expanded. However, after the war continued, Xia Tongyi had the foresight to move the Guangzhou pharmaceutical factory to Hong Kong, but even so, he did not escape the poison of the Japanese. During the Japanese occupation of Hong Kong, the Tong Yitang pharmaceutical factory was also closed. After the Japanese surrendered, Xia Tongyi took it back to the pharmaceutical factory, but unfortunately the equipment in the field had been dismantled to pieces, leaving only the factory building. The original workers also left. Xia Tongyi is equivalent to starting from scratch. After biting his teeth, he sold the ancestral property in Guangzhou, borrowed money from the bank, and repurchased the machine. After more than a year of hard work, the pharmaceutical factory was reopened. However, new troubles have come again. The civil war has started again, the sales have been cut off, the sales of finished medicines have not been smooth, so many funds and large loans have made Tong Yitang difficult. He also thought about selling Chinese medicine abroad, but market development is so easy. Tong Yitang is basically in a difficult state to maintain. Today he was in the pharmaceutical factory and suddenly received a call from Victor's assistant, saying that Mr. Victor was looking for him and asked him to call back. Xia Tongyi was taken aback. Last time I met Mr. Victor at the reception through the relationship, I knew that he had great powers and hoped that the other party could help him sell Chinese patent medicines abroad. At that time, the other party said that he would not get involved in Chinese patent medicines for the time being. He was still disappointed. I didn't expect to let myself call him today. Could it be something? No matter what it was, Xia Tongyi didn't dare to neglect, so he hurriedly dialed the phone number given by the assistant. After the transfer, Victor was finally contacted. Hello, Mr. Victor. I am Xia Tongyi. I don't know what you are looking for, Xia Tongyi said in fluent English. It's Mr. Hardy who wants to see you. I don't know if you have time now, Victor said. Mr. Hardy. Xia Tongyi was very surprised. He didn't expect that it was Mr. Hardy who wanted to see himself. These days, Mr. Hardy came to Hong Kong, and the newspapers reported on it. Xia Tongyi also read the newspapers, so he naturally had a feeling for Hardy. Some understanding. This Mr. Hardy is a real big entrepreneur. He is also a remarkable figure in the United States. In the last year, the Hardy Group invested heavily in Hong Kong, building a penicillin factory, and building the Julongtong Industrial Zone. Wells Fargo Bank is an industry of others, and HSBC was also acquired by this Mr. Hardy. What financial resources are this? Did not expect. Mr. Hardy actually wanted to see himself. In his mind, Mr. Victor is already a remarkable figure. As for this Mr. Hardy, that is Mr. Victor's boss, who communicates with the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and the King of the United Kingdom. He is a big man that he can't even reach. Excuse me, Mr. Hardy. What has happened to me? Xia Tongyi asked cautiously. Mr. Hardy is more interested in healthcare products and medicine. Asked me if there are any better pharmaceutical companies in Hong Kong. Last time you communicated with me at the reception, I thought of you. If you have time, come to Pingshan. A trip to Mr. Dis Manor, Victor said. There is time and time, Xia Tongyi quickly replied. Then I will send a car to pick you up. No need. I'll drive over by myself. Okay, then I'll let the security pick you up at the guard booth at the entrance of Victoria Peak, otherwise you can't come in. Victor said. Okay, I will rush over to Mr. Victor as soon as possible. Hang up the phone. Xia Tongyi quickly put on clothes. Although he did not know what Hardy asked him to do, it was definitely an opportunity for him. The newspaper said that Mr. Hardy had billions of dollars in assets. Such a big man can make himself feel free to open his mouth. The pharmaceutical factory got out of the predicament. Half an hour later, Shatong drove to the foot of Ping Mountain. The main pharmaceutical factory was in Kowloon. It was too troublesome to cross the sea. Someone was already waiting at the sentry box under the mountain, got on the car with the sand and overflowed, and finally came to Hardy's manor. After tidying up his suit, Shatong followed the security guard into the living room a little nervously. Victor saw Shatong coming in and immediately stepped forward. Just as Shatong wanted to say hello, Victor said, "Go. Let's go to Mr. Hardy's study. Mr. Hardy has been waiting for a long time." "Okay." The two came to the door of the study. Victor stood still, knocked gently on the door twice. Shatong was behind Victor, looking at Victor's cautious appearance, and said that Mr. Victor, who used to be in Hong Kong, was so respectful in front of Mr. Hardy. "Coming." Hardy's voice came from inside. Victor opened the door and spilled in with Shatong. Boss Sha from Tongyai Pharmaceutical is here," Victor whispered. Hardy was writing something. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a height of 1.75 meters and a gentle appearance. He stood up with a smile. "Boss Sha is really embarrassed and suddenly called you." After speaking, he walked out of the desk and held out his hand to Shatong. Shatong quickly stretched out both hands to hold Hardy's hand. "I dare not dare. It is my honor to see Mr. Hardy." Shatong said heartily that this Mr. Hardy was quite easygoing. Both sides sat down, and Victor went out and made 2 cups of tea, one in front of Hardy and the other in front of Shatong. Shatong quickly stood up. Thanks. Let Victor take care of him." He didn't dare to sit still. "Boss Sha, I don't know what medicine your pharmaceutical factory produces, and what is the benefit?" Hardy asked. Shatong dared not hide it. Tongyitang has more than a dozen patented medicines, such as Nanking pills for treating the deficiency of the heart and spleen, Xioxiosan for treating heat accumulation in the spleen and stomach in children, and Nanjai pills and Huanglian Shanking pills for treating wind, fire and toothache. Having said that, Shatong suddenly stopped, a little embarrassed. "Sorry Mr. Hardy, I forgot that you don't know the names of these medicines, but the names of these medicines are not easy to translate." "It's okay, you continue to speak. I understand Chinese, but I understand Mandarin. You can speak Mandarin," Hardy said in pure Chinese. Shatong was slightly surprised. It turns out that Mr. Hardy understands Chinese. "That's great. It is much more convenient. Our medicine also includes Yinki Aojiaju tablets, Mingmu Shanking capsules, Quenbai Loquat ointment, Bal pills for the treatment of food stagnation, Hawthorn pills. There are also Xian Ganlu pills, Nuan Gong pills, Ginseng Gippy pills, Yikiyanian pills, Wuji Beifeng pills and so on for women." Shatong became more excited as he spoke. "I moved out all the rhetoric that I had prepared to sell to others. Our company covers an area of more than 150 acres. www.mtlnovel.com has the most advanced production lines introduced in the United Kingdom and the United States, which can make pills, capsules, tablets, granules, syrups and so on. Our company's products have high output and stable effects. They used to be popular in the inland, and the local sales in Hong Kong are also good." Hardy listened to Shatong with a smile and asked, "Mr. Sha, can you sell this pharmaceutical factory?" Shatong was taken aback. "Mr. Hardy, do you want to buy my pharmaceutical factory?" Hardy smiled. "I did plan to buy a pharmaceutical factory to get involved in the healthcare product industry, but I didn't know who to buy it, but now I have decided. I am very optimistic about you. I would like to ask if you would like to join Hardy Group. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 305 Acquisition of Pharmaceutical Companies, Entering the Healthcare Products Industry. and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 306 Heidi Empire 1945 New to find the latest chapter. The next day, Hardy took Victor and the lawyer to Tong-Yi Hall, accompanied by Sha Tong-Yi to visit the pharmaceutical factory. Indeed, as Sha Tong-Yi said, the equipment in the pharmaceutical factory is very new, all imported from abroad and produced on an assembly line. Hardy is quite satisfied here. In the factory office, Hardy said, "I bought 85% of the shares for $400,000. But there is a requirement that you must stay in this pharmaceutical company to continue operating at least 10 years. I can give you 10% of the management stock income." How does Mr. Sha feel? Hearing this price, Sha Tong-Yi knelt directly. When he built this pharmaceutical factory, he spent more than 1.3 million silver dollars, equivalent to $550,000. There were many loans in it. The price that Heidi offered made Sha Tong-Yi unable to refuse. The reason why Hardy is so generous is mainly because he saw Sha Tong-Yi's resume. He graduated with a degree in medicine from Cambridge, England. He was originally from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. He knew both Chinese and Western medicine and also knew how to operate a pharmaceutical factory. Sha Tong-Yi is a rare combination of Chinese and Western medicine type talents. As for the pharmaceutical factory, it can be regarded as a relatively advanced Chinese patent medicine manufacturing enterprise, which can save the trouble of Hardy's construction. Hardy has his own ideas for the future development of healthcare products. He wants to develop proprietary Chinese medicines, but the old Chinese medicine practitioners are not suitable, because it is too difficult for them to keep up with the times if they want to reverse their traditional thinking, so Sha Tong-Yi is particularly rare. When encountering such a talent, how could Hardy let him go and naturally use a lot of money to trap him? When he heard Hardy's offer, Sha Tong-Yi felt that he had been hit by a huge pie. These days, he worries about the operation, the loan that is about to expire, the failure to open the situation, and the future of the pharmaceutical factory. Worry. Now, Hardy's words let all his worries go away. The drug factory received $400,000, and it still retained 15% of the shares and 10% of the management shares. In the future, the pharmaceutical factory can develop, and this benefit is not small. In other companies, 25% of the shares are definitely considered to be major shareholders. As for the future of the pharmaceutical factory, the giant ship of the Hardy Group and the small sampan of the pharmaceutical factory can ride the wind and waves with any rope. The two parties have no objection. The lawyer directly drafts the agreement, and both parties sign and confirm it. Sha Tong-Yi received a $400,000 check from Wells Fargo Bank. Boss, how do you think the pharmaceutical factory will operate in the future? Sha Tong-Yi changed quickly and has changed his tune and started calling Heidi boss. I made a simple plan. Pharmaceutical companies have to cut more than half of the original drugs. In the future, they will mainly produce health products. You should also know that drugs are strictly controlled in the European and American markets, but health products have almost no restrictions. As long as they are produced, they can be directly put on the market. Quinbile loquat ointment can be left, but the others may not work. As for the new product, the first drug I plan to make the company produce is aphrodisiac. Sha Tong-Yi was taken aback. Aphrodisiac? The boss actually thought of making aphrodisiac medicine. In Chinese medicine, matters involving men and women are relatively obscure. Although there are sales in pharmacies, no one has ever sold them with fanfare. But the boss is good. The first product that is ready to enter the market is this strong medicine. But think about the different thinking of Westerners and Easterners. Sha Tong-Yi was relieved immediately. Is there any medicine that works quickly after taking it and makes people last for an hour? Hardy asked. Have. Sha Tong-Yi gave a very affirmative answer. In fact, It is not difficult to configure this medicine. The main medicine Epimedium, also called Xianling and Cinnamorium, Cistanche, Actonolith, Ginseng, deer antler, deer whip, Morinda officinlis, Cuscuta, etc. There are many kinds of prescriptions that can be formulated, and there are many records of such prescriptions in ancient times. Zhao Feiyan and Zhao Head's sisters prepared Shengxing ointment, Tangziyu immortal pill, Songhe Huan-san, Mingqiu Anv pill, Yi Xiao-san, King Courtlogi Dan, and many more. Quickly Fierce pill, it can take effect in 10 to 20 minutes, and it is no problem to stick to it for an hour or two. But the boss, this kind of drug is useless and easily depletes vitality. Hardy smiled softly. It's the user's own problem if it is beneficial or unhelpful. It's better than it can't be used, ha ha. Well, the first product is finalized. As for the name, Hardy remembered that Shatong I just said that the alias of Epimedium was called Xianling. He thought it was a good name. Let's call it Xianlingdan, which translates to Shengxiandan in English. It's made into pills, the one with sugar skin. One pill will work, is it okay? Hardy asked Shatong I. No problem at all, boss. Shatong I replied affirmatively. Very, ha ha. I have thought about the advertising words. Wait 20 minutes. I will give you 2 hours. Men should be self-improvement exclamation mark, comma. The pill will let you regain your power and passion. Let the storm come. More violent. Shatong I and Victor stared at the boss blankly. They didn't dare to change their faces, but wondered in their hearts that the boss' thinking was really active. As for the following products, you can use men's kidney tonifying drugs, women's beauty and beauty oral liquid, and children's clever brain invigorating oral liquid. Remember a principle in the healthcare product business. Men do the lower body, women do the face, children do the head and the future, and the elderly do longevity. Shatong I couldn't help but nod his head. No wonder people can succeed. Although the boss has never studied medicine, he understands human nature. Health products are developed according to human needs. How can there be no market? Think about the medicines you produce. The audience is very small, so it's no wonder that you can't sell them. Having said this, Hardy continued, there is one more thing, that is, Hardy Group is going to establish a research institute of Chinese medicine and traditional Chinese medicine, and you will be the head of this institute. Institute of Chinese Medicine and Chinese Medicine? Is it a research organization similar to those in Europe or the United States? Shatong I asked. Yes, but this research institute mainly studies Chinese medicine, Hardy said. Shatong I became excited. Boss, I once had a dream to establish a place similar to a Western medical research institution. I thought at the beginning that when the pharmaceutical factory made money, I would use the money to build a research institute. Unfortunately, the pharmaceutical factory has experienced several setbacks and ultimately failed. It can be realized. I didn't expect you, boss, to think of this too. It's great. Hardy smiled. This research institute does not belong to a pharmaceutical factory. I invest separately and belong to the Hardy Group. You are responsible for the establishment. No problem. I am willing. Shatong I nodded. I hope you recruit a group of truly capable people to come to the research institute to do research on Chinese medicine and traditional Chinese medicine. The research institute has 2 directions. One is to explore and inherit traditional Chinese medicine, and the second is to research more proprietary Chinese medicines. This research institute can carry out research in various aspects, such as pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, massage, medicine, Chinese patent medicine, integrated Chinese and Western medicine, medicated diet, health, weight loss, qi, meridian and so on. I hope that this research institute can become a place with the highest level of Chinese medicine and traditional Chinese medicine in Asia, and even in the world. In the future, we can also open a Chinese medicine hospital and build a Chinese medicine medical school. This will facilitate exchanges and summarize learning, and will also better cultivate research talents. Shatong I nodded vigorously. Excited, don't worry, boss. I will definitely do this well. Our Sha family has practiced medicine for several generations, and our ancestors had imperial doctors. We can also count as some contacts in the Xinglin community, and we can recruit some truly capable people. Hardy smiled. I don't know anything about Chinese medicine. I don't participate in the details and am only responsible for paying the money. Turning his head to look at Victor, Victor, you are responsible for finding a suitable place, at least to accommodate a few hundred people, a place where people can calm down and study. Good boss, Victor responded quickly. He also said to Shatong, as for the funds of the research institute, I will give you $100,000 to use first, and then apply to the group if it is not enough. Shatong said that the boss was so refreshing, and he would give $100,000 in one go, which is equivalent to more than 700,000 Hong Kong dollars. Still use it first. It's good to follow such a boss. Don't worry about money. However, he secretly swears in his heart that this research institute must be done well and not to live up to the boss' expectations. It has been a few days since Hardy came to Hong Kong. Very busy every day. Today, I finally took a free time and felt relaxed. He plans to get better around Hong Kong and appreciate the customs of this era. Han Yezhen is wearing a Cheongsam today, and Heidi still feels that she wears Cheongsam the most flavor. Han Yezhen is holding Heidi's arm and the two of them are walking on the streets of Shangwan. The streets on both sides are full of signs erected. People come and go on the streets, including rice shops, cloth shops, charcoal shops, grocery shops, tea shops, vegetable stalls, and dried fish shops. Hardy saw Coca-Cola at the door of the grocery store, and I have to say that Coca-Cola's marketing capabilities are really strong. This requires Pepsi to learn. A Dodge car drove by with an advertisement for Watson's soda. Now Watson's is far from the scale of later generations and has become a famous Hong Kong brand. Victor may be able to acquire or participate in shares. Hardy suddenly woke up. I'm here to play. I want to make money when I see everything. People have to learn to combine work and rest. Today, I don't think about business matters. Keep going. Han Yezhen saw a bakery, let go of Heidi and walked over. This lady, what would you like to order? The waiter asked. He stood at the counter and saw Han Yezhen holding the foreigner Heidi, and he naturally thought that Han Yezhen was the foreigner's wife. Give me $2 each. Han Yezhen said. Good wife. The guy swiftly packed the cakes, although each one only costs 2 yuan. But there are 7 or 8 kinds here, and there is also a full box. Madam, it's $2 and $8 in total. Han Yezhen handed over 3 yuan. No need to look for it. Thank you, madam. Han Yezhen took the biscuits and came to Heidi and said with a smile, this bakery is very famous. Sometimes I will ask Aunt Wang to buy it for me. You can try it. This is a wife's cake. He handed it to Hardy's mouth. Hardy opened his mouth and took a big bite. Is there a wife in the wife cake? Hardy asked with a smile. Yes, Han Yezhen replied with a smile. Then the two of them tasted quicksand buns, red bean paste buns, cream buns, and waited for them to be tasted. Good guys. They are full. The two continued to walk forward. When passing by a store, a 60-year-old man in a robe sitting inside saw Han Yezhen. His eyes lit up, and he immediately waved and shouted, this lady, good luck, why don't you come in and count it? Han Yezhen paused when she heard the voice, looked at the old man in the robe, and asked politely, are you calling me? Hey, yes, the old lady is called Miss. The lady is so good looking, and the old lady can't help but stop the lady and want to talk to you. The old man looked at Han Yezhen up and down and said with a seriousness. Hardy stood by and watched the old man perform. Although he believes that there are strange things in this world, the vast majority of fortune tellers in the market are runaways. They often use words to fool people, which is a craft of cheating money. However, this kind of thing is regarded as a characteristic of Hong Kong. He didn't intend to stop it, and let Han Yezhen decide for himself. The big deal would be to give him some money. Certainly, if this old guy came up and said something, Miss, you have a catastrophe and must be resolved by an expert. If you scare people like this, you will fool Han Yezin, and Hardy will let him know what a real catastrophe is. He first greeted the bodyguards behind him, smashed his hexagram stall, and swollen his face, and then asked him to tell him how to resolve it. Han Yezin looked at the fortune teller, and asked in amazement, "I know how to look at your face, so why do you still look at your figure?" The old man nodded. The body shape is also an important part of the body shape. The old man looks at the body and looks at the face. "Please open your hand and let me take a look at the palm mystery." Han Yezin opened her hand and handed it over. The old man didn't answer, and he held Han Yezin's palm with the folding fan in his hand, and looked at it seriously for a while. The head of the fortune teller shook slightly, and said solemnly, "Miss, you are really precious, very expensive. Depending on your face and palm mystery, you should have 2 sons and 2 daughters. Your husband's family is rich and wealthy, and you are more prosperous. But there is something strange. Your eyes are clear, your eyes are black and white, and you are innocent and cheerful. The ears are thick. Money luck, friend luck, and husband luck are very good, and he treats others generously, especially for her husband and children. The so-called blessed and shaded but also popular. The voice is soft and sweet. The breath is full. The personality is mostly gentle, considerate, and the housekeeping is a typical virtuous helper. Beauty in appearance in a person is a sign of wisdom and longevity, with broad brows, representing a broad-mindedness, and not caressing about things. Originally, it seems that you should be a good housewife in the house. But your palmistry is a bit peculiar. It is the hand of power, which means that you have a high position and power. Is that good or bad? Han Yezin asked. Naturally it is excellent. It's just that this kind of situation appears to a person. The old can't figure it out. How can this person manage the house gently and take the side? The fortune teller knocked his head with a fan. Hey, my brain hurts, my brain hurts. Han Yezin smiled. It's all right. Thank you for saying so many things I love to listen to. This one is for you. Talking about passing 10 Hong Kong dollars in the past. www.mtlnovel.com. The eyes of the fortune-telling old man are really bright now. These days, eating a bowl of wonton noodles only costs 30 cents, a wife's cake is 2 cents, and a policeman's. The monthly salary is less than 100 Hong Kong dollars. It is not bad for ordinary people to earn 1 or 2 yuan a day. Han Yezin's 10 yuan is enough for the old man's income for several days. The old man thanked and borrowed money. Han Yezin rolled her eyes, pointed at Hardy and asked with a smile, "You can figure it out for him. What can you figure out?" The old fortune teller was taken aback. Look at Hardy, grinning with a slightly awkward smile. This, foreigners can't see it. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 306. Foreigners can't see it, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 307. Heidi Empire 1945. New. Find the latest chapter. Han Yezin asked the fortune teller to do the calculation for Hardy. Originally, it was just a joke. After hearing the fortune teller say that it could not be counted to foreigners, she asked curiously, "Why can't foreigners count?" This is a fortune teller and a transparent person. He smiled and said, "Don't hide this, young lady. Metaphysics originated in China, and we have studied Chinese people from ancient times to the present. After continuous efforts to summarize, we can draw inferences about the number of faces and fate, which can be said to be specifically for the Chinese built." Hardy said, "In fact, it is statistical analysis. As for foreigners, the skeletal appearance is very different from ours. This set is difficult to apply to them. Maybe some people understand the art of Qi and can observe it from the inside, but the old don't have that ability. Even if we are in China, we have a lot of attention to face and face, and there is a record in ancient books. People from Jiangxi don't look like each other, people from Lu don't look at each other, People from Taiyuan don't look at each other, and people from northeast China don't look at each other. The fortune teller received Han Yezhen 10 quick cash. Service attitude is naturally good. Unstoppable knowledge of popular science fortune telling. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the distance. A group of people in black coats, armed with iron rods and machetes, ran from a distance aggressively. There were about 20 or 30 people. The people around them were frightened and evaded when they saw this posture. Some vegetable stalls were knocked over, and turnips and cabbage rolled all over the floor. Some fish stalls were overturned, big fish and small fish scattered half a street, and the fish out of the water couldn't help fluttering on the ground where these people passed. The shop was smashed and the stall was lifted. Hardy frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Isn't this the young and dangerous boy hitting the street in later generations? It turns out that tradition has existed since this time. Those people were getting closer and closer to the fortune-telling shop, and the old fortune-telling man retracted in fright, and took advantage of the trend to pull the hanging stall at the door closer to the house. Han Yezhen screamed in surprise when she saw this situation, and hurried to leaning against Hardy, who took advantage of Han Yezhen. The 10 or so bodyguards behind Hardy quickly gathered around, and put their hands into the suit one by one, ready to draw their guns at any time. Mr. Miss, why don't you enter the store temporarily to avoid accidental injury? The old fortune teller poked his head and said kindly. Hardy was not afraid, mainly because he was afraid that these short-eyed guys would accidentally injure Han Yezhen, and took Han Yezhen's waist into the fortune-telling store. Hardy's bodyguards were all blocked at the door. Just when these people hit the door of a salted fish shop, suddenly a wave of people rushed out of the salted fish shop. These people were dressed in white coats. There were about 30 or 40 people, more than people in black. They were all holding knives, kitchen knives, machetes, and fish-killing knives. Fuck them. A strong man among the white-clothed men roared and killed the black-clothed men together. Fuck. The leader of the man in black also yelled. The two sides immediately fought together. The machete hacked, the iron rod smashed, and suddenly blood splashed, and the scene became very violent. Fighting on the street is actually not as people imagined. It has also played dozens of rounds. Both sides have horrible guys, but a dozen or so breaths will tell the winner. The people in black came to smash the street, but the people in white had already prepared, and the number was dominant. Not long after, many people in black were chopped down, and the rest were wounded and fleeing. The white-clothed man was reluctant, carrying a knife and chasing and slashing at the back. 2 men in black ran to the fortune-telling booth, followed by 5 or 6 people in white, and they were about to pounce in front of the fortune-telling booth. The bodyguard was afraid that these people would disturb Hardy, and instantly took out a gun from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The security captain fired a shot at the people who rushed. But instead of shooting at them, the muzzle was raised a bit, and the bullet flew over the heads of these people. Brush. The gunfire shocked everyone. The man in black rolled to the ground, and the man in white stood 10 meters away from the bodyguard team, and all the surrounding people looked over. The man in white looked like a group of foreigners, and more than one person was holding a gun. Knowing that it must be a big man, the man in white turned his head and ran back in fright. The guys who cut people at the entrance of the salted fish shop also stopped their hands at this moment, and took a quick look at this side to leave. Some people in black were still able to move, and they also got up and staggered away, clutching their wounds. However, someone with a serious injury can only groan in a pool of blood. Beep. Doo-doo. There was a police whistle in the distance. Not long after, a few patrol officers rushed over, not caring about the person who was seen on the street, but grabbed the person next to him and asked, "Where did you shoot? Where did you shoot?" Hacking is common here, but shooting is a big deal. Someone pointed to the fortune-telling booth Hardy and the others were at. When several policemen saw a group of foreigners standing in the doorway, their hearts jumped. The patrolman who led the team paused and said to the other 2 people, "You guys should come here more. He'll ask what's going on there. Head, be careful." a police officer reminded. "It looks like it's the bodyguard of a big man." "It's okay," the man said, walking towards the fortune-telling booth. He walked into the bodyguard and stopped, and said in English, "Did you just shoot it?" The bodyguard looked at the police officer and said blankly, "It was the gun we fired. They were fighting here, which affected the safety of our boss. We didn't hit anyone, but just shot them to scare them away." The patrol nodded. "I don't know who your boss is. I can go back to write a report?" the policeman asked again. The bodyguard did not answer, but looked at the stall store. At this moment Hardy walked out and looked at the patrolman and said, "My name is John Hardy. You can write my name on the report when you go back." The patrol was taken aback. He naturally heard of Hardy's name. Since Hardy came to Hong Kong, various newspapers have repeatedly reported that there are only a handful of people who don't know Hardy's name. Slap. The police officer saluted Hardy. "Hello, Mr. Hardy. You are frightened," the patrolman said respectfully. Hardy said in his heart, "This little patrolman is quite polite. It doesn't matter. I have been on the battlefield. I have experienced scenes much more cruel than this, but my girlfriend is scared. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Lula, Mr. Hardy," the young policeman said immediately. Lula, 500 million inspectors. The later movie was made into Luo biography. Hardy couldn't help but glanced at the young man before him. He is about 1.8 meters tall, looks good, and speaks fluent English. He is more sleek and will come. It is no wonder that he will become Hong Kong Chief Inspector of China, covering the sky in black and white. Hardy nodded. "You take care of the matter here. I don't have time to go back and record a statement with you. Is it okay?" Hardy said. "Of course there is no problem," Lula said quickly. This Mr. Hardy was greeted by the governor, and Lula, a small street patrolman who accompanied the commissioner of police, could not say to take him back. "Well, thank you then. I remember you as a favor. If you have something in the future, you can contact Victor." "Do you know Victor?" Hardy said. Lula was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect pie in the sky. This Mr. Hardy actually remembered himself as a favor. He has naturally heard of Mr. Victor, and he is now also a well-known big man in Hong Kong. If Mr. Hardy is not to be mentioned, as long as Mr. Victor has a word, then his future will not have to worry about. "Yes, I know Mr. Victor," Lula said quickly. Hardy didn't speak anymore, turned around and took Han Yezen's hand to leave. The bodyguards stood around the two of them to guard against all possible dangers. Lula watched Hardy leave, saying that he was the big man. He clenched his fist. Today, he was lucky enough to be lucky. With a word from Mr. Hardy, he must seize this opportunity. Hardy leaves. "Feel interesting in my heart. Unexpectedly, I met Lula here." He gave Lula a favor. In fact, it was to give him a rope. If Lula is sensible, he can naturally climb up the rope and get help from Victor. I believe his rise will be very fast. And Lula rises from his own line, becomes his own person, and will work for the Hardy Group in the future. What if he doesn't know how to climb along the rope? Ha ha. If he doesn't even have the ability to climb along the pole, what's the use for him? It's a big deal to train another helper. Hardy and Han Yezen returned to the Victoria Peak Villa. Han Yezen went to take a bath, while Hardy sat in the living room to think about it. Last time Hardy proposed to Governor Grantham that he wanted HD security to use weapons in Hong Kong, but Grantham refused. Hardy was always looking for opportunities. He felt that today's incident was an opportunity. Thought for a while, called the intelligence leader John Wick. "John, you have investigated the gang rush on Sheung Wan Street today. I want a detailed report. Also, investigate the details of all the underworld forces in Hong Kong and form a report." "Okay, Mr. Hardy." John Wick took the order to leave. Hardy called the president of the Global Times and told him to report on the rush on the streets of Sheung Wan today. The writing was more serious and expressed his concerns about the future social security in Hong Kong. The next day, the Global Times reported in detail the rush incident on the street. Yesterday in Hong Kong's most prosperous main street, Sheung Wan Street, two groups of gangsters fought. 7 people were hacked to death and 16 others were injured on the spot. At the same time, more than a dozen innocent people were accidentally injured. In the past year, there has been an increasing number of gang fights in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong's public security has become increasingly unstable. Last year alone, there were as many as hundreds of rushes, with more than 300 deaths and injuries, which caused great damage to the normal life of Hong Kong Island residents. The public hopes for a stable and harmonious living environment, and hopes that the government will vigorously control gangs and safeguard people's safety. That afternoon, Victor visited Governor Grantham again. "Mr. Governor, when the gangs were fighting in Sheung Wan yesterday, Mr. Hardy happened to be right now." After seeing this situation, he was worried about the security of Hong Kong. "Our group invested hundreds of millions of dollars in Hong Kong. If there is no stable security environment, there is no way to manage it well. Last year there were hundreds of gang fights in Hong Kong. This is unbearable for any city." In a few days, Mr. Hardy will go to the UK again. McLenovel.com At that time, he intends to talk about the situation in Hong Kong with the Prime Minister, hoping to increase the company's own security forces to ensure the Hardy Group's investment in Hong Kong. Grantham was taken aback. Is this going to file a complaint with the Prime Minister? If Hardy really said to the Prime Minister that the governance of Hong Kong is not good, it will have a big impact on him. Grantham didn't doubt Hardy's energy. He thought for a while and said, "I remember Mr. Hardy mentioned before that he hopes his security company can have the right to use weapons in Hong Kong. Now think about it, maybe it is necessary. I will discuss with other members of the Legislative Council to see if it is necessary to agree to the use of weapons for HD security in order to ensure the safety of the investment of the Hardy Group." In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 307 Threatening Governor Liang Hong, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Hardy Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 308 Update Superfast Vertical Bar. In Hong Kong, the Governor is the plenipotentiary of the King of England and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces stationed in Hong Kong. He has the right to appoint members of the Executive Council and the Legislative Council. It can be said that he is the Emperor of Hong Kong. Watermark advertising test. Watermark advertising test. As long as he agrees, then this matter must pass. But 2 days. The Hong Kong government issued an order to allow HD security companies registered in Hong Kong to appropriately use light weapons to protect the safety of enterprises in Hong Kong. At the same time, light weapons are allowed to be used when conducting security services for the whole of Hong Kong. The Hong Kong police have the power to supervise the use of firearms by security companies. If the security company uses weapons in violation of regulations, it will impose corresponding penalties. As soon as this order is issued, it means that in the future, HD security will have the right to use weapons legally in Hong Kong. Many rich people in Hong Kong saw this order and had an idea in their hearts. HD Security is the largest security company in the United States. It is certainly not capable of saying that weapons can be used legally in Hong Kong. Safety is definitely a great guarantee. Moreover, the people in the HD Security Company are all foreigners of huge height, and they are also very prestigious to take out. The only drawback is that it is expensive. A security officer costs $400 a month. That would be equivalent to more than 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. You must know that a Hong Kong policeman now has a monthly salary of no more than 100 yuan. It's a full 30 times more expensive. But even if it is expensive, there are still many people who call the Hong Kong branch of HD Security, hoping to hire security personnel. HD Security's Hong Kong branch has not officially opened yet. It has already received a large number of orders. According to statistics now, the number of people needed is less than 200, and the number of people coming here is far from enough. The matter was fed back to Lanster, and Lanster immediately decided to send a group of more people over. and at the same time start the local recruitment business. How young and strong Hong Kong is today. Many are from the battlefield. These people are trained by HD security instructors for several months, and they can become qualified security personnel. At that time, their prices may not be so expensive, but only relying on the fact that weapons can be used legally, there are definitely people willing to hire. In the future, if we can have a security team of 1,000 people armed with guns, what Triad, Xanian, 14K, can guarantee that none of them dare to provoke HD security. In the past 2 days, Xia Tongyi has been very busy. Although he is a Chinese medicine practitioner himself, he knows that his abilities are mainly in medicine, and he is still not a master of Chinese medicine. But he is a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Doctors pay attention to inheritance and communication. Xia Tongyi knows many famous medical experts because of his family and learning. He knows a few people who have come to Hong Kong from the mainland. After signing with the Hardy Group, he visited a few people. Several immediately agreed to enter the Institute of Chinese Medicine and Chinese Materia Medica. Mr. Zhao Weihan, 58 years old this year. His father Zhao Yunqing is a medical officer of King Tai Hospital. Zhao Weihan is a young man who has been trained by the court and is very clever. He attends the doctors beside his father, has studied the technique of Kewang, and has gradually improved the medical science. Famous doctor Mr. Zhao Weihan belongs to the general practice. Another famous artist, Mr. Zheng Yuqian, is a family doctor for 7 generations. He is 60 years old and specializes in pediatrics and gynecology. At the same time, Xia Tongyi invited his friend Zhu Qingquan to join. Zhu Qingquan is 46 years old this year. He is a native of Guangzhou. He was also a family member when the Japanese army invaded China. His family moved to Hong Kong. There are several kinds of medicines made by Xia Tongyi Pharmaceutical Factory from his hands. After inviting 3 people to be the first batch of research fellows of the institute, the first project was to study the Shenxian pill, which is the aphrodisiac that Hardy said. Because this medicine has a huge sales volume and is widely used to open up the market, it is not possible to use drugs that are too expensive and extremely difficult to find. This requirement is actually nothing to them. After some discussion, a few people quickly dispense a kind of patent medicine. The main medicine Epimedium, supplemented by other medicines. The rest is how to make him into tablets. After 2 days of busy work by Xia Tongyi and Zhu Qingquan, they finally produced a batch of tablets. Xia Tongyi rushed to find Hardy with the new medicine, and said excitedly, "Mr. Hardy, the immortal pill has been produced. This is the finished product. Please take a look." Hardy took the glass medicine bottle, which contained about 20 pills, poured one out in the palm of his hand, and found that the pills were green. "Why is it green?" Hardy asked. "Without the addition of pigment, this color is produced." "Doesn't Mr. Hardy like this color?" Xia Tongyi asked. "No, it doesn't matter. The blue pill and the green pill are actually the same." "How is the effect?" Hardy asked. I haven't tested it yet. I will show it to you as soon as it is made, but after we have deployed it together, we are still confident in the effect of the drug." Xia Tongyi said. "You must find someone to try." Hardy thought for a while, called Victor and asked him to contact the Triad to see if he could help find such a person. "Boss, how many people do you want?" Victor asked. "At least 20, 10 are not good, and 10 are normal." Have to say, the underworld is best at doing this kind of thing, and soon Victor called back and said that the Triad was ready. "Boss, would you like to see it yourself?" Xia Tongyi asked. Hardy thought it was very interesting and decided to go and see it in person. The team came to a nightclub on Hong Kong Island, which is a Triad industry. The entrance of the nightclub, Li Chunshan led a crowd to greet Hardy. "Hello, Mr. Hardy." Li Chunshan's attitude is very respectful. After all, now he is begging by others. You are welcome. According to Yejin's calculation, I will call you uncle," Hardy said in Chinese. "I dare not dare." Uncle Li Chunshan didn't dare to pick it up casually. After all, His status was placed there. Start the experiment. It is impossible for Hardy to see it in person. They are responsible for Shatong. Lee Chunshan asked Hardy, Victor and others to come to the manager's room, make tea and sit down to chat. Hardy took a sip of tea and asked casually, what is the main business of the Triad? Lee Chunshan was a little bit ridiculous. It's all businesses that are not on the table. They open nightclubs, gambling halls, restaurants, and sometimes help people run away. Hardy understood that it was nothing more than pornography, gambling, drugs, and smuggling. Have you thought of doing other business? Hardy said. Lee Chunshan was taken aback. Other business? What does Mr. Hardy mean? Naturally it is a legal business. Hardy didn't talk about legitimate business, but just used the word legal. Although Hardy has a relationship with the Hong Kong government, there is also HD security on the surface, and he is also preparing to cultivate the force in the police force. But for the gang, he thinks these people still have a great effect, especially in Hong Kong in this era. Xianian and the Number Gang were mostly changed by the National Army. Hardy didn't catch a cold to them. The Triad belonged to Hongman. He had business dealings with him, and it was the most suitable to gather each other. There is a lot of business, taxi companies, bus companies, a movie company, and a few movie theaters. Looking back, I am planning to open a casino in Macau. I also need someone to help watch them. These are not all businesses. Hardy said, in the future, both parties can invest and jointly form a company to specialize in these businesses. Lee Chunshan was a little excited when he heard it. No matter which one of these is made, it is a big profitable business, and he is naturally willing. But to be honest, although their Triad has a large number of people, they really can't make any money. Hardy's talk of these businesses can be known by listening. The investment is not small. Mr. Hardy, we are naturally willing to do business with you, but we can't spend too much money. Lee Chunshan said helplessly. It's okay. The business is done little by little. When you turn back on the details, you and Victor will discuss it slowly. As long as the business is right, you can cooperate. Hardy said. Okay, Mr. Hardy. I'll go back and think about it. Lee Chunshan said. When they talk, experiments are taking place elsewhere in the nightclub. 20 selected guys walked into the room after taking drugs, and there was a woman in each room. Have to say, the immortal pill that Shatong Yi configured with them worked really well. It didn't take long for the nightclub room to sound one after another. Shatong Yi took the researchers to make a record. This is a scientific experiment. It must be rigorous to record each person's reaction time after taking the medicine, the effect, and the final persistence time. After more than an hour, all results are obtained. Shatong Yi came to Hardy with a little excitement. Mr. Hardy, the statistics have come out. The effective rate is 95%. Only one person is useless, but that guy smokes a lot of cigarettes, and only a big man is thin. More than 80 catties. Of the remaining 19 people, 2 of them have reached the level of peeling bananas, 11 have reached the level of bananas, and 6 have reached the level of cucumbers. This so-called level is divided into 4 levels: tofu, peeled banana, banana, cucumber. The metaphor is very vivid and easy to understand. The time varies from 21 minutes to 55 minutes. Before the experiment, these people were diagnosed with pulses. They are indeed relatively fictitious. From the current statistics, it can be concluded that the effect of these people after using the drug is very good, and it fully achieves the desired effect. Hardy understands. This drug is considered a success. Let's start mass production. Hardy smiled, and then looked at Victor again. You can order the Chinese medicine we need according to the needs of the pharmaceutical company. I understand the boss. Victor knew that the boss was referring to the north side. After the test was successful, Hardy said goodbye and left. Lee Chunshan kept going downstairs, watching Hardy's car disappear before returning. Sit in the hall and took a sip of wine. What business is good? Lee Chunshan murmured, touching his head. Lee Chunshan is very happy to be able to cooperate with Hardy, but the initial investment in those businesses is not small, and he is short of funds now, which is the biggest problem. Since he couldn't figure it out, let people think about it together, and he immediately summoned all his staff to come to a meeting. There are more than 20 people in the living room. They are all subordinates, and Lee Chun-shan said, "Today I had the honor to meet Mr. Hardy, the big boss of Hardy Group." Mr. Hardy said that he can cooperate with us to do business. But people are big bosses, let alone American companies. There are hundreds of companies in Hong Kong, and there are too few things we can handle. Boss Hardy mentioned taxi companies, bus companies, movie companies, building movie theaters, or going to Macau to open casinos. To be honest, they are all good businesses, but we are short of capital. I will consider whether there is any business with small investment and profitable investment, but I can't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time, so I asked you to come together and think of a solution together. When Lee Chun-shan's subordinates heard this, they were all excited, willing to make money. Working with a big boss like Hardy will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Everyone began to rush. "Boss, get a few high-end nightclubs, bars, and sauna rooms for sure," someone suggested. "I thought of this a long time ago, and I will use you to say it, but opening a good gear also requires investment." Lee Chun-shan said, "Boss, I read in the newspaper that Mr. Hardy has a shipping company. We might as well borrow some boats from Mr. Hardy." Another steward suggested, "What do you borrow a boat for?" "A few days ago, I heard an old watch who came over and said that now the inland routes are cut off and there is a shortage of boat tickets. Many people want to come but have no way out. Let's borrow a few boats to pull people. This trip definitely makes a lot of money." Lee Chun-shan frowned. "This business is equivalent to smuggling. It should be very profitable to make money. What Mr. Hardy wants to cooperate with is a legal business." "How can you tell me about this business?" Lee Chun-shan said in an angry voice. "People here, most of them are not very knowledgeable. For a while, I really couldn't think of a business suitable for them.mtlnovel.com at this time." A young man sitting behind said, "Boss, I have an idea." "Say." "I previously sailed to Dongshore to dig seaweed. I passed through many islands. On those islands, there were many guns and ships left from the Americans and Japanese fights. Some people went up secretly and picked up a lot of things. They also saw a lot of aircraft and artillery on the island, stranded warships, landing craft, and a lot of things. I heard that there are arsenals and warehouses on the island. Now that the people over there are under the control of the US, Mr. Hardy's company is the US company. If we can lend us a freighter with the rice flag and bring the scrap iron and copper over the island, we can sell it for a lot of money. Moreover, this is a costless transaction, and no investment is required." Lee Chun-shan blinked. "Is this business successful?" 7017K. Chapter 309, Hardy Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. The weather today was very good. Hardy took Han Yizhen to Macau by boat. Victor was by his side, followed by a dozen bodyguards. Located at the mouth of the Pearl River, Macau was originally a small fishing village. It was called Macau because of the word "au" in its name. In 1553, the Portuguese obtained the right to reside in Macau, and in 1887 it became a Portuguese colony. The Japanese did not occupy Macau during World War II, so when Hardy and Han Yezhen played, they felt that it was more stable and peaceful than Hong Kong. When they walked across the street, there were large and small gambling stalls on both sides of the street, and there were even many small gambling stalls outside. Hardy also saw several teenage children sitting on the ground surrounded by a piece of cloth, playing dice. There are several copper coins on it. Victor next to him said, "Boss, now the casino business here needs to obtain gambling cards approved by the Portuguese government. There is only one gambling card. The current Macau gambling king is called Fu Larong and has been operating a casino for more than 10 years. Now these casinos and gambling booths, no matter how big or small, are under Fu Larong's control, and he has a share for every business." Hardy nodded. Although Macau's current business is far less than Las Vegas, but here is a monopoly, and monopoly is the most profitable. Moreover, as the only legal gambling area in Asia, it will become more and more valuable in the future. That Fularong is also the biggest force in Macau. There are hundreds of people under his hand, and he also has a good relationship with the governor of Macau. Victor continued, as the only person with gambling cards, how could Fularong not give the governor crazy gifts? Even Hardy dared to say that a large part of these gambling proceeds may have gone into the pockets of the Portuguese. Hardy is not interested in playing in the casino. The grade of the casino here, let alone the Hardy Grand Hotel, is incomparable to other mafia casinos. It is just some old age gambling stalls, which are smoky. Hardy's team is actually very eye-catching. A group of more than a dozen foreigners, even in Macau, attracted a lot of people to come over. They crossed the street and came to the archway of the street. Paul's Church, the most famous landmark in Macau. After taking pictures here, Hardy and Han Yizhen came to the Matsu Temple. The Matsu Temple has a history of 500 years. The Matsu Temple existed when the Portuguese did not occupy it. Therefore, in the hearts of Macau people, the Matsu Temple is very sacred. Therefore, there is also another name for Maj in Macau. Han Yizhen knelt down and burned incense to pray for blessings, folded her palms and closed her eyes and muttered a word, not knowing what she was praying for. When she got up, she looked at Hardy and asked, "Are you going to worship?" Hardy is white, and most whites believe in God. Han Yizhen has never asked Hardy's beliefs. If Hardy believes in God, she might not worship Mazu. Worshipping gods have their own gods for blessing, so it's natural to worship them more, right? Hardy's words made Han Yizhen chuckle, helped Hardy to light incense on the ever-bright lamp. After receiving the incense, Hardy knelt on the futon firmly. He didn't know how other travelers were, but he believed in God anyway. After kowtow, Hardy asked him to find a temple wish, donated $1,000, and wrote the names of Hardy and Han Yizhen. $1,000 is not a small amount of money in this era, and the temple can't help but salute it. After coming out of Mazu Pavilion, Hardy said to Victor, register a trading company here in Macau. Buy a piece of land or buy a company. This trading company finds someone to name it so that others can't find it. Hardy said, good boss. Victor responded quickly. In the future, this company will mainly do business with the mainland, so Hardy did not let him belong to the Hardy group. Someone in the province will find out this matter and use it to attack him. As for the casinos in Macau, don't worry, plan slowly in the future. When the industry here is mature, the racecourse is built, the foundation will be firmer, and it won't be too late to build a casino. As for the casino license, at that time, you can find the governor of Macau to clear up the relationship. It may not be impossible to issue another card. There will be 6 gambling cards in Macau casinos for later generations. It really doesn't work. Perhaps something unexpected will happen to the so-called Macau gambling king. Who knows? Hardy and others returned to Hong Kong after visiting Macau. As soon as they returned to the Victoria Peak Villa, the butler told Hardy that Li Chunshan called and hoped to come and visit. It's Uncle Chunshan. Han Yizhen said. Hardy knew that Li Chunshan might want to do business, so he smiled and said, it's better to ask him to have dinner, and it's easier to talk about things. Okay, Han Yizhen said with a smile. Han Yizhen directly called Li Chunshan and invited him over for dinner. Li Chunshan said he would come soon. Half an hour later, Li Chunshan arrived. Han Yizhen went out to greet him. Li Chunshan's identity was placed there. He was the brother of Han Yizhen's father, who was also Han Yizhen's uncle. Uncle Li, you are here. Han Yizhen welcomed Li Chunshan into the house with a smile. Li Chunshan smiled and nodded. When he saw Hardy, Li Chunshan hurriedly greeted again. Mr. Hardy interrupted. Don't bother, let's go to the study to talk. Let Yejin cook some more dishes. Hardy said. Uncle Li, you two talk. I'll go to prepare the meal. Han Yizhen said with a smile. Hardy and Li Chunshan came to the study. Hardy handed Li Chunshan a cigar. This is a Cuban cigar, you can try it more authentically. Okay, I'll try. Li Chunshan took it with a smile. After the two lighted the cigars, Li Chunshan said, Mr. Hardy, I thought about the business I mentioned before. and I also asked the brothers in Bangalore for their opinions. They came up with a few ideas. Oh, let's talk about it. I'm thinking about getting a few high-end nightclubs, bars, etc. Will the business be good? We have a few properties in Lan Kwai Fong, and we will make the nightclubs even higher, so that we can entertain British people or come to do business. Lee Chun-shan said. Lan Kwai Fong. Hearing this name, Hardy knew that this business was feasible. This proposal is okay, but since it is going to be done, it will be scaled up so that when people think of high-end entertainment venues, they will think of Portland Street as the business card of Hong Kong, and then business will be good. Central has a good location. It's better to buy more industries nearby and develop them together to form an entertainment industry cluster, Hardy said. Lee Chun-shan sighed when he heard it. Doing business with wealthy people like Hardy is really tired of those who have no money. People don't talk about the business of a bar and nightclub, but think of the industry group, entertainment business card, and the different positions when they think about it. Then this investment is not small, Lee Chun-shan said. You discuss the specific investment with Victor. $1 million is enough, Hardy said. Lee Chun-shan, you just open your mouth to millions of dollars. How can I play with you? There is another business, which was brought up by a small manager of mine. He said that he once went to Xisha to dig seaweed. He saw that there were battleships, tanks, and assault boats left by the Americans and Japanese in the battle on some islands. It should be a good business to dismantle things and sell scrap iron, Lee Chun-shan said again. Hardy was taken aback for a moment. He had just traveled across this world, fighting with the Japanese on the battlefield of an Asian island, and he had a fairly good understanding of the situation here. During the war, the Japanese were originally stationed on the island with a large number of weapons. When the US troops attacked, they used a large number of landing craft, and later many were abandoned on the beach. There are also Japanese warehouses and barracks, which have a lot of materials. Americans simply don't like these things and just leave them there. To be honest, Hardy doesn't like these things, but for Hong Kong, it is indeed a lucrative job. How much is the scrap metal now? Was it profitable to dismantle in the past? Hardy asked. I'm not very clear about this. The steward under me came up with it. If Mr. Hardy wants to know the details, I call him to come in, Lee Chun-shan said. Oh, he is here too? Yeah, I was afraid that Mr. Hardy asked him what he thought, so I called. Then tell him to come in. Puo King Dong has been sitting in the car. He didn't know whether the big American boss would be interested in the idea he had made. Although he promised to make money, he might not be worthy of the hard money based on his wealth. Besides, Americans are involved in this. I wonder if the boss is willing to do this kind of business. At this moment, a bodyguard came out and knocked on the door of the car. Puo King Dong hurriedly got out of the car. The boss said to call you in. Calls me? Puo King Dong was a little surprised. Yes, call you. Come with me. Puo King Dong hurriedly followed, and finally walked through the living room to Hardy's study. Hardy looked at the young man in front of him. What is your name? Back to Mr. Hardy. My name is Puo King Dong. Puo King Dong quickly replied. Hardy took a closer look at this person, and thought that this would not be the lord of the land of Hong Kong for later generations. Right? You propose to go to the island to collect scrap iron? Yes. Tell me your thoughts carefully, Hardy said. Puo King Dong felt that his opportunity had come, so he calmed his mind and said, I am responsible for running ships and transporting goods. I own a barge. I used to go to Xisha to dig seaweed, but I didn't make any money. In the past few years, when the US attacked Japanese devils, a lot of supplies were left on the island. Later, the Japanese lost, but the Americans looked down on those things. Don't leave if you lose them. Now there are still many battleship landing craft wrecks on the beach. I heard there are still many good things on the island. If you take down these scraps, you can definitely sell them for a lot of money, but the Americans are responsible for them. Boss, you have a freighter with the rice flag. Maybe the American patrol boats that collected scraps in the past would not care about it. After Puo King Dong finished speaking, he looked at Hardy. Hardy chuckled. With his smile, Both Li Chunshan and Huo Qingdong were a little confused. Did you know that I was fighting the Japanese on these islands? I have killed more than 30 Japanese soldiers. The last battle was the Sulphur Islands. I was shot through my chest by a bullet and finally retired home, Hardy said. Li Chunshan and Huo Qingdong looked at Hardy with more respect. It turns out that Mr. Hardy killed so many Japanese soldiers. I really admire him. As for the discarded materials you mentioned, there are indeed a lot of them. When we hit it down, we didn't care about the Japanese things at all. There are not only tanks and artillery on the island, but even Japanese airfields and fighter jets. As for what you said, you are afraid of being blocked by the US military. Don't worry about it. Have you forgotten that Hardy has been in the logistics material sales business? Our Hardy Group is the #1 seller of logistics materials for the US Army. The minister is my friend. The Hardy Company sent people to the island to gather supplies. It can be said that it is the behavior of the logistics department. This can be boldly told to them. I only care about one thing right now. How much investment is needed to disassemble them from the island and how much is the final profit? Is this thing worth doing? Hardy asked. Huo Qingdong has already thought about these things. Immediately said, Mr. Hardy, if we can have 1 or 2 freighters, like the free ship, we can recruit young men from Hong Kong and collect supplies on the island. I have calculated before that the price of scrap steel is about $30 per ton. I plan to recruit people in the market and bring them to the island to collect supplies. They are 3 to 5 Hong Kong dollars a day and are responsible for 3 meals. Now there are a lot of young people in Hong Kong. There must be a lot of people willing to do this job. As for selling goods, whether they are shipped back to Hong Kong and sold to steel companies, or they can be sold directly to the north, you don't have to worry about selling them. If a free-wheeler with a full load of 7,000 tons is calculated, one trip can sell for $200,000. The money for renting the freighter and the fuel for the freighter are the bulk. I estimate that the cost of a trip will cost $20,000 to $25,000. So the profit is $170,000 or more. After Huo Qingdong finished speaking, he looked at Hardy. Hardy smiled and nodded. This guy's head is really good at calculating. Whether it is in Hong Kong or inland, there is no need to worry about selling these scrap steel. Even Japan is still short of steel. During this period, the domestic steel output was only a mere 500,000 to 600,000 tons. While the United States' was 80 million tons, which is not even a fraction of others. Now the country is also desperately eager for steel, or else they will not make a big smelting of steel. www.intelnovel.com and take all the pots and pans at home to smelt scrap iron. Okay, I think this business is okay. But if this business is to be done legally, it must be done in the name of the US Logistics Department. Let's do it. Hardy provides freighters and collects materials in the name of the Logistics Department. You do the specific work, and the final proceeds will give you 20%. What do you think? Li Chunshan did not dare to be greedy. It's pretty good that you can get 20% of the income just by getting out and organizing. So I immediately nodded and agreed. Hardy looked at the young Huo Qingdong and said with a smile, let's stay for a while and eat together. Huo Qingdong was somewhat flattered. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hardy asked himself to stay and eat together. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 309, a small business of 200,000 per trip, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Hardy Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 310 Hardy Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. After dinner was done, Han Yezhen came over and called everyone to eat. Li Chunshan was okay. After all, he had a relationship with Han Yezhen, and Huo Qingdong seemed rather restrained. During dinner, Han Yezhen said a word or two to Li Chunshan from time to time. Hardy looked at Huo Qingdong, who was sitting in distress, and said to Li Chunshan, I am very optimistic about this young man. I think he has some brains. I want to ask you for someone." Lee Chunshan was taken aback. "Important? What does Mr. Hardy want him to do?" Huo Qingdong was even more surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Hardy would actually like him. Could it be because of his idea of collecting scrap iron? There is a trading company in Macau, and there is no suitable manpower. I think he is good, and I want him to be in charge of the business of the trading company in Macau," Hardy said. Huo Qingdong is Lee Chunshan's newly promoted leader. It is mainly because of his good mind and wisdom. Now that Hardy is looking for someone to ask him, he is really not good at rejecting it. "Look at Huo Qingdong, Qingdong. Mr. Hardy can think of you. This is your luck. From now on you will leave the Triad and go work with Mr. Hardy." Huo Qingdong was taken aback. He didn't expect such a big change in his life. He took a deep breath and stood up and bowed to Lee Chunshan 90 degrees. "I listened to Lord Lee, thank you for your cultivation over the years, and I dare not forget the kindness." Lee Chunshan waved. Huo Qingdong worshipped Lee Chunshan in the first place, and now Lee Chunshan offered to let him go out. It was not a betrayal, so Huo Qingdong would not have a bad reputation. Huo Qingdong straightened up and looked at Hardy and said, "Mr. Hardy, thank you so much. Qingdong will do his best in doing things in the future." Hardy smiled. "Sit down to eat, and tomorrow you will go to Victor. From now on you will be the manager of the trading company in Macau. By the way, you are also solely responsible for this island scrap iron business. It's Mr. Hardy." After dinner, Huo Qingdong and Lee Chunshan left, and Han Yizhen delivered them to the door. On the way back, Lee Chunshan patted Huo Qingdong on the shoulder. "Qingdong, your luck is coming. Following Mr. Hardy in the future, it will be a big deal, and there will be business to take care of the Triad in the future. Don't dare to forget the kindness of Lord Lee." Huo Qingdong said. Lee Chunshan nodded, and didn't say much. The next day, Huo Qingdong found Victor, and Victor had received a call from Hardy, knowing that Huo Qingdong had become the manager of the Macau Trading Company, smiled and shook hands with him. "From now on we will be colleagues." Huo Qingdong hurriedly held it with both hands. "I dare not, Mr. Victor. Please take care of you in the future. I have dispatched 2 freighters from Global Shipping. You will be responsible for these 2 freighters in the future. As for the recruiting staff to go to sea and start work, then you can handle it yourself," Victor said. Huo Qingdong thought for a while. "Mr. Victor, how can the seller give orders from now on?" Victor shook his head. "You are responsible for this, and you can sell it wherever you think is suitable. Both ships have 2 sets of procedures, 1 set of American documents and 1 set of British documents. They are both legal. There is a British flag on board, and the American flag. Which one do you think is appropriate to use?" "And this," Victor said as he took out a letter of certification, all in English. "This is a document from the U.S. Ministry of National Defense. It is a certification document for our logistics business. You bring this. If the U.S. Navy stops you, just show them this." Huo Qingdong quickly accepted the document. "This thing is a life-saving talisman. With this, it is official work, which is reasonable and legal." He now sighs in his heart that Hardy's boss is powerful. Being able to do business with the U.S. military's logistics department is not a matter of minutes. Victoria Pier in Hong Kong. 2 free ships stopped at the port. The Triad people set up sheds on the pier, and no less than 2,000 to 3,000 people stood on the pier. They were all young and strong men. Huo Qingdong asked the newspaper to post an advertisement last night. "Recruit dismantling workers to board the ship and follow them to the sea to dismantle materials on the island. The daily salary is 3 yuan and 3 meals are in charge." Calculated at 3 yuan a day, there was 90 yuan in that month. Hong Kong police only made so much money, and office clerks could not make so much. On weekdays, those dockers earn 180 for a month of exhaustion, and they also take care of 3 meals. In the past year or 2, hundreds of thousands of young people have flooded into Hong Kong. Many people cannot find a job. Now that there is such a good job, many people come to the dock early in the morning. Although there are a large number of people, There are triads who are responsible for maintaining order. The triads are in control of the wharf, no one dares to make trouble, and registration on board a ship is in order. There are so many people here today. There is no need to use so many people. Each boat only has 500 people, so we will pick up the young and strong demands, and we will have them all in a short time. Those who weren't selected were very frustrated. On the first day of today, Li Chunshan also attached great importance to it. He personally came over to see if the personnel were all available. Huo Qingdong bowed his hands to Li Chunshan. Master Li, I will set off if the number is all right. Well, it's up to you to make money or not. He patted Huo Qingdong on the shoulder. The big ship sailed out of Victoria Harbour. The first stop was Iwo This is where Hardy once fought. Iwo is about 1,400 nautical miles away from Hong Kong. The two boats finally arrived after travelling for 2 days. Before reaching the island, people saw several battleships lying in the bay. On the beach, there were broken landing crafts, tanks, small armoured vehicles, tractors, and various scattered parts. Huo Qingdong swallowed. These are all money. Iwo has a simple port, just enough for boats to stop in. The migrant workers start to disembark, all with guys in their hands. Hammers, crowbars, poles, ropes are all dismantled household items. Wait for these people to disembark. Huo Qingdong said loudly, promise everyone's salary. 1 point will not be less, but everyone has to work hard. If someone is lazy, there will be no next time. Well, everyone starts to work. All the valuables of bronze and iron will be carried on board. Good. Thousands of people set off together, pounced on the scrap copper and rotten iron. These people all know that a good job is hard to find. They have been off for 2 days and have eaten white rice for 2 days. It is time to work hard. They all work hard. Huo Qingdong let the husbands disembark and prepare to light a fire here for cooking. A ship of 7,000 tons, although there are many people, it will take some time. The meals are very simple. The white rice tube is enough. The other is a pot of stewed meat soup with steamed salted fish. A bowl of rice, a spoonful of broth, and a piece of salted fish are already a good meal for these working men. The migrant workers started the same job as the ants moving. They dismantled these rusty weapons, piled them together, and then someone came to take care of the ship. Japanese tanks, on the battlefield. The tanks of Little Japan suffered so much for us. Today I stand on the head of the tank and dismantle him. It's so happy. Speaking of it, he lifted the sledgehammer and smashed it down. Ha, the plane. The Japanese plane. Is it more valuable to dismantle this? I will dismantle the plane today. Hey, there are a bunch of guns here. 3 eat big cover. If there were such a gun on the battlefield back then, everyone would envy it. What is this? Someone waded on the ground and rolled out a miserable white skull from the soil. The man was so scared that he took a step back. A middle-aged man in his 40s next to him looked at the bones and said lightly, "What is a skull afraid of? Do you think this is American bones or Japanese bones?" The young man asked. It must be the Japanese. The Americans won. After the war, the corpses of American soldiers were condensed. Nobody cares about the bones of the Japanese. Look at it. We don't know how to watch it on the island in the future. How many bones are there? They are all Japanese. The middle-aged man said. The young man looked at the skull. He lifted a sledgehammer and smashed it down hard. Fuck you. Slap. The skull was torn apart. On the island, they found a lot of good things. Rifles, machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, cannons and mortars of various calibers. There are also many shells and shells. These shells are made of copper and are more valuable than scrap iron. They are also more convenient to carry. 10 poles are strung together, and they are quickly delivered to the ship. In fact, more than half of the materials on the island were left by the Americans. When the Americans attacked the island, the Americans had a wealth of money. If they were damaged, they would not discard them. Some were not damaged at all, just because they were troublesome to transport. And now these things are all money in Huo Qingdong's eyes. The migrant workers move things on the boat just like moving houses. Don't underestimate the power of the ants. The speed of working silently is also amazing. These people worked very hard. No one dared to steal and slip for fear of losing this good opportunity to make money. It only took 3 days for one of the freighters to be full. Once the ship was full, it set sail immediately. The migrant workers did not board the ship, but continued to dismantle and install the second ship. There are ice and salted fish for dinner, and occasionally these guys can find some canned food left by the US military on the island, and it becomes their delicious meal. There are tents for sleeping. The US military tents sold by Hardy and the others. There are quilts when it gets cold, and the US military uses quilts. This condition is already very good for these migrant workers. Puo King Dong went to sea with the boat. This time, they were all on board. Their boat did not return to Hong Kong, but went directly northward to Tianjin. At this time Tianjin has been liberated. Before Puo King Dong set off, he contacted the north side and asked them if they wanted to scrap steel, indicating that it was leftovers from the war on the island, and the north side expressed their willingness to ask for it. Now there is nothing in the north. These scrap irons removed from tanks and battleships are also good things in the eyes of the north. In fact, from Iwo Jima to Tianjin, it is not farther than Hong Kong, and the distance is almost the same. After the cargo ship entered the port late at night, people were greeted in advance, and many people came to unload the cargo. When unloading, I thought it was just scrap copper and rotten iron, but I was pleasantly surprised to find that there are many good things in these scrap iron. Oh shit, there are hundreds of rifles, mortar tubes, field artillery, and howitzers. Although they are not complete, some parts are still usable. Copper cannon shells are even more of a good thing, and there is a severe shortage of copper in China. This is a waste product. This is simply a treasure. In the end, a ship full of more than 7,000 tons of scrap copper and rotten iron would cost $220,000. Pay the bill. No money. Then a few boxes of jewels, hundreds of baskets of dried sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fin, scallops, and hundreds of dans of various Chinese herbal medicines were carried on the ship. There is also tea. Puo King Dong opened a basket of dried sea cucumbers, and the person in charge introduced, "This is an authentic Liaodong ginseng with good taste, rich nutrition and nourishing essence." And these teas are all famous Chinese teas, specially selected for the best. The freighter only stayed here for 1 day and then set sail and returned. This time, he returned directly to Hong Kong and unloaded the cargo at Hardy's container terminal. These items were directly stored in the warehouse. As for the boxes of jewels, they were transferred to Victor. "Boss, there is a batch of things from the north. Would you like to come and see?" Victor called Hardy. "What's all the?" "There are a few hundred dans of Chinese medicine. I have asked the pharmaceutical factory to pick up the goods. There are also hundreds of baskets of dried sea cucumber, abalone, shark fin, and scallops. This can be sold in Hong Kong for money. And there are a lot of tea, mainly bank acceptance drafts and gems." Hearing that Hardy was interested, he soon came to the auction company. At this time, several appraisers were appraising the gems. After appraisal, they would give a price, and the money would be deducted from the arrears. As for the price, it depends on Victor's conscience. A batch of rubies. The largest one is more than 30 carats, and it has been polished. It has pigeon blood red. It belongs to the top of the rubies. This one alone is worth $30,000. A batch of sapphires. The largest sapphire actually has more than 50 carats. This gem is estimated at $80,000. There are also a lot of other smaller gems. Hardy said that they want fine, so these smallest ones also have a carat. There are not many diamonds. The most common ones are suet jade and jade, which are inseparable from the domestic jewelry market environment. Chinese people love jade more. There are dozens of top-level suet jade. The largest one is the size of a suitcase, and there are many exquisite jadeites, including a glass imperial green bead necklace and a bracelet of the same quality. which Hardy likes the most. It is said that Song Mealing is particularly fond of jade. She has a pair of Jade King green twist bracelets www.mentalnovel.com worth 40,000 silver dollars. Hardy thought these two pieces of jade jewelry were good, and planned to give them to Han Yezin. I have someone repolished, and I will send them back. Good boss. There are also rubies and sapphires. Don't sell them after the price is determined. I will bring them back to the United States and let them be processed into jewelry. Hardy said. He has many women. Prepare more gifts in advance. And it can't be too simple. Take Elizabeth Taylor, for example. When she was 18 years old, she had to give her a gift of sufficient weight. Don't look at it for another year. In fact, time will pass in a flash. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 310. This is not a waste product. This is a treasure, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 311 Heidi Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. Huo Qingdong did not stay in Hong Kong. After unloading, he added some living supplies and immediately returned to Iwo Jima. The second boat should have been loaded. But as soon as I arrived at Iwo Jima, I found a small warship parked in the harbor. The gunboat was aimed at the shore, and the migrant workers on the shore were all gathered in the camp. Look at the flag of the warship. American flag. Huo Qingdong knew it was an American warship. After the Americans occupied Japan, they set up military bases in several places. These islands were also in their patrol area. They must have seen people carrying supplies and came here. As soon as Huo Qingdong got off the ship, a steward of the Triad immediately stepped forward and said nervously, "Qingdong, the Americans are here and warn us. We have to stop work. Look at those warships whose muzzles are aimed at us." Huo Qingdong looked at the battleship and said, "It's okay. I'll go up and negotiate with them." "Is the second ship full?" "It's already full. Just waiting for you to come back." Huo Qingdong approached the American warship on the small ferry. The American soldiers on the warship noticed that there was a ship approaching and warned. Huo Qingdong negotiated with the other party and informed the other party of his intentions. Finally, the captain agreed to Huo Qingdong's boarding. Seeing Huo Qingdong, the captain asked condescendingly, "Are you in charge? Do you know that the materials on these islands belong to the US military? And you have violated US laws." Huo Qingdong was not afraid, and said in English politely, "Mr. Captain, there are legal procedures for us to consolidate supplies." "Legal procedures? Who gave you the legal procedures?" The captain frowned. Huo Qingdong took out the certification letter that Victor had given him from him and handed it to the other party. The captain took the look and found that it turned out to be a certification document from the US Logistics Department. "Heidi Company, are you Hardy Company?" The captain obviously also knew Hardy Company. "Of course. This is the formality of our two ships." Huo Qingdong took out the formalities of the ship again, and they were all under the name of Hardy Shipping. The captain nodded after checking. "Well, someone is finally willing to collect these scrap copper and rotten iron. Okay, I will hand it over to you in the future." The captain said happily. "Mr. Captain, are you in charge of this patrol?" Huo Qingdong asked. "Of course, we are based in Okinawa." The captain said. "In the future, our company will converge on post-war supplies on all nearby islands. Please take care of it when the time comes." Huo Qingdong secretly handed over a roll of US dollars, about 1,000 US dollars. The captain suddenly smiled. "No problem, you are originally a US company, and there are instructions from the logistics department, so you can do things with confidence. This is ranking. Everyone is happy." By the way, there are a lot of discarded things on the islands of Okinawa. When we patrol, We are always upset when we see it, just like mustard. I hope you can clean it up as soon as possible. The captain said, "Don't worry, it won't be too long," Puo King Dong said with a smile. Puo King Dong disembarked and returned to the station. All the people's workers looked at him eagerly. Puo King Dong stood on a rack and said loudly, "Don't worry, it's just a misunderstanding. We are a US company and everything we do is regular, good." When the migrant workers heard that they were all right, they all cried out. They were horrified by the cannon muzzle before. "I heard that the second boat is also full. I will return to Hong Kong directly. I want to ask, do you want to leave and go back with me?" Puo King Dong asked. "Can I come back?" someone asked loudly. "That's not necessarily. If you lack people, you must hire directly. It's impossible to wait for you all the time. As you know, there are too many people looking for work now." Puo King Dong said, "That's not going back." Someone immediately said loudly, "If you don't go back, there is food and housing here, and you can get money. Where can you go back to find such a good job?" Someone shouted, "I brought a batch of vegetables this time, and everyone will eat first and continue to work after the meal." Puo King Dong said, "I heard that there are vegetables. These migrant workers are happier. They haven't eaten green vegetables for many days. The only vegetable they can eat is soaked seaweed." Although the vast majority of people do not go back, there are still some people who want to go back with a boat. There are more than 1,000 people, and it is inevitable that some people will be sick, but the number is very small. There are only a dozen in total. The second ship quickly returned to Hong Kong. Someone here accepted it and transported it directly to the steel plant. This time, the purchaser did not hold down the money. After the goods entered the warehouse, they paid the bill quickly. Puo King Dong got 1.7 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. At present, the large-scale construction in Hong Kong, especially the industrial zone and museum projects of the Hardy Group, requires a lot of steel, and some steel companies in the industrial zone have increased, such as factories that produce nails and wires, and Hong Kong iron and steel plants are not available. Worried about selling, and even a shortage of raw materials, Puo King Dong pulled over and they could eat them more and give them cash. In the north, only medical materials and marine products can be used. It takes time for that thing to be realized. Puo King Dong needs to pay workers and buy living supplies, so he must have some cash. He has already planned. One part is sold domestically, and by the way, the materials paid inland are pulled back, and the other part is sold to Hong Kong iron and steel plants for cash. Another 500 people were recruited in the port. This time, they were sent directly to the island near Okinawa. People, materials, and tents were put down, and a few triad members were in charge. They asked them to gather the materials on the island first, and then wait for a few days to come and ship directly. Returning to Iwo Jima, the ship here has been installed, and the assembly line operation is very efficient. The sale of waste materials is now on the right track. Puo King Dong calculated it. If you say that you can sell 3 boats a month, it's about $200,000 per boat, which is $600,000. The rental and consumption of the boats will cost about $50,000. The wages of migrant workers are about $20,000 and the food is about $6,000. Net profit of $520,000 per month. Triads can divide $100,000, while trading companies can make $420,000. Last time he went back, Mr. Hardy called him, expressed his satisfaction with his work, and decided to give him 5% of the management stock of the trading company. Then he can make more than $20,000 a month. Puo King Dong clenched his fists hard and suppressed his excitement. $20,000 and 160,000 Hong Kong dollars. He didn't even dare to think about it before. He had known the factories in the industrial zone. Now even if the business is very good, they can only make a few $100,000 a year. As for his own trading company, he can earn 5 million yuan a year, and he can earn more than 200,000 yuan. The boss of Hardy also said that if he does a good job, he can still raise the management stock in the future, or even directly give him shares in the company. How could he not give his life to such a generous boss? Tuo King Dong was thinking. Someone hurriedly ran in the distance. King Dong, something big. What's the matter? Tuo King Dong was surprised. They found a warehouse on the island, which was originally sealed. They smashed the warehouse door open and found that there were a lot of US military supplies, as well as ammunition and shells. What should they do? Tuo King Dong was also surprised. Go and see. I took people to a warehouse a few miles away. This warehouse was underground and was built in a concealed way. The people who gathered the materials were on the seaside. There were countless scraps of copper and rotten iron over there. Found this warehouse. The warehouse is about 300 square meters. Inside there were mountains of weapons and firearms, 38 rifles, machine guns, American and Japanese, and shells. Boxes of shells. Tuo King Dong didn't know what type of shells these shells were. However, there are talents among these migrant workers. A man in his 30s stood up and said, I used to be an artillery squad in the National Army. There are several types of these shells. This is a Japanese mortar, and this is a Japanese howitzer. Cannonballs, and these are American cannonballs. At this time, an veteran said, looking at the situation here, it is likely that after the battle, the US military had done the gathering of supplies and moved some decent things over and sealed them. It is estimated that they plan to come back for it later, but it hasn't been there yet. People have forgotten about them when they come back. Tuo King Dong said, the boss told him that the US Army is the most wasteful army in the world. In order to save trouble, I don't know how many things were discarded. No one wants them. Move them all to the ship and take them back. Be careful when you make it, and don't bump the box. After Tuo King Dong gave the order, he looked at the old artillery and said, you understand this, you are responsible for directing them to do it. From now on, you will be promoted to a small steward, and you will get an extra $1 salary every day. The old artillery was overjoyed. He didn't expect to say a few words, and his luck fell on him. These guns and shells were moved to the ship and placed carefully. When the ship was full, Tuo King Dong sent directly to the mainland. This time the journey is closer, without going to Danjin, but Lianyungang. Now the North has taken the area north of the Yangtze River and Chenbing along the Yangtze River. The person who is responsible for receiving the goods is still a person familiar with Tuo King Dong. Are there any good things this time? The logistics officer smiled. In the scrap iron collected last time, there were a lot of guns, some of which were of good condition, and they could be used for repairs. Some of these weapons are really good things for the current army. In fact, the scrap iron is also very good. It belongs to the best steel in the United States. It is so easy to use for forging knives and hoes. This time the goods are the same as the last time, but we found a post-war material warehouse. It should be the materials collected by the US Army after the war. It was left in the warehouse and no one took care of it. We moved the warehouse. Tuo King Dong Road. The logistics officer was originally just a joke, but he didn't expect it to be a surprise. Quickly asked, what's all the thousands of guns, including Japanese and American www.metalnovel.com and artillery shells? Some people who know how to look at it, say there are mortars and howitzers, about 5,000 rounds. The logistics officials were overjoyed. Organize people to unload immediately. After counting, it was found that the mortar shells and howitzer shells were in short supply, and they were all original products from the United States and Japan. What? You said the model is wrong. Do not make jokes. We have all kinds of weapons in our party's army. Didn't the song say that there is no gun, no cannon? The enemy made it for us. Our army has all kinds of cannons, but it lacks artillery shells. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this time chapter 311. There are no guns and no cannons made by the enemy. Reading records will be available next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 312 Heidi Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. Lula is always thinking when patrolling these days. Thinking of the words of the rich American Mr. Hardy that day, so that he can contact Mr. Victor if he has something to do. He has been thinking about it for several days. Just because I didn't let the other party go to the police station to record a statement. In fact, as long as the other party speaks to his boss, that is the person who will be the chief of the old police officer. How dare to make others difficult. But this is a good thing for myself. As long as you find that Mr. Victor, you can promote yourself by just saying a word. But this kind of favor is used up. Do you want to use it now? But I don't need it now, and others may forget it sometime later. After all, I am just a small person and not worthy of others' attention at all. What he thought about was how to grab this line and be able to climb up all the time. After several days of thinking, he finally decided to see Mr. Victor today, and he even thought about what he said during the meeting for a long time. He has already inquired about where Victor is working, and today he took a leave of absence, put on a decent suit, and came to the auction company. Sir, do you want to sell something? As soon as Lulu entered the door, the receptionist asked enthusiastically. No, I want to see Mr. Victor. My name is Lula, Lula said quickly. Do you have an appointment? No. Sorry sir, you need to make an appointment to see Mr. Victor. You can register here. When Mr. Victor has time to see you, I will call you again, the receptionist said. Lulexin said that big companies have many rules. Register obediently. Just when he was about to leave the auction company, two cars stopped at the door. Victor got out of the car, turned to the side to open the door, and Han Yezin got out of the car. Two people in long gowns got down from the car behind. Hardy asked Victor to look for the headquarters building to relocate. Victor found a few places. Hardy didn't look at it, but asked the architect Han Yezin to choose. Han Yezin called the company's Feng Shui master again, and just saw a few buildings. A few people walked into the company. Although Lula saw Han Yezin, he didn't dare to bother and stood beside him. After all, his identity was different. Han Yezin saw Lula. How weren't you the patrolman that day? Han Yezin looked at Lula and said, I have seen Miss Han. Lula greeted quickly. It's really you? Why did you come to the auction house? Han Yezin had a good impression of this little policeman. Yes, I want to find it, Mr. Victor, he said and glanced at Victor. Han Yezin smiled. With her cleverness, how could she fail to guess Lula's thoughts? She said to Victor, you talk to him, I will talk to Master Feng Shui first. Good Miss Han. Victor called Lula to his office and said with a smile, Mr. Hardy told me your name. What do you want to do with me today? I came here today to think that if Mr. Hardy has any use for me, Lula is willing to do his best. In fact, this sentence is a stark cast effect. I want to be your little brother. Will you take it in? Victor smiled. How old are you? 26 years old. How many years have been a policeman? Has been doing it for 2 years. What position? That's it. Senior police officer, patrol squad leader. I'll make a call later. First transfer you to the plainclothes team, gain some experience, and you have to do it yourself so that you can have a good opportunity. Victor said. Lula was overjoyed. Being able to transfer to the plainclothes team is a big step forward. Thank you, Mr. Victor. You can always tell me no matter what happens in the future. After Lula left, Victor came to the meeting room. Han Yezin was discussing with Feng Shui Master Kai family and his son. Han Yezin looked at architecture, roads, convenience, practicality, etc., while Kai family father and son considered Feng Shui. Finally, Han Yezin said, from a comprehensive point of view, the Yongxing building is good. It is close to Queens Road and has convenient transportation. The building is 16 floors high and is enough for the company. The position of receiving money. Victor next to him said, Yongxing building originally belonged to Yongqing Foreign Company. The Yang family's investment in the mainland failed. After withdrawing, they were afraid of spreading to Hong Kong, so they were listed for sale at a price of 12 million Hong Kong dollars. Han Yezin thought for a while. Victor, contact the other party, Try to keep the price down, and buy it if it can be less than 10 million. Okay, Miss Han, I will contact the other party now. When Han Yezin returned to the manor, at dinner, she told Hardy about the situation of today's survey. Hardy nodded. Tell Victor, don't worry too much. I think the price can be lowered. Why? Han Yezin asked. I just read the newspaper. It said that the South helps to negotiate peace with the North and rule over the river, while the North's answer is cross the Yangtze River and liberate all of China. Someone may be even more worried about the future of Hong Kong after seeing such reports. The house can't be taken away, and now it can be sold. Many people want to sell it as soon as possible. Hardy said. Han Yezin said, yesterday the governor's wife invited us to have tea. During the chat, she said that the British side has sent more troops to Hong Kong. There are now more than 8,000 people, and they said that they will continue to increase their troops and we must keep Hong Kong. I also said that the United States, the United Kingdom, and even the Soviet Union are putting pressure on the North and the South. Then you said that the North will call. If it does, what will your industry do? Han Yezin asked with some worry. Hardy smiled. The British soldiers in Hong Kong are totally useless. The millions of troops on the other side can be stopped by thousands of you. The victory in the North is now a certainty. As for whether to take back Hong Kong, no one can guarantee. If they want to take it away, the big deal is that we will return to the United States as an investment failure. But if the other party doesn't fight, then our investment can get double the return, which is much higher than the investment growth rate in peacetime. Investment is risky. As for success, it depends on vision and luck. Han Yezin looked at the man and really admired Hardy in her heart. His investment in Hong Kong exceeds 100 million US dollars. But he is so calm. Looking at other foreign companies, one by one is panicked. Many companies are eager to sell their assets and are ready to run away at any time. This is the courage of his own man. In the bathroom, Han Yezin helped Hardy rub his back. Hardy especially enjoys this service, and a soft bed is specially installed in the bathroom. After the woman rubbed Hardy, Hardy turned to help the woman again. The picture was warm and harmonious. Victor contacted Yongqing foreign firm to discuss the purchase of Yongqing Building, and the owner of the Yang family welcomed Victor warmly. Mr. Victor, Yongqing Building was built in 41 and is still very new. It covers an area of 22 acres and has a construction area of 20,000 square meters. The owner of the Yang family and Victor introduced the situation of the Yongqing Building. Victor said indifferently, I know all of these conditions, and we have already seen it on the spot. Today I just wanted to discuss the price with Patriarch Yang. If it suits the Hardy Group, we will buy it. It is not suitable for us to find another place. Our offer is 12 million. This price is already very cheap. Buildings of the same level can sell for 20 million. The Yang family said. Victor shook his head. That was before. And current affairs are different now. Yongqing Building is absolutely worth the price. Patriarch Yang should read the newspaper. I am afraid that the North will cross the Yangtze River soon. The South is unable to resist. Hong Kong's future is uncertain. Now Hong Kong is not the only one selling assets for your family. Victor pointed out the key point directly. The Yang family's voice choked. Then why did Hardy Group buy the building? Victor said, we are also betting on the acquisition of the industry now. The risk is extremely high, so the price will never be collected if the price is high. It is difficult for you to sell at the price of 12 million. Nowadays, there are more sellers and fewer people buy. If you miss us, it may be difficult for Yongqing Building to find the next buyer. Patriarch Yang naturally knew that Victor was telling the truth. They have advertised for sale for some time, and there are few inquiries. Nowadays, the newspapers are all selling assets and properties. In this current situation, few people are willing to invest, and they are afraid of falling into the water. Then how much do you charge? Patriarch Yang asked. 6 million. Victor said, just meat and cut in half. When Patriarch Yang heard this, he said angrily, impossible. We will definitely not sell at this price. We would rather stay by ourselves, betting that the British can keep Hong Kong. Victor shrugged. Stand up directly. That's it. I'll look at other homes, and if the price agrees, Then contact me again, he said and walked out of the office. Family Master Yang wants to stop Victor, but then his Oro is gone, and it is even more impossible to raise the price. After returning home, Patriarch Yang's thoughts were tossed. His current idea is to move his family to the United States and sell Hong Kong assets, but the purchase price of the other party is too low, and he is not reconciled. You must know that when the building was built, the price of the land was more than 6 million. Selling the building was a loss. If it was a good year, a building like him in Central might not be able to buy more than 20 to 30 million. Don't look again. What if there is a turnaround? In fact, many people in Hong Kong now think so. Let's talk about the pharmaceutical factory. Since the prescription of the medicine was determined that day, the factory has gone all out to produce a batch of Xianling pills. After these drugs were produced, they were not sold in Hong Kong, but directly shipped to the United States. The Hardy Group registered a new healthcare products company in Las Vegas, and has the full authority to represent the global sales right of Xianling pill. They did not sell directly to the outside world, but adopted an underground sales model. What is underground? Los Angeles Hymen, Las Vegas Yuan, San Francisco Hymen. Every customer who comes here will receive a pill of immortality. The women said, this is the immortal pill from the East. These customers who came to play found that the effect was simply great after taking it. 3 minutes ago, it's half an hour now. Half an hour ago, it's dawn now. Many people fell in love with this drug at once. What is the name of the medicine I am using? A guest asked. From the mysterious East, a fairy pill that can help men in the world. The woman on the bed introduced with a smile. How much is that medicine? $5 a pill, a small bottle of 4 pills, a total of $20. The woman took out a small glass bottle with 4 green Xiaoyao pills in it, and shook it lightly, making a clattering sound. Oh, the price is really not cheap, but I think it's worth it. I've never felt so happy before, the male guest said happily. Those who can spend money to play with women don't care about the $20. Many people pay for a bottle, and women who sell drugs get a commission. Gradually, the immortal pills hit the monument. Many people know that there is a magical pill from the mysterious East that can make men majestic. Word of mouth is the best advertisement, and it sells well for a while. After the success in the 3 cities on the West Coast, the Hardy Group contacted other mafia families. The mafia family powers are spread across all major cities in the United States, and almost every family has a yellow industry, and the green fairy pill spreads in these cities. Hardy left profits for these families. The external price is $5 per pill, but the wholesale price is $2 per pill. The middle part of the money is all the profits of the distributors. As long as there is a profit, someone is willing to help you promote it. This is the iron law of doing business. Selling drugs is selling, and selling Shanxian pills is also selling. Many gangs have found that selling small green pills makes no less than drugs. In New York, the Kineo family and Tom Hagen are responsible for sales. Phoenix, the mafia family here, originally walked closer to Bassini and others, and did not receive this business. But recently, customers who visit the brothel always ask if there are fairy pills available. The patriarch of the Phoenix Mafia family heard the report from his subordinates. At first he didn't know what Shanxian was. He was surprised when he heard the introduction. He is in his 40s this year, but he has had problems for a long time. The time is less than 3 minutes, which makes him very distressed. He has secretly used other methods before, and even found someone to get Indian witch drugs, but none of them worked. Go and get me some kind of fairy pills. If this business can be done, we will do it too, the patriarch said. But that's Hardy's business, you know Bassini treats him. One of the men said. The patriarch said in his heart, I care about Hady Bassini, heal his disease first, and then say, let's stop talking nonsense and get it right. He went down to another city, and the family over there had a good relationship with Hardy. There were Shanxian pills in the brothel. After playing in the brothel, his subordinates immediately fell in love with this green pill. After returning, this subordinate flaunted to the patriarch, boss, I tried it, It really worked. That woman yelled, "Put down the medicine and get out." The boss scolded him away. Holding the medicine bottle, I tried to take one pill. After a while, I realized that I felt a little bit, so I called a woman and spent half an hour satisfied. This feeling of satisfaction can only be experienced by those who have lost it. Oh shit, this business must be done. The Patriarch of Phoenix called the old godfather, hoping to contact Hades Healthcare Product Company through him. The old godfather smiled and said, "No problem, you are not the first one. I don't think we need to have any prejudices. It's all committees, members. All we do is to make money, and we are not politicians, so what kind of two-party system we have to divide?" Yes, I totally agree with your point of view, we just want to make money. The Phoenix Patriarch smiled. A few days later, the old godfather contacted many families. These family patriarchs have also expressed their willingness to do this business. The fairy pill has been spread almost all over the United States, and sales have increased again by a large margin. The situation was quickly reported back to Hardy's side. The sales volume of Shanxian pills www.mentalnovel.com is expected to be more than 100,000 tablets per week, and more than 5 million tablets per year, and will increase in the future. The wholesale price of Shanxian pills in the United States is $2. In fact, they are imported from Hong Kong Pharmaceuticals, and each capsule is only 30 US cents. The money for the sales market is all made by this Hardy-owned healthcare product sales company. Even so, the Hong Kong pharmaceutical industry can still make more than double the profits. In other words, the production cost of this medicine is only 10 cents. The healthcare industry is so profitable. Now this kind of fairy pill can bring more than $10 million in income to Hardy every year, and when the market is expanded, the profit prospects are infinitely broad. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 312 Shanxian Mares US sales, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 313 Hardy Empire 1945 New to find the latest chapter. Victor reported to Hardy on the sales of Shanxian pills, and finally said, from the perspective of the current market, the annual profit margin of the pharmaceutical factory can reach about 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars. In fact, most of the profits were taken away by Hardy's sales company. However, Hardy knows that it is just the beginning. When the word of mouth continues to ferment and the market recognition becomes higher, this sales volume will increase greatly. Let the sales company continue to dig into the domestic market. The second is to open up the European and American markets. Sales there may not be as good as those in the United States. However, there are many countries, and the accumulation is as large as them all. Hardy said, I understand the boss. There is another thing the boss, that is, some people have responded that the price of Shanxian pills is too high and it affects sales. Can the price be reduced? Victor asked. Hardy waved his hand immediately. Definitely, never reduce the price. I tell you, anyone who can afford it will not care about the price. Those who care about the price are not our target customers. Shanxian pills are not necessary drugs, but for those who want to seek extra happiness, prepared by others. Furthermore, the price cut has a great impact on word of mouth, which is far greater than the profit growth rate it brings to us. Even if there is more advertising, the price will not be reduced. Hardy thought for a while. Notify Shatong Ei that I will go to the Chinese Medicine Research Institute in the afternoon. Good boss. More than a month after the establishment of the Chinese Medicine Research Institute, there are now a dozen Chinese medicine practitioners and a dozen young scholars who have studied Chinese medicine and Western medicine at the same time. Hardy affirms Chinese medicine, but never denies Western medicine. He knows that Western medicine is the future trend, and his purpose of establishing the Institute of Chinese Medicine is not to confront, but the main purpose is to help his company research healthcare products, make money. Another purpose is to master a group of real Chinese medicine talents. In case they and their family members get sick, they can help them see a doctor. These two purposes are very utilitarian, and Hardy never concealed his utilitarianism. The final goal is to carry forward the national culture and inherit the national spirit. That is to save more fire for the future of Chinese medicine. Xia Tongyi escorted Hardy into the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. When he entered the door, he heard the noise inside. Good guys, a few young doctors and a few old Chinese medicine doctors were arguing with red faces, and Xia Tongyi quickly stepped forward to stop them. When everyone saw that the boss and the big boss were coming, they quickly put out the fighting. "Why are things arguing?" Hardy asked. A young doctor stepped up and said, "Because of a single medicine, American ginseng. We think that American ginseng has a good health effect. The old gentlemen think that ginseng has a good health effect, so they are arguing about it." Hardy smiled. He felt that it was okay to have a dispute. Only a collision would sparkle. I said again, who said that foreign American ginseng is a typical herbal medicine? It is native to Canada and the United States. It is very similar to ginseng, except that the medicinal properties are somewhat different. It has been used by people since the 17th century. It is mainly used for anti-fatigue and improving body resistance. Many foreigners also make American ginseng tea. Next, Hardy will have a discussion with doctors from these research institutes, hoping that everyone will make contributions in preserving and promoting the cause of Chinese medicine. In the future, Hardy Group is also planning to open a Chinese medicine hospital or even a Chinese medicine university in Hong Kong. At that time, you can go to the hospital for consultation, or you can go to school to teach. Boss, do you really want to establish a university of traditional Chinese medicine? I am looking forward to this for many years. I don't know when I will see it, Zhao Weihan, a famous doctor, asked a little excitedly. Soon, I have instructed Victor to propose to the University of Hong Kong to build a school of Chinese medicine. The school is divided into two faculties, the Department of Western Medicine and the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Although both sides have their own focuses, they must have contact with each other's medicine. As for the hospital, I have let Tongyi look for it. After hearing the boss' words, everyone felt rejoiced, and it was a joy to follow a strong boss. The difficult things in the past were done in a few words. Money is superpower. When I came to the dean's office, only Hardy and Xia Tongyi were left in the room. Hardy said, looking back, the institute publishes a magazine of its own. Writing an article can stimulate their enthusiasm for research and save quarrels all day long. The sales of immortal pills in the United States are very good. You continue to increase production to more than 1 million tablets per month, preparing to develop new products, targeting women, the elderly and children. I told you before that healthcare products must be targeted at the crowd and must capture the hearts of consumers. There is another point that is more important. We must know how to study human nature so that consumers can pay for it. Xia Tongyi was a little puzzled. Boss, can you elaborate more? Hardy said, it's very simple. For example, healthcare products for women can be made into oral liquids. The name is Woman Oral Liquid. It focuses on beauty and anti-aging. What women want most: beauty and fear, old age. Let's just mainly in this direction. Western medicine vitamin E has the effect of nourishing skin and skin care. Oral liquid can be added, and other ingredients are extracted from traditional Chinese medicine. I believe it can make a very good female healthcare product. But you have to keep in mind a few points. First, it is convenient to take. Nowadays, people are inert and troublesome. They will give up if you trouble. Second, the taste must be good. The good medicine is bitter and outdated. Customers need a sense of experience. It tastes really good. Third, there must be an effect, but the effect must not be too good. Xia Tongyi looked at Hardy in surprise. Why don't the effect be too good? Isn't it more attractive to customers if the effect is good? Hardy shook his head. There is a principle in economics. The cost of developing new customers is more than 5 times the cost of maintaining old customers. We must continue to develop new customers, but we must keep old customers. It tastes good and has an effect. 1 bottle in the morning and evening every day, so that customers can develop a habit and ensure that customers are always online, so that our sales can be guaranteed, instead of working hard all day to develop new customers. Shatongi admired the boss' skill in his heart. No wonder people can make a lot of money. Study these thoroughly. It seems that I am really not a businessman. No wonder I have been squandered for so many years. And it is difficult to make progress after a certain level of development. Be an honest manager of a pharmaceutical factory by yourself. Hardy continued. Women focus on beauty and delay aging, while the elderly focus on longevity. For example, ginseng royal jelly oral liquid. And children focus on brain strengthening, and the more they drink, the smarter they become. Shatongi kept remembering in his notebook that these are his goals for future work. Go home. Han Yezin is drawing pictures in her studio. Hardy went over to deliver a box. What? Han Yezin has a look of inquiry in her big eyes. Birthday present. Do you remember? Han Yezin jumped up and hugged Heidi. Of course. How could I forget your birthday? 2 days later, Han Yezin's birthday. As a scumbag, the most basic cultivation is to remember each woman's birthday and hobbies. Gifts for birthdays, Valentine's Day and Christmas are indispensable. As for the types of gifts, don't be afraid of monotonous repetition. Don't be too careful. You can still send jewelry for Christmas, Valentine's Day, and jewelry for birthdays. A gift that a woman likes is often not your carelessness. But you don't need money. Just like that, the box opens. Inside is a green crystal glass imperial green necklace, as well as 2 bracelets of the same level. Wow, so beautiful! Han Yezin exclaimed in surprise. It should look good when you put on a cheongsam and wear this. Hardy said. Well, wait for me. I'll change my clothes. As he picked up the jewelry box, he just turned and left. Thinking of something, he tiptoed and kissed Hardy heavily. Not long time. The woman came out wearing a cheongsam with the emerald necklace around her neck and a bracelet on the wrist of one hand. Does it look good? Certainly. Yejin, hold a small birthday party at home the day after tomorrow, and invite people to come and have a fun. Didn't you know some ladies and wives? Call them. Will it be too troublesome? I think it would be nice if we too celebrate. Han Yezin is actually not that kind of particularly outgoing woman. Her personality is more reserved. It's good for you to show your face. Hardy said. Han Yezin is very smart. She can be thorough. She will be based in Hong Kong in the future, so it is necessary to establish her own contacts. Men are helping themselves to establish contacts. Then I will let someone prepare a birthday party. Han Yezin said. Let Victor do it for you. Hardy said. Han Yezin said. Victor is now the president, and you always use him as an assistant. Hardy said indifferently. If I don't use him like this one day, I'm afraid he will be more worried. Han Yezin thinks so too. If you don't need you, it means you are useless. Then it is very likely to replace you. The reason why the emperor is close to the minister is often because of a certain personal relationship. The birthday party is simple and grand. It is simply held in Pingshan Manor. There is no special place to go to the Peninsula Hotel. It is grand because everyone who comes today is rich or expensive. The governor of Hong Kong, the commissioner of police, the presidents of major foreign banks, the senior executives of HSBC, the general managers of all companies in the Hardy Group, and the decent figures in Hong Kong are all here. To be honest, those who cannot attend Han Yezin's birthday party without receiving an invitation can only say that your status in Hong Kong is not yet there. The women gathered together and talked about jewelry, clothes, cosmetics, and parents. The men gathered together and talked more about national affairs. Nowadays, the most concern of people is still the war in the interior. Your Excellency, Does the British government have any idea of participating in the inland warfare? A foreign bank president asked. Grantham took his self-confidence. At the urging of the British and American governments and under the pressure of the international community, the two sides have agreed to peace talks and believe that things will develop in the direction we hope. Also, the British government has once again increased its troops in Hong Kong. 1,000 soldiers will arrive this month, and the number may eventually exceed 10,000. We have the ability to protect Hong Kong. You can rest assured. He is the governor and needs to settle down. It is his responsibility not to let Hong Kong mess up www.mentalnovel.com during his tenure. Even if he had to run at the end, he would shout for people to withstand it. It was safe here. Then the first one ran away. Someone looked at Hardy and asked, "Mr. Hardy, do you have any views on the future security of Hong Kong? Will the US government send troops?" Hardy smiled. "Send troops? Maybe not. President Johnson has made it clear before that he will not send troops to participate in matters here. But I will mediate through diplomacy and politics. I am still more optimistic about the future security of Hong Kong. Otherwise I would not choose to invest here." It's all nonsense. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 313 is all nonsense, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 314 Heidi Empire 1945 New to find the latest chapter. Huo Qingdong had previously laid down hundreds of people on the Okinawa Islands, and collected all the supplies. This time he set off a shipment. When they were about to arrive at the small island of Okinawa, they happened to encounter a patrol ship. Beep. The patrol ship sounded its whistle to greet the cargo ship flying the American flag. Do-da-do. The cargo ship returned a few whistle. I thought it would pass by, but I didn't expect that the patrol ship turned a turn and followed the cargo ship until it reached the island where Huo Qingdong and the others gathered supplies. What is this? Huo Qingdong was puzzled. As soon as the ship stopped, the opposite party shouted to let Huo Qingdong go to the other ship, and Huo Qingdong boarded the warship with doubts. Still, the captain I met last time. He saw Huo Qingdong, smiled and invited him to his captain's room, and poured Huo Qingdong a cup of coffee. The captain smiled and said, "Introduce myself. My name is Yaiwin." "I don't know what Captain Yaiwin is looking for?" Huo Qingdong asked. "Aren't you collecting supplies? We plan to do business with you." "I don't know if you are interested," Yaiwin said. "Oh, what business?" Huo Qingdong asked in surprise. "We have a batch of cargo ships in our hands, which can be sold to you cheaply. Are you interested?" Captain Yaiwin asked. "What kind of cargo ship?" "Japanese cargo ships, large and small, were all confiscated by us. When we attacked Okinawa, those used these cargo ships to transport supplies. After the war, they were all detained by us. There were about 20 or 30 ships, and some were usable. Some have been scrapped, all piled up in the steamship cemetery," Yaiwin said. Huo Qingdong was surprised. "Selling these supplies will not cause problems, right? Where is your boss?" Huo Qingdong asked. Ivan laughed, and then lowered his voice. "You tell me. After I saw you last time, I returned to the base and my boss, the commander of the base, said this. When he knew it, he said that we were detained. Those Japanese ships can only be left trusty. It is better to sell scrap iron." Later, we discussed that those ships were not in the military sequence. They belonged to post-war seizures. No one would care about them. When I turned back, they said they were parked in the bay. The typhoon came and blew all the ships into the sea. No one would care about those things. Huo Qingdong was shocked in his heart. They were right. No one cared about those Japanese boats. The typhoon was blown into the sea. This reason was very reasonable. Now the Americans are uncles, and the Japanese dare not open their mouths to ask for things from them. They only need to write a reason to fool the two fools on the file of the seized materials. Why are you two fools? Because the big idiot can't fool it. 9 goats at $6 million US. The reason is that the important action to boost the Kashmir industry in Afghanistan, the end may be stewed. What a perfect reason. Look, still no one will hold him accountable. What model are those boats? Puo King Dong asked. I can't tell. I'll take you to see it, Captain Ivan said. Puo King Dong agreed and asked them to give their own ship a message, let them work on the ship, and go out with the fleet. 2 hours later, the patrol ship came to a relatively remote bay in Okinawa. The surrounding area was uninhabited. It was a ship cemetery used by the US military to stack these cargo ships. The entire bay is full of boats. Many of the hulls were rusty, and it seemed that they hadn't moved for a long time. These ships are of different types and sizes, and they are very complicated. The small ones are estimated to be about 1,000 tons, and the large ones are about 7,000 to 8,000 tons, which are almost the same as the free shipping. And there are cargo ships and troop carriers. What price do you want to sell? Puo King Dong asked tentatively. According to weight, $5 a ton, Yaiwin said. Puo King Dong's heart burst. The price of scrap iron is $30 US a ton. It was mainly these boats. Although they looked broken, Puo King Dong knew that some of them were still usable. Even if it is completely scrapped, at a price of $5 a ton, it is still profitable to pull the scrap iron back. Colonel Yaiwin, you know, our Hardy company does business for the logistics department and has not conducted private transactions. I would like to ask the boss about this matter, Puo King Dong said cleverly. Ivan shrugged. No problem. I'll wait for your news. After speaking, he said, no matter whether this matter is achieved or not, we cannot disclose information to the outside world. Puo King Dong nodded. I understand this rule. The patrol ship sent Puo King Dong back to the loading island. Captain Yaiwin waved goodbye. After the ship was loaded, Puo King Dong returned to Hong Kong without stopping. The scrap metal was handed over to his subordinates for processing, and he found Victor and explained to Victor in detail about the American patrol ship that the other party wanted to trade. After Victor heard this, he didn't know if he could do this. After all, the American army and the Japanese were involved, so he immediately called Hardy. Hardy smiled slightly after listening. If there is anything that can't be done, just collect all the ships at the price of $5 a ton, and it can be regarded as a relationship with the US troops stationed on the island. Pull back and have a look, repair those that can be repaired, and sell scrap metal for those that cannot be repaired, without losing money. I understand, Mr. Hardy, Victor said. Puo King Dong was right beside him, hearing Hardy's words with his own ears. He admired in his heart that there is no business that big bosses dare not do. Puo King Dong thought for a while, and said to Victor, Mr. Victor, these ships are bought. I plan to leave a few for the trading company. Do you think it is appropriate? Victor smiled. You can decide these by yourself, as long as the boss agrees to buy. The others are fine. Puo King Dong rushed back to Okinawa without stopping. It was a coincidence that he encountered a patrol boat halfway, and it was still Captain Ivan's ship today. This made Puo King Dong wonder if Captain Ivan had been waiting for him. Puo King Dong let his ship send a signal to the patrol ship, and the other party knew immediately and followed the freighter to the port. Puo King Dong boarded the patrol ship again. How about it? Does your boss agree? Captain Ivan asked when he came up. Yes, our boss agreed, but our boss hopes that the price can be cheaper. Puo King Dong played the nature of a businessman. Ivan shrugged. Then $4 a ton. Okay, it's only $4 a ton. Puo King Dong was pleasantly surprised. He was just bargaining for a try, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so happily. Yaiwin was happier, selling these scraps, and a group of officers at their base could share tens of thousands of dollars each. This is not a small amount of money. Brought Huo Qingdong to the steamship cemetery and counted them personally. These ships have specifications and weights at a glance. The tonnage can be calculated with a pen. There are 31 ships in total, and there are more small tonnage ships, with a total of 106,000 tons, a total of $424,000. When the business was done, Captain Ivan said, "I'll let someone come over and try to see how many can be started. If it can be started, you can drag it back and fill you up." These American soldiers are very particular. "That's great. I'm worried about how to go back," Huo Qingdong said. After inspection, it was found that most of the boats were still open. "I have to say that I was very lucky." The next few days, there are still frequent fleets of Aneto 2 or Aneto 3 ships that go to Hong Kong one after another, and then all stop in the waters of the Haidy Group's wharf. There is a ship repair company in global shipping. Huo Qingdong found a ship repair company to conduct a thorough overhaul of these ships. The ships that can be used are left behind, and the unused ones are directly towed to the shore. A group of demolition workers began to dismantle them, and it didn't take long for them to become iron plates. Then sold to steel plants. In the end, a total of 23 ships were repaired. The original names and ship numbers on these ships were all painted off, painted again, and numbered, completely changed. Huo Qingdong took a fancy to 4 ships, 2 of 1,600 tons and 2 of 3,900 tons. These 2 ships are relatively new and the tonnage is suitable, so he stayed. As for how to deal with the remaining ships, he didn't have one clue. You must know that these ships are not scrap iron now, and the price has more than doubled dozens of times. A 1,000 ton troop carrier can be sold to him by the US Army for only $4,000, which is the scrap price in the scrap price, and a ship that can run, even if it is second-hand, can be sold for more than 100,000 US troops. How to deal with the remaining dozen boats? Huo Qingdong asked Victor for instructions, and Victor said, "Look if there is anything you want to buy in Hong Kong. If you have one, sell it. No one wants to ask the North Side if you want it. The price can be cheaper." Huo Qingdong released the news in private to see if anyone wanted to buy a ship. In a few days, someone really came to the door. The visitor claims to be Bao Yugang. He used to work in the mainland. He just came to Hong Kong this year. The family has some savings and doesn't know what to do for a good career. I heard that Huo Qingdong has an idea for selling a ship and intends to buy a ship for shipping. Bao Yugang has only $700,000 and can only buy 2 boats at most. After talking with Huo Qingdong, Huo Qingdong gave him an idea. You can buy a ship by yourself, then set up a shipping company, and then rent a few ships from Hardy Shipping. Now the shipping business is good, and you can buy a new ship when you gradually earn money. Bao Yugang felt that Huo Qingdong's idea was very good, and then spent $400,000 to buy a 5,600 ton freighter, and after setting up his own shipping company, he rented 4 more ships from Hardy Shipping and started his own shipping road. Bao Yugang and Huo Qingdong also became friends. Huo Qingdong finally sold 8 ships and had 11 ships in his hand. He asked the North if he wanted it through a secret channel, and the North immediately expressed its willingness to buy. Huo Qingdong gathered a large number of crew members, drove a dozen boats all the way north, and finally sent them to Lianyungang. The people who picked up the ships saw these freighters and troop carriers, and felt happy. To be honest, the cargo ship we have now has a total capacity of only 100,000 tons, but you have sent us a baby. Recently, the North-South peace talks have reached a deadlock. Chenbing in the north is looking for ships along the Yangtze River in preparation for the Battle of Crossing the River. These dozen ships are definitely sending guns in the snow. The final price, $3.6 million. The rabbit said he had no money. It's very happy when you want it. When you pay the bill, you just call out there is no money. Rabbit, you are too shameless. But this business Victor knows that Mr. Victor is responsible for the payment. and Huo Qingdong only takes care of the delivery. With the Chinese medicinal materials loaded on the half-cargo ship, Huo Qingdong returned to Hong Kong. At this time, the time has entered April. The North-South peace talks are deadlocked, and the negotiated agreement, the bald-headed side just drags it away without signing it, and there is no sincerity at all. Great men are not used to it. On April 20th, the Battle of Crossing the River started. The wind and rain in Zhongshan have turned pale yellow, and millions of heroes have crossed the river. More than 9,000 large and small ships launched a full-scale offensive from Anqing, Niu, Nanjing, and Jiangyin, and occupied Nanjing on April 23. The South Sheiks, Xiangjiang Sheiks. Beyond the nickname, the Kuomintang lost Nanjing, and millions of troops are marching towards Shanghai, Jiangsu, and Huai, and Zhejiang. Many foreign business executives read the news in the newspapers, panicking, knowing that the defeat is set. What will happen to Hong Kong? Just in the afternoon of the same day, Family Master Yang of Yongqing foreign firm called Victor, Mr. Victor, we agree to your previous offer and intend to sell Yongqing building. Victor said lightly, I'm sorry Mr. Yang, 6 million Hong Kong dollars is the previous quotation, now the risk has increased again. We only paid 4 million. Patriarch Yang only felt distressed. Mr. Victor, how can you turn your back? Ha ha, it's not that I'm back. Do you know how many people in Hong Kong are eager to sell assets? You are not the only one who called me. I can tell you clearly that our venture capital funds are online. If you don't sell them now, when the venture capital is spent, I'm afraid no one will buy if you want to sell. If there is nothing to do, I will hang up first. There are still many people outside waiting for me to discuss the acquisition. Victor said, wait for Mr. Victor. Family Master Yang shouted anxiously. Family Master Yang naturally knows that many people are now selling properties, including those of Oceanic Bank, which are also selling madly. Those Oceanic Bank's assets are much more than him, which has had a great impact on the market, and those who dare to buy at this time cannot say few, almost nothing. Anyway, he asked countless people, and now only Hardy is buying the industry, and there is no second one. I'll sell it to you for 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Victor took the microphone and smiled lightly. Then come over and sign the contract and write you a Wells Fargo Bank check. With the check, you can withdraw cash at any Wells Fargo Bank branch in the world. Okay, I'll go over immediately. 4 million Hong Kong dollars, 500,000 US dollars. An 18-story building located in the most prosperous part of Hong Kong's Queen's Road. And there is a vacant land of more than 20 acres in the back. This industry may be worth several billion in future generations, but now it only needs 4 million. When Hardy saw the news about the beginning of the Battle of Crossing the River. MTLnovel.com, he first called the people from Global Times and ABC Radio and told them to report on the news of the war every day. If anything is lost, report it urgently. What he wants is to make Hong Kong people always shocked. Then he called Victor, Wells Fargo and HSBC people over. As soon as this battle begins, Hong Kong must be panicked. I believe there will be a large number of properties sold and people abandon me. You will start buying, but the price must be pushed down desperately. Wait for the subordinates to leave. Hardy smiled. He came to Hong Kong and waited for this day. This is a good time to acquire Hong Kong properties. The acquisition carnival season is here. The future Eastern Empire will begin at this time. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 314 Acquisition Carnival season is here, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 315 Heidi Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. This is ABC Hong Kong Radio. It is now broadcasting important news. The British frigate Amethyst was shelled on the Yangtze River. The bridge of the Amethyst was hit, and the hull of the ship was seriously damaged. According to the news, The Amethyst soldier killed 17 people and seriously injured more than 20 people. The captain and the captain were both seriously injured. Hardy's Global Times has reporters in the inland, and many of them, and there are also in the north, impartial and fair reporting. Even the two reporters have met many senior leaders from the north. It's like the reporter Snow. News of the Amethyst incident came out. Undoubtedly, it caused a 9-magnitude earthquake in Hong Kong. Many people never expected that the North would dare to open fire on the British warship, and also killed and injured so many people. Many people realize it for the first time. It is really fearless to do things in the North, and the determination is greater than the sky. Don't fear the British at all. But just a few hours after the news, ABC Radio broadcast it again. The companion went to the scene of the incident to reinforce it, and was again violently attacked by artillery on the shore. The companion was injured, 10 people were killed and 12 others were injured, and then abandoned. The Amethyst fled to Jiangyin. It's so hard. Some people thought that the shelling of the Amethyst frigate was a misunderstanding, or that the two sides got angry for a while and caused a conflict. Now that the mate is shelled again, people finally understand that this is not a misunderstanding or an uproar. People have made up their minds to talk to you. Hard work. Not afraid of you at all. Many people here in Hong Kong heard this news. Some felt relieved and some were worried. Since the North dared to attack the British warships, it showed that they were not afraid of the British. Many people originally thought that with the deterrence of the British, the North might not dare to move Hong Kong. But now it is certain that they will definitely dare to move you. There is no scruples. Those who were still on the sidelines and hesitating to sell their assets have now made up their minds to sell them as soon as possible. If they don't, I'm afraid there will be nothing left in the end. The bombardment of British warships was also reported by the Global Times in the United Kingdom and the United States, as well as some European countries. It also caused a lot of shock. Americans and Europeans used to look down on China very much. Their thinking was still stuck in the era of the 8-power allied forces, but through this incident, they finally saw that they really dared to do something to the West. Especially in the United Kingdom, the cabinet is now in an emergency meeting, because the Amethyst is still being held, and there are more than 100 British Empire soldiers on board. There is also how to deal with the shelling incident. The British felt very shameless, and in the end they unanimously decided to send the heavy cruisers London and the Black Swan frigate to rescue the place where the Amethyst stranded. Then, it's working again. In the end, the heavy cruisers London and the Black Swan frigates were injured one after another, with more than 30 casualties, and fled, while the Amethyst continued to run aground. The news immediately spread across the country, Europe and America. Many people say the North side is so hard. The Global Times and ABC Radio reported this incident in detail, which once again exacerbated the panic in Hong Kong. The cruisers are gone, still beaten away by others. What else can I do? There is growing panic on Hong Kong Island. This is not over yet. The Global Times and ABC Radio report on the progress of the war every day. The Global Times has reporters in the north and south. The news can be said to be the fastest and most accurate in the world. After the army crossed the river, first break through Nanjing, then he rushed in several directions. The momentum is like a broken bamboo along the way. Newspapers and radio stations will report every day which cities have been breached and how the army is progressing. The north is like a flood of mercury, quickly occupying most of the area. Timely news reports created more tension in Hong Kong. As soon as people opened their eyes, they saw that the newspaper had broken through several cities today and how close they were to Hong Kong. Before going to bed at night, the radio station will tell you how much is lost. I am afraid that I will go south soon. I even got 2 commentators. I will analyze it and discuss whether it will attack Hong Kong. The commentator's conclusion is that the North is not afraid of the British, even no one, and the possibility of taking back Hong Kong is very high. How the North is governed, public ownership, and all property confiscated. This has long been verified. The poor in Hong Kong are okay, they don't have any assets. But those big capitalists, holding large sums of assets in their hands, don't want to just lose them in vain. But the land and house cannot be taken away. The factory industry can't move either. How to do? Naturally, I think of a way to sell it. Nowadays, properties are sold everywhere, and there will be a large number of pages in the daily newspapers stating that certain industries and certain buildings are for sale. There are more than a dozen sets of villas in Victoria Peak for sale, and the price is the same every day. The same villa sold for 300,000 Hong Kong dollars today, and it became 250,000 the next day, and it fell directly to 200,000 on the third day. Even so, no one bought it, because everyone knows that danger is coming. They dare not buy a home at this time. Now the only purchaser of assets is the Hardy Group. Many people take the initiative to find the Hardy Group, hoping that they will buy it. Victor took the opportunity to keep the price very low, and the price was only an fifth of what it was 2 months ago. Even so, many people still choose to sell. Hardy created tension while absorbing the industry at low prices, making it a joy to play with both hands. Han Yezhen came back this day and walked over after seeing Heidi, squatting next to the man's lap. "I'm going to see Grandpa today, and Grandpa said I want to see you." Hardy was taken aback for a moment. Mr. Situ? He always knew that Mr. Situ was in Hong Kong, and Mr. Situ also knew that Heidi was in Hong Kong, but the two sides did not meet. As for the relationship between Han Yezhen and Heidi, the old man did not participate. It was a young man's business. Since the granddaughter thinks this man is worth relying on, the form is not the key. Certainly, this is inseparable from Hardy's status. The old man has always supported the North. After Hardy came, he did a lot of business with the North. Although the starting point was to make money, he supported the North very much. The two sides have always maintained a tacit understanding. "I don't know why I want to see myself suddenly. Did your grandpa say anything?" Hardy asked. "No, that means I really want to talk to you," Han Yezhen said. Hardy thought for a while. "Okay, in fact, I have always wanted to see the old man. After all, it is your grandfather, but there is no suitable opportunity. This time it happens to pay a visit," Hardy said. Han Yezhen smiled. In Mr. Situ's apartment, Han Yezhen got out of the car holding Hardy's hands. The bodyguards stood outside, and the two walked into the courtyard together. The yard is very spacious. Under the eaves are a table and chairs. A spirited old man with glasses was sitting there making tea. Han Yezhen took Heidi over. "Grandpa, here we are. I have seen Mr. Situ." Hardy greeted in Chinese. Father Situ looked at Heidi and nodded with a smile. "Sit down. I just made Bailuoch Han, this year's Minkian new tea. Taste it, by the way. Do you like tea?" Old Situ looked at Hardy and asked. "Like." The old man smiled. Heidi and Han Yezhen sat down. Han Yezhen took over the tea-making work. The old man looked at Heidi and said, "Recently, your company has acquired a lot of Hong Kong properties. Others are afraid of selling properties and want to leave Hong Kong and go to the United Kingdom and the United States. Why do you dare keep investing? Why? Do you believe that the British can keep Hong Kong?" Hardy shook his head. "If you rely solely on the British, Hong Kong will definitely not be able to keep it. Then rely on the Americans. Americans should not participate." "Where does your confidence come from?" "I know that you have business with the North side. Do you think they will leave your property because of your business?" "Should or not, I understand the political opinions over there, and will not make an exception for me. This is a matter of principle." Old Situ is even more curious. "That is what makes you dare to continue investing in Hong Kong?" "I am curious to talk about it," Old Situ asked out of his doubts. Han Yezhen, who was helping to make tea next to him, also looked at Heidi. In fact, she is also very curious. It's just that as a woman, the career is determined by the man. She has never asked. Hardy paused slightly and sorted out his thoughts. It is foreseeable that the North will win, because that is what the people want. In the face of millions of troops, the British are not capable of keeping Hong Kong. Even though they have increased their troops to 10,000 and used international public opinion to intimidate them, the bombardment of the Amethyst warship told the United Kingdom that the North is not afraid of peace. they go to war. It's easy to take back Hong Kong. Not to mention that the British soldiers can't stop them at all. In fact, they don't need to use guns. As long as water and electricity and food supply are cut off for a few weeks, Hong Kong itself will be ruined. But I think the leaders over there, as a great politician, you should consider more. Hong Kong's small land is actually of little use if it is taken back. There is at most one more port city. There are so many places like this in the mainland. Hong Kong can be left, but it will be of great benefit to the future government in the interior. If they think of this, it means that they are wise. If they can't think of it, then I will fail the investment and lose some money. Old City looked at Hardy and said that this young man is really magnificent. He should have invested no less than hundreds of millions of dollars in Hong Kong, but he is so calm about possible failure. What does this show? It shows that he is in control of wealth, rather than being controlled by wealth. This is extremely valuable to a capitalist. And it also means that he will have greater achievements in the future. I want to hear, if Hong Kong is not taken back, what benefits will it benefit the inland government in the future? Old City asked. Window. If the North succeeds in establishing a government, it is most likely to rely on teddy bears due to institutional reasons. European and American countries are now very vigilant about teddy bears. So containment measures will inevitably be taken in the interior. Economic blockade, technical blockade, and trade blockade will follow one after another. At that time, the inland will close the door, and you can only plug in the door to live by yourself. In fact, that kind of life is very painful. The world needs to communicate to be active. Novel.com, and there are more choices. How does the inland communicate with the outside world? If Hong Kong is left, it is equivalent to leaving a window, a channel and bridge to communicate with the outside world, and it may even be the only bridge. And leaving Hong Kong will ease the relationship with the United Kingdom. I am afraid to talk about the general trend between Western countries. After World War II, the United States has risen and wants to become a world leader. The original world leader was the British Empire. The United Kingdom is actually very reconciled to the rise of the United States. By leaving Hong Kong, it can fight for Britain's political interests. For example, let the United Kingdom recognize the new government. As an established empire, although they are old, they still have a reputation. The statement is also very weighty. So I think the advantages of leaving Hong Kong far outweigh the disadvantages. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time the window in chapter 315, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 316. Hardy Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. Old Mr. City looked at Hardy with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Some of Hardy's thoughts coincided with him, and some of his thoughts were even unexpected. Hardy's words, it made Mr. City think more, and opened a window to his thoughts. Those are all your own thoughts? Hardy smiled. The Hardy Group has its own think tank. A lot of what I said is the analysis made by the think tank based on the international situation and data. In fact, as long as there is enough information, you can make some judgments about the future. It was my decision to invest in Hong Kong in the end, because I feel that the leader of the North is a wise politician, and I believe he will consider the role of Hong Kong. Of course, I also have an element of gambling. If I win the gambling, I can get huge profits in Hong Kong. Then the bet lost? Old City said. I am willing to bet and lose. Hardy said with a smile. Old City nodded. He said to Hardy, Hardy, you have been me for so many years, and I have seen one of the few young people who are so capable and courageous. Mr. City has a wealth of experience, and he has been in contact with Roosevelt, President Chang, great men and beloved prime ministers, as well as countless businessmen and politicians. He can say that he is capable and courageous, and he is a great affirmation of Hardy. The man was praised by his grandfather, and Han Yezin smiled. The tea is good. Give Grandpa a glass, and then give Hardy a glass. The old man took a sip of tea and nodded in satisfaction. Yejin's craftsmanship is good. Putting down the teacup, Old City looked at Hardy and said, "Soon I will go north again. Maybe I will stay for a while. I wonder if you have any words for me to take it over?" Hardy knew who the old man was referring to. "What do you want to bring?" Finally thought about it. "No." Old City laughed twice. "It's okay if you don't." Not a few days later, invited by the North, Old City set off for the north. Inland warfare developed rapidly. In early May, the army approached Shanghai, which caused a great sensation. As an oriental metropolis, Shanghai is very well known, even far surpassing capital cities such as Peking and Nanjing. Hong Kong is even more popular here. There are more and more people selling assets, and the price of assets is falling again and again. The Hardy Group took the opportunity to absorb a large number of industries. At the same time, some entrepreneurs in the interior have left the interior to avoid disasters in Hong Kong one after another. At the same time, they also brought a lot of money, especially gold and silver. The most famous banks in Hong Kong today are naturally HSBC, Wells Fargo and Citigroup. During this period, HSBC and Wells Fargo have absorbed large amounts of deposits and precious metals, and the amount of deposits has continued to grow. Many of the people who came were carrying antiques. The Hardy Auction Company also took the opportunity to purchase a large number of antiques and cultural relics at very low prices, many of which are exquisite. This evening, Mr. Xu, who has been in contact with Victor, hurriedly found Victor late at night. "Mr. Victor, there is a very important matter to discuss with you." "Oh, what's the matter? Do you know that Shanghai is besieged?" "Of course I know that. The news reports every day, and I also pay close attention to the news inland," Victor said. "This is the case. The central bank treasury in the south is in Shanghai. Now Shanghai is besieged. The south intends to ship the last batch of gold from the treasury to the island. We have received detailed information. Since they do not have warships in their hands, they intend to smuggle it over with civilian cargo ships this time. Although we can get the exact information, I can tell you that we do not have the ability to intercept now. The above means that we want to cooperate with you on this matter, and we provide the exact information. You will get the exact information. Before we owed you a large sum of money, which can be deducted from the share, and the excess will be converted into cash and placed in your bank to facilitate the purchase of materials in the future." Victor was surprised to hear this news. He didn't dare to agree to such a big thing at the national level of robbery. "This matter is too big. I can't call the shots. I need to ask my boss," Victor said. "Of course, but please don't delay, because the time is tight. The ship is already on the Shanghai side, and I am afraid it will sail tomorrow morning at the latest." Mr. Xu said. "How many possessions do you have?" Victor asked. "Gold is about 10 tons, 15 million silver dollars, and some other valuables, antiques, jewelry, jade, pearls, etc. The specific value is not easy to estimate," Mr. Xu said. At this time, Hardy was already asleep, with Han Yezin walking in his arms. Suddenly the phone rang. Hardy opened his eyes and picked up the phone on the bedside. Victor's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss, I'm sorry to disturb you. There is a very urgent matter to report to you," you said. Hardy was already sober. Victor told Hardy what Mr. Xu had said, and Hardy was taken aback after hearing this. He knew that when the bald head was evacuated, he took away all the valuable things. It is said that a total of 150 tons of gold and tens of millions of silver were taken away. He also emptied the Forbidden City and took away countless antiques and cultural relics of gold, silver and jewelry. In the bold army to the north, countless eyeliners were placed. Their actions had already been mastered, but at that time they had no power to intercept them, so they could only watch things being moved away. What was left to the rabbit back then was really innocent. With super perseverance, the rabbit gritted his teeth and walked step by step from abject poverty to the second place in the world. Unexpectedly, in this world, Bibian had contact with him, so he would ask himself to grab this lot of gold. Hardy figured it out. 10 tons of gold is worth about $13 million based on the current price of gold to the US dollar, while 15 million silver dollars is almost worth $3.5 million US. There are also a batch of jewelry and antiques with a total estimated value of about $20 million US. $20 million US. Hardy thought it was worth grabbing. It's a pity that my own warships are too far away, and I don't have time to call them. But it does not matter. No battleship can still grab it. Regarding the split that North said, it was actually a bit unfair to Hardy. They only provided a clue and wanted to take half. They had to work Barra's side, which was much more than they paid. But Hardy still chose to agree. Who calls the rabbit poor? They owe so much money to themselves that they can't pay it back. This time they can get a sum of money from the bald head, and they can also deduct the money from the North, which is actually the best for them. As for the robbery, Hardy never took him seriously. It's not that I haven't done it before, and this is one of the old professions. Victor, tell the other party, let's take this matter. I will ask the security company and intelligence personnel to find you now. You mobilize several freewheels with weapons to intercept them at sea. Hardy thought for a while, and then said, take my plane out and use it for maritime patrols to search for targets. The intelligence people know how to do it. I understand, Mr. Hardy, Victor said. When Mr. Xi heard Victor's promise, he was overjoyed. I will go back now and let you know if I have more precise news. Okay, we prepare separately. Late at night, the HD security team members were all called up, and they drove to the dock after they were dressed neatly. There are already 4 freewheelers waiting here. Hardy's freewheels are equipped with weapons on each of them. Heavy machine guns and rockets are the normal standard equipment. Since the artillery is too conspicuous, it is changed to store several M2 heavy mortars to deal with evil strategies. Emergency situation. The theoretical range of the M2 mortar is about 4 kilometers. Several ships set off immediately after the crew got on the ship. They were in Hong Kong and the other side was in Shanghai. They were closer to the island. If they couldn't get in front of the other side, they wouldn't be able to eat their fat. Full speed ahead. 2 hours later, Mr. Xi came over to deliver the message. It has been learned that the ship number 069 of the other party is a 5,100-ton cargo ship with 260 guards on board. Apart from gold and silver antiques on the ship, the other side's ship is the production equipment of important Shanghai companies, such as imported machine tools and production lines. In fact, this ship was originally meant to transport these machinery and equipment. Because of the emergency of the war, it was temporarily requisitioned by the military, so it became a ship for transporting gold. After dawn, buzzing, a B-29 bomber at Hong Kong airport took off and flew northward. The intelligence department installed a high-power radio on the plane and could send messages at any time. After ship number 069 loaded the materials at the Shanghai wharf, it asked whether it could set sail. The military ministry asked for instructions from the upper level and obtained approval. After daybreak, ship number 069 slowly sailed out of the port and headed towards the sea. The entire voyage takes about 3 days. After 1 day, when the freighter was traveling at sea, a large aircraft passed from a low altitude. Many crew members and soldiers on board 069 saw the planes in the sky curiously. It is said that the planes should not fly so low at sea. Right. Someone who knows how to say, look at the plane that looks like an American. It's the B-29 bomber that dropped the atomic bomb on Little Japan. Oh, this is the B-29 bomber. I have read it in the newspaper before. This is the first time I have seen a real plane. This is a meritorious fighter plane. Will it be American? Hello. Someone waved hello to the plane with a smile. After determining the location of ship 069, B-29 returned. At this moment, the 4 ships of Hardy Shipping had approached the strait after sailing day and night. The aircraft sent a report to the freighter, informing them of the other's location, and then returned to Hong Kong. Go back and refuel. The next day, the plane set sail again and flew toward the strait. After flying over the strait for more than 200 kilometers, Freighter 069 was found on the sea again. At this moment, the 4 freighters were already waiting in front. The soldiers on the freighter saw the bomber again. This time they were not curious but surprised. Why did they fly back again? The plane returned and flew to the vicinity of Hardy's fleet and issued a report to inform the latest position of 069. The 4 freighters began to fan out toward 069. The plane took a circle in the sky, and when it came to the 069 cargo ship again, the intelligence personnel used high-power radio to communicate with the cargo ship, telling the other party that they were a US military aircraft and were invited to them. The officer on the ship was overjoyed. There is an American plane escorting it, my God. Has the principal reached an agreement with the Americans? Or else how could such a large plane come over? The Americans now have bases in Japan. If the Americans start to assist them again, and then send a large army to support them, it may not be impossible to win the counterattack. As for doubt, to be honest, the officer on the ship really didn't doubt it. Because in this world, apart from the US military having this kind of bomber, who can send this kind of battlefield killer. Not long after the plane sends another message, there will be several freighters disguised as vessels, and they will sail together at that time, so that they can be more concealed. The officers didn't doubt that he had him. They only felt that the Americans were too detailed and considerate. They were mixed into the cargo fleet, and no one doubted their purpose. At the moment in the vast ocean, they couldn't contact anyone, and they didn't know that this was a scam by Kaigiwago. Not long time, several large cargo ships appeared in front of them, with the Posey flag hanging on them. The captain smiled and said, "I know this ship, an American free ship." The officer didn't doubt it. And there is a feeling of joy, because Americans have begun to support them again. There is hope for the party state. The 4 freighters turned in a circle. 2 fronts and 2 backs sandwiched ship 069. The officer smiled at the captain and said, "Look at this protection. The Americans still attach great importance to us." It continued to drive forward for dozens of nautical miles. At this time, it was getting late, and the ship in front sent a flag, asking to drive close to the coastline and find a suitable place to anchor. At the same time, the person in charge of the cargo ship was asked to board the ship and sign a document. Cargo ship number 069 undoubtedly had him, and followed it to the shallow sea. Several ships anchored and stopped. The next 2 ships approached directly and stopped next to 069. The officer in charge this time tidied up his military uniform and boarded the Liberty ship with his secretary. But as soon as he entered the cabin, he saw a group of foreigners and was controlled by these guys. "What are you doing? Aren't we our own people? Aren't you here to protect us?" The officer shouted. "It is indeed here to protect you, but it is also necessary to do so," a foreigner said in not very fluent Chinese. The officer was a little confused. Then the security team rushed into number 069 with guns. The soldiers on the ship were eating. They were stupid to see a group of foreign soldiers rushing in with guns. They didn't know what happened. "We were ordered to take over this ship. Your officer is suspected of transferring property and violating national laws. It is now under our control. You also need to abide by the regulations, otherwise we will take action, and now all go to the warehouse." The soldiers were confused, thinking that their chief had betrayed the principal and wanted to smuggle away the treasure. Then it was discovered by the principal and sent an American to catch up to deal with it. These unidentified soldiers were locked up in the bottom cabin, and the freighter was controlled. It did not take long for the freighter to pick up anchor and set off again. The destination this time was Hong Kong. 2 days later, when the principal of a school received a telegram saying that the ship that transported gold had not arrived yet and that it had been seriously missed, the principal was furious and made him immediately investigate it. If you know that it is a lot of money, he will feel very distressed if he loses it. But in the end it was found that the boat had disappeared just like that inexplicably. No one knows where it went. Some people even suspected that the rock was silent. They did not know that after the ship arrived in Hong Kong, the gold, silver dollars and antique jewelry were quickly unloaded. As for the captured soldiers, except for all weapons, no one was allowed to disembark. Hardy also asked people to replenish a batch of materials. including a large amount of cotton, cloth, rubber shoe soles, sugar, penicillin newly produced by a Hong Kong pharmaceutical factory, and machine tools from the original ship. In short, he made a full ship. The original ship's number was erased, a foreign national flag was hung again, and the captain, crew, officers and soldiers of the original ship drove to Lianyungang. A few days later, when the arrested officers and soldiers disembarked, they saw all my rabbit soldiers with guns all around, and they were bewildered. A serious sense of space-time confusion arose in my heart. Their boat drove at sea for 2 days, but was later controlled by American soldiers. How did it flicker for a few days before it fell into the hands of the North? How did this trick become? They can't figure out what they think. McLenovel.com wondering if they have crossed. When the receiving officer saw the supplies on the ship, he opened his mouth happily. This time, the most powerful group of capitalists was full of supplies. Finally, even the boat was given to them. However, there are requirements before leaving, that is, the information of this operation cannot be leaked out. So this group of prisoners must be managed well. Rabbit said that we are very good at this. If you don't beat you or scold you, education transforms you. Closing parenthesis O. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 316 Robbery of the Gold Ship, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Empire of Hardy 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 317 Haiti Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. At the auction company's treasure house, Hardy saw the looted treasure. He pried open a wooden box. There were gold bricks stacked in the wooden box. Hardy picked up one of them. The weight was very heavy, weighing 10 kilograms. It is engraved with the words National Central Bank and 1000G. Boss, these gold points are clear. A total of 10.06 tons. Victor said. Hardy nodded in satisfaction. The other side, barrels were stacked one by one of which had the lid opened, and a barrel full of silver dollars was placed inside. Hardy grabbed a handful. These silver dollars are of various kinds, including the Qing Dynasty silver dollars, Yuan Shikai silver dollars, Sun Yat-sen silver dollars, and even silver dollars issued by various provinces. There are also antiques and jewelry. Hardy asked people to open the seal of the box. Some of them were jewelry and some were porcelain. However, looking at the specifications of these antiques, they were obviously higher than ordinary antiques, and they should come from a good source. After opening another box and uncovering the packaging plastic sheet, it was found that there were neatly stacked books. Hardy was surprised when he picked up a book and saw the name clearly. Yongle Grand Ceremony. I rely on. Is it true? This is a real national treasure. Continue to look. There are the seals of the Royal Library of the Qing Dynasty, the seals of the treasures of Qianlong Imperial View, the seals of the collection of the Jingxi Library, and so on. Hardy said in his heart that it seems that this batch of antiques probably came from the Forbidden City. Put down the book and said to Victor, this batch of gold treasures must be hidden, not in the world for the time being. They will be deposited directly in the treasure house after the museum is built. As for the jewels and pearls that have not been remembered, you make them ready, and I will bring them back to the United States. Boss, you want to go back to America? Victor heard the meaning of Hardy's words. I have been here for 4 months. The situation here has gone smoothly. There are still a lot of things there. I plan to go back in the near future. You will be responsible for the company's affairs here. If you have any major issues that cannot be mastered, you can send a telegram for instructions. Hardy said. I understand the boss. Hardy is ready to return to the United States. Yesterday Andy sent a telegram to report on the situation in the United States. There are 2 good news. One is that the Hardy supermarket chain Los Angeles Hollywood store is ready to open. The second news is that Nevada's bill on the development of a lottery will be voted on in the near future. They have already hired many congressmen to do their work. and it is hopeful that it will be passed this time. There are also other things waiting for Hardy to deal with. On the way back from the auction company to the Victoria Peak Villa, Hardy saw the roof of a building shining brightly with neon. It can be seen clearly from a few kilometers away. In front of the neon lights are two letters HD, and behind the neon lights are the Chinese Hong Kong Hardy building. In addition to the neon lights, there are several searchlights next to them, sweeping the sky from time to time. This building was originally the Yongxing building. After being bought by Victor, it changed its signboard, and after a simple clean-up, it became the headquarters of Hardy Corporation in Hong Kong. Hardy asked him to put a neon sign on the top of the building. It lights up after nightfall. It will be lit all night. Nowadays, there are few companies in Hong Kong who do it like this and make it so dazzling. So people in Hong Kong only need it at night. Can see the lights of Hardy building. Hardy knows, although it is just a small light, this publicity effect is definitely much stronger than the effect of advertising in newspapers. No one has done this yet. Hardy's unique copy is so dazzling, and it will definitely leave an extremely deep impression in the minds of Hong Kong citizens. After the impression is established, it may last for decades or even longer. When Hardy returned home, Han Yezhen had already prepared the food. Hardy served the table. The woman was waiting for the meal. During the meal, Hardy said, "Yejin, I am going back to America." Han Yezhen's hands sang the soup slightly. She knows that the man will leave sooner or later, and this time she has been in Hong Kong for 4 months. It is impossible to ignore the large-scale industry in the United States. "When do you plan to leave?" Han Yezhen put the soup in front of the man. "I will see the heads of the various departments of the company tomorrow, explain the next tasks, and go back the day after tomorrow." Hardy said. The next day, when he came to the Hardy building, in the office of the president, Hardy first met with the senior executives of HSBC and explained the development policy of HSBC in the future. Then came the senior management of Wells Fargo Bank. When meeting Huo Qingdong, Hardy told Huo Qingdong, according to the news from the United States, because of the inland conditions, the U.S. government is discussing the possibility of adopting an economic blockade policy. Once the blockade policy is implemented, it will transport supplies to the inland. It will become more troublesome and even be interrogated by the Mi army. Huo Qingdong was surprised. "Boss, what should I do?" Huo Qingdong asked. "Tell the news to the north, while there is no policy yet, step up the delivery of supplies. If a policy is introduced, then you can only smuggle through the smuggling channels, and then you will have to divide it into small pieces. You can figure out how to do it yourself." Hardy said, "When they get to Guangzhou, they don't have to travel so far for transportation. They can go directly up the Pearl River estuary or make a divergence to Macau. Don't forget that you are the manager of a Macau trading company." Huo Qingdong immediately nodded unconsciously. After everyone else had finished explaining, Hardy gave Victor a detailed account. From now on, he will be the main person in charge. The war is approaching, and there will definitely be many things. Hardy told him that the little things are the masters, and the big things will be consulted by him. "Boss, how big? Can I ask for advice?" Victor asked. "For example, if the north side is really calling, if you want to take Hong Kong away, the branch is facing a life or death decision, you can contact me." Hardy said. "Ah." Victor's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it really possible to be taken back?" Victor asked worriedly. Hardy chuckled. "Just do things well. I don't worry about my industry. You are so worried about what to do." That afternoon, the crew overhauled the plane and filled it with fuel, and there was a batch of things to be brought back on the plane, mainly gems, jade, and a box of top-quality pearls, ready to be brought back for the jewelry company to make jewelry, which will be given to the women at that time. He didn't bring any gold. Although 10 tons of gold is a lot, it is only $10 million to him. It is more convenient to operate a wave in the stock market than to transport 10 tons of gold back. All of these stay in Hong Kong. Night. Han Yezhen's soft body enthusiastically clung to the man. The Philharmonic Symphony was sung all night. After waking up and eating lunch the next day, Hardy just set off. Han Yezhen went to the airport all the time, watching the plane fly away before returning. It only took more than 3 hours for B-29 to fly from Hong Kong to Japan. After landing at Haneda Airport, Hardy got off the plane. At the airport, someone was waiting to be greeted. When Hardy arrived in Hong Kong a few months ago, he put Duncan and the others in Japan. 4 months later, Duncan had already made some sensations here. There were 3 cars parked outside the airport. Duncan stepped forward to greet him. After getting in the car, Hardy said, "I won't stay for too long. I will leave after looking at the situation here." "How has the development been in the past few months?" "Boss, we have established a trading company, and now we have normal business with the United States. Within the trading company, I set up a special information collection department and recruited some people to collect Japanese politics, economy, enterprises, people's livelihood, etc. All aspects of intelligence information materials. For the convenience of doing things, I also accepted a local social gang in Tokyo. The leader is called Kuroda Ryai, so their association is called the Kuroda Group. There are more than 30 people under them who can help us collect information. While talking, the convoy drove into downtown Tokyo. Hardy looked through the window. Although Tokyo was bombed, it has basically recovered after a few years. The various business shops on both sides of the street look better than those in Hong Kong. It seems to be recovering well, Hardy said lightly. Duncan explained, "These are just superficial phenomena. The current economic situation in Japan is very sluggish, with severe inflation and currency devaluation. Factories have not started operations, and workers have no jobs. According to statistics from the Ministry of Labor, Health, and Welfare, the current economic situation is only an fifth of those of fighters. Moreover, there is an extreme shortage of food in Japan. It used to be shipped from China and Southeast Asian countries. Now that there are no such channels, a food ration system has been implemented, and each person can only eat a small portion of the food every day. There are so many unemployed people now, so the government has convened people to carry out urban construction, clearing away the traces of the original bombing, and dumping construction waste directly into the Tokyo Bay Area to reclaim land. The convoy went around in Tokyo for a few hours. Hardy looked at the situation outside but never got off the car. He returned to the airport in the evening and got on the plane again. Duncan sent a box of documents onto the plane. These are all the information he collected during this period, and Hardy explained that he flipped it, and a random plane took off and flew towards the United States. Open the data box. There are thick data inside. Hardy looks. After the end of World War II, the United States implemented strict control policies on Japan. All companies that had provided equipment to the military were subject to economic sanctions. The military has the most stringent controls and is not allowed to own the military. The ultimate goal of the United Nations for Japan is to provide maximum protection so that Japan no longer poses a threat to world peace and security, and to create an unprecedented ideological emancipation in history. Simply put, it is to carry out a comprehensive transformation in terms of the nature of the country, the political system, the economic system, the state power organs, the army, and so on. In the early stage, the United States also provided some assistance to Japan, such as providing food. In February of this year, the United States implemented the Dodge Plan in order to curb Japan's severe inflation. The most well-known item of this plan is the fixed exchange rate. From the moment of implementation, the exchange rate of the US dollar to the Japanese yen was fixed at 1 to 360. This rule lasted until the 1970s. It also formulated rules for reducing expenditures, balancing budgets, strengthening taxation, restricting capital lending, stabilizing wages, and strengthening price control. The Dodge Line has advantages and disadvantages for Japan. It suppressed Japan's post-war inflation, stabilized Japan's finances, and has positive significance for Japan's future development. However, it also caused the US government to completely lift its direct economic assistance to Japan. This was also one of the starting points of the Dodge Plan. The economic austerity policy began to strain funding sources, so production stopped, enterprises closed down, and the number of unemployed people increased. The Dodge Project is a kind of severe medicine for severe illness. It has indeed stabilized the social order and suppressed inflation, but it has also caused a severe recession in the Japanese economy again, and many large companies are almost unable to stick to it. That's why Duncan said that what he sees now is all appearances. In fact, Japan is now having a very difficult life, including people's livelihood, economic development and other aspects. However, Hardy knew that this situation would improve in the second half of next year. Because of the outbreak of the Peninsular War, the United States placed a large number of material orders to Japan, and at the same time, it also liberalized certain restrictions on Japan in terms of policy. Let many Japanese companies resurrect. Hardy knows, with the aid of the Peninsula Crisis, Japan's economy began to recover. After the Vietnam War, Japan once again received a large number of orders and completely recovered. It even exceeded Japan's economic level during World War II. Therefore, by the end of the 1960s, Japan's economy was only below the US and the Soviet Union. By the end of the 1970s, Japan even surpassed the Soviet Union to become the world's second largest economy, which surprised the world. Certainly, at this time, the book started to cry again. He felt like he was doing it again. He took the money to buy in the United States, and even shouted the slogan to buy the entire United States. Mentalnovel.com. His father saw his son jump too much, so he went up. He gave him a kick, and this kick kicked his son a dog on the mud. The Plaza Accord kept the notebook from getting up for 30 years. Hardy read the information while thinking in his head. He is just alone. Inability to stop the general trend of the world. He hates books. Don't hate money. The next year or so will definitely be an excellent time to absorb Japanese industries. He can take advantage of the current US policy restrictions on Japan and take advantage of the difficulties of Japanese companies to buy some industries in large sums. In fact, it is not only the industry, but there are many things that can be done. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 317 is determined and later, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 318 Heidi Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. The plane was traveling through the dark sky, and a flash of lightning flashed from time to time in the distance. It should be a storm over there. Hardy thought about the war that would take place next year. This time in Hong Kong, trading with the North may help a little bit there, but if he was asked to stop the war, he asked himself that he still didn't have the ability. After all, he is just a businessman, and what he can do with the advantages of foresight is already the limit. The world is rolling forward, and there are a few people who can turn it around alone. Japan's gains in that war actually had even greater significance to the North. Although some soldiers were sacrificed in that war, it displayed awe-inspiring momentum and gave the newly formed country something that it had never achieved before. That is dignity. From the beginning of the Opium War, to the allied forces of the Eight Nations, to the later devils poisoning China, in the eyes of Westerners, China has always been a weak and deceptive image, and the people generally lack self-confidence. And that battle, the results of the war shocked, stunned, and shocked all countries. Since then, they have looked at China and even the Chinese people in a different light. As the boss said, gone are the days when Western colonists can set up a few cannons on the eastern coastline to occupy a country. That battle, national self-confidence was greatly encouraged. It also made Mao Zedong admire, seeing the great potential and value of China, and began a large-scale aid to China. This gave China a relatively stable construction environment for a period of time. There was another flash of lightning outside the window, which awakened Hardy, who was thinking, and Hardy chuckled twice. What kind of identity he was, but only a businessman. We have done what we can. The next step is of course to continue to make money and fight for your own beautiful little days. Major events in the world. Let the great men worry about it. He looked at the information about Japan in his hand again. He had already decided that since he knew that Japan would recover its economy, why not take a share of the pie? European investment has the Marshall Plan. Why can't I get a Hardy plan? No one is optimistic about the Japanese economy, and no one in the US consortium invests here. You can find President Johnson and ask him to individually approve a Japanese economic investment plan, and carry the sword of his father's Shang Fang, which Japan desires. Economic investment. It is estimated that the Prime Minister of Japan will kneel to greet him. After a day and night of flying, Hardy finally returned to Los Angeles. Andy brought people to the airport to meet Hardy, and Hardy gave Andy a hug. Boss, you have been there for 4 months this time. You didn't say to go so long at the beginning. Andy said, hee, I didn't expect it to be so long. Hardy said with a smile, how is the situation in Hong Kong? Andy asked. The Hong Kong branch of Hardy Group was established. The branch manages hundreds of real estate companies, auction companies, trading companies, and industrial parks. At the same time, there are HSBC, Wells Fargo, Global Times, and ABC TV. The industrial layout in Hong Kong has basically been completed. Hardy said, this is not weaker than the average group company. Andy said. Andy paused, then asked questions again. Boss, are you really afraid that Hong Kong will be taken back? These days, there are often Chinese news reports in the Global Times. Depending on the situation, the victory of the North is unstoppable. Hardy smiled. It depends on people, and things happen in heaven. We have done a lot of analysis beforehand, and there is still some necessary work. As for success or failure, let it be handed over to God. Well, let's not talk about that side. How is the business here in the United States? Hardy asked. Andy began to report to Hardy. The security company has developed well in the past few months. It has opened branches in more than a dozen cities and recruited again. Now the overall scale has reached 7,000. The originally planned overseas military bases have now made progress. A piece of land has been purchased near Penang, Malaysia and Singapore, respectively, with permanent use rights, and bases are being constructed at the two places at the same time. 2 frigates have been dispatched. At the same time, there were more than 300 Marine soldiers, as well as logistic and ground personnel, and the total number of the 2 bases was about 700. The base in the Persian Gulf is also under construction. A warship is being sent there. Why go to the Persian Gulf? Because the oil company of the Hardy Group has built an oil field in Saudi Arabia. When the oil is released in the future, it will inevitably become gold. Corridor. After arriving in Saudi Arabia, Occidental Petroleum President Armand Hammer contacted the Saudi royal family through his own relationship, and finally negotiated the right to exploit the neutral zone at a reasonable price. Hardy knew that this place was very rich in oil resources. Later, Mobil and British Petroleum both established large oil fields here. Now Hardy is the first to take the lead. After the oil comes out, you must go to the Persian Gulf. The safety here has become the focus. Another point is that the Hardy Group has shipping companies all over the world, and the Persian Gulf base can also protect the shipping companies' ships in the Arabian Sea. As for other industries, they are all operating normally. The last 10 years have been the golden decade of the United States. All industries are thriving and developing at a high speed. Those branches are escorted by the Hardy Group to avoid external plunder, and their own development is actually very simple. Andy also told Hardy that the investment company has invested in more than a dozen companies during this period. Of these companies, Hardy has been optimistic about crossing the line, and some are more optimistic about Andy. Most of these investment companies are traditional manufacturing industries, including automobiles, oil, construction, power companies, gas companies, precision machine tools, medicine, etc. These industries will be the most profitable in the next 10 or even 20 years. The annual profit rate generally exceeds 8%, and the higher it exceeds 20%. How is the supermarket chain? Hardy asked. This is also one of the purposes of his return. He wants to build the Hardy supermarket chain into an enterprise like Walmart, so he is very concerned about the supermarket situation. Basically it's done, because this is the first one, and Sam put all his energy into it, so the progress is very fast. Hardy nodded. Then don't go back to the company, go to the supermarket first. Hardy said. You just came back. Don't you go home and take a break? Andy said. I slept on the plane for a day and didn't need to recover at all. Even the jet lag was reversed, and the supermarket was in Hollywood. I would go back after watching it. Hardy said. His physical strength is different from ordinary people, his recovery ability is super strong, and he is always energetic, which gives him a great advantage, whether it's at work or picking up girls. Not a good body, you are not qualified to be the love saint to open the harem. The convoy came to Hollywood's Hardy supermarket, which covers a huge area. The main area of the supermarket has reached 5,000 square meters. The parking lot is 3 times larger than that of the supermarket. It has a full 15,000 square meters and can park 400 to 500 vehicles at the same time. In fact, there is also the idea of hoarding such a large piece of land. At this time the parking lot has been built, and the parking lines are neatly drawn. Many people enter and exit the supermarket gate to carry goods inside. These people are wearing red uniforms. They are very conspicuous. They are people from Hardy Logistics. Sam Walton was instructing people to set up the shelves. Hearing the big boss coming, he immediately came to greet him. After seeing Hardy, he said with joy, Mr. Hardy, you are back from the East? Yes, I just came back. How much time can I open? Hardy asked, looking around. 3 or 4 days at most, Sam Walton said. Take me around and talk about the situation in detail. Hardy said. Mr. Hardy, please. Hardy, Andy, and Sam Walton turned around in the supermarket. The supermarket signed a total of more than 2,000 suppliers, and each supplier would provide several, dozens or even hundreds of commodities, such as Crocker Agriculture Group. They provide half of the fruits, vegetables, and aquatic products in the supermarket. Supermarket commodities include food, toys, new clothing, cosmetics, household appliances, daily necessities, meat, fruits and vegetables, and so on. There is even a special gun and ammunition store inside. Because it is purchased directly from the manufacturer, the price can be kept low. This is also the advantage of large supermarkets. The purchase price is low, and the selling price can be reduced. While ensuring profits, the low price of the same quality goods is naturally more attractive force. Sam picked up a poke of the canned fruit and said to Hardy, for example, the purchase price of other grocery stores is about 30 cents. And we can get it for 22 cents. They sell 50 cents. It can sell for 40 cents, which is a 20% difference. This price gap is already obvious. Customers naturally know who to choose. And I am also preparing to launch a membership system. Members can purchase a membership card. The price of the membership card is $100. It can be used at a 10% discount. It can be used in any Hardy supermarket chain. The deposit of $100 will be returned to you. Sam said, is $100 too expensive? And now people are only paid about $200 a month. Andy asked. Sam smiled. Does this make our membership card precious? Because of the low price of goods, our profit margin was originally not high. After a 10% discount, the profit margin is even lower. The membership card is just an attractive item, and the deposit is used for working capital. Hardy turned around again. There is no difference between the cash register and the aisle cash register of later generations. The only difference is that there is no electronic alarm of the later generations. No way, there is no such thing yet. What are you going to do with anti-theft? Hardy asked. I have signed a contract with HD Security and hired security personnel to be responsible for the safety of the supermarket, Sam Wharton said. Hardy shook his head. Not enough. Those who steal things are more cunning than you think. Hiring security personnel can ensure the safety of the supermarket, but it cannot prevent theft, Hardy said. Sam Wharton frowned worriedly. Then what about the boss? He'll help you solve this. If someone from the Los Angeles company contacts you, you will directly contact the other person, Hardy said. Sam Wharton naturally knew what the Los Angeles company was and nodded immediately. After inspecting the supermarket, Hardy returned to Beverly Hills Manor. After leaving for a few months this time, he was really homesick. Who is the woman in the family? Ava hasn't come back from Africa. Monroe seems to be performing outside. Not in Los Angeles. The French girl Elaine should be there. She picked up the phone and called the TV station. Elaine heard Hardy's voice and screamed in surprise. I will go back now. Are you not recording the show tonight? Yes. There is Elaine Tonight Show tonight. I have invited the winner of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Oh, I miss you, Hardy. I really want to see you now. Elaine was not reconciled. Shouted, hee, come over after finishing the show tonight. Well, that's all there is to it. Put down the phone. I don't know if Taylor Nancy came back. I think she should have finished filming her film in France. Call Taylor's house. Taylor's mother Aisha was very happy to hear Hardy's voice and told Hardy Taylor to go to the UK. When I went to the UK, what did she do in the UK? Is there a show? Hardy asked in surprise. No, it was Princess Margaret who invited Tyler to play in the UK. When she was a child, Tyler and Princess Margaret used to go to school together. The two were also playmates in the past. Unexpectedly, Princess Margaret thought of Tyler and she sent a telegram, inviting her to play in the UK. Taylor has been there for more than 10 days, Yisha said. When she said these words, Yisha's tone was obviously a little squeaky, and she could hear that she was very excited about her daughter being invited by the princess. She is of English descent, and Hardy can understand her feelings. Hardy briefly talked with the other party and hung up the phone. After thinking about it, I found the perpetual calendar from the drawer. It looks like Sam Wharton is about to open in the near future, and Hardy intends to choose an auspicious day. This is the first supermarket of the Hardy supermarket chain. It can be said to be the flagship store. The opening is very important. When Siegel's Flamingo Casino opened, there was heavy rain and lightning. That guy definitely didn't read the almanac. If he understood this, he would never end up with that. After reading it, I found that 5 days later, it is suitable to open business, trade, and make money, and it happens to be Saturday, which is a very good day. Hardy called Sam Wharton and told him that the opening date would be 5 days later. From tomorrow, you can advertise. The Global Times and ABC TV will be on together. Even if others can't come, you can advertise the Hardy chain. Go out. After all, our goal is the United States. On the opening day, I am going to organize an opening ceremony and tell them that there will be stars to help out who will come to Mr. Hardy, and I will let the newspaper publicize it. Sam Wharton said. Marilyn Monroe will go. Miss Monroe? That's great. I believe there will be a crowd on the opening day, Sam said excitedly. There are also some TV series stars, such as Captain America actor. Hardy continued. In fact, it is enough to have Miss Monroe. I believe that most people are also directed at her. Sam said. Captain America's chest muscles are no better than the and beautiful legs of American Sweetheart. It's so realistic. Hanging up Sam's phone, Hardy called Bill again and told him about the opening of the supermarket. Bill smiled and said, Boss, I will definitely bring someone to join him. I'm not asking you to join in. You are reading www.uukanzu.com has tasks for you. Hardy said. What can I do? Bill was surprised. His own gangster business couldn't beat the supermarket. Isn't it crazy to sell white powder directly in the supermarket? There will definitely be some stealers in the supermarket. You send some skilled thieves to the supermarket shopping crowd. When you see the stealers, come out and catch them with the supermarket security staff. and wait to deter those stealing things. It is estimated that fewer people dare to reach out. Hardy said, "It turned out to be like this. I understand the boss. Don't worry, I will send the smartest thief over." Bill smiled. Since there is no electronic anti-theft, it can only be artificially anti-theft. People make the best use of their talents, and thieves sometimes have magical uses. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 318, The Magical Uses of Thieves, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 319, Heidi Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. Monroe is performing in Detroit. The performance is held at the baseball stadium. There are tens of thousands of audiences and they are very enthusiastic. Now Monroe has become the most appealing singer in the United States. Not long ago, Playboy magazine used Monroe as the cover. There were a large number of Monroe photo albums in it. There was not much nudity, but various and sultry poses. Even so, this issue of the magazine was sold out. Finally, it was printed twice, allowing Playboy's sales to exceed 1 million copies this issue. This is also the first time that Playboy has exceeded 1 million copies in a single issue. After the performance, the bodyguards sent Monroe back to the hotel. As soon as he came back, the leader of the team smiled and said softly, "Ms. Monroe, I just received a call from Mr. Hardy." "I said you are performing." "She asked you to call him back after the show." "Ah, has he returned to the United States?" Monroe cried out in surprise. "Yes, Mr. Hardy is in Los Angeles." Monroe hurried back to the room to call Hardy. After the phone was connected, Monroe couldn't wait to say, "Hardy, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you for 128 days. Remember so clearly?" "Of course, because I think about you every day." "Depend on, such a girl, such a love story. Which man doesn't like to listen to it?" "No card can withstand such a postgraduate entrance examination." "I'll send a plane to Detroit to pick you up, and let them reschedule the show." Hardy said, "Great. So I can see you as soon as possible," Monroe said happily. Reluctant to hang up, Monroe talked to Hardy on the phone about what she had done recently, just like a little girl showing off. "I have been talking for more than an hour before reluctantly letting go. The housekeeper made dinner, and Heidi's current appetite made Hanyesan a little bit apprehensive. He used to feel that the food cooked by his own chef was not bad, but now it feels dull. "Is there any real food in the United States?" "Hot dog, hamburger, Sarah, cheese pizza, sandwich." "Damn, what kind of shit?" He called the butler and ordered him to find a way to hire an authentic Chinese chef, who wants Cantonese cuisine, because his mouth is a little light. "Cantonese food?" The butler was a little unsure. After eating, Hardy walked slowly in the courtyard for half an hour, and then came to the gym to start working out. It has been 4 years since he retired from the military. The reason why Hardy can still keep in shape is to keep exercising and boxing. Because of his super recovery ability, his physical fitness is much better than ordinary people. After 2 hours of exercise, Hardy went to the swimming pool to swim, which is also one of the training events. Just when Hardy swam from the opposite side, a beautiful figure rushed in from the door and saw Hardy in the pool. "I" yelled with a sound. He ran a few steps directly into the swimming pool. Elaine went downstream in twos to Hardy, hugged the man, her 2 long legs crossed Hardy's waist, and her lips came up. "Papa is also one of the sports. It is very helpful to exercise the endurance and explosive power of the waist. How has the TV station been in recent months?" Hardy asked, stroking Elaine's curve with a big hand. "Very good. Now our TV station has 3 talk shows, 2 TV series on air, 2 news broadcasts at noon and evening, as well as news and current affairs reviews, TV shopping, financial programs, cartoons, broadcasts of concerts in New York, and broadcasts. Sports programs such as baseball and rugby are rich in content. The new season of Super Idol is about to begin, and the TV station is stepping up preparations. Because of the experience, I believe it will do better than last year, and it will definitely set off a viewership boom again. Some cartoons and TV series produced by the company, such as Sesame Street, Ultraman, War of Pretty Girl, Armor Warrior, Captain America, etc., suitable for making toys, have been licensed to the Group Toy Company to produce toys, and they are now on the market. Very good. CBS and NBC have been catching up and have produced some shows, but they are still left behind. Our overall ratings are absolutely #1 in the United States. By the way, the TV station has added several more local TV stations and the coverage area is larger. Hardy couldn't help but nodded. ABC is a very important part of his media empire. He wants him to maintain a strong momentum. If the other two TV stations make efforts, he will not hesitate to cheat and break out one or two epoch-making programs, which will inevitably suppress them again. For example, the popular Millionaire Answering program, stimulated by money, will inevitably set off a climax. In fact, it doesn't cost $1 million. Even if it only costs $100,000 this year, it is enough to stimulate people to scream. Also, the TV station has reached an agreement with Canada to enter Canada. The first city is Vancouver. Hardy said, Vancouver is close to Seattle. The telegraph poles over there are stretched higher to receive the signal from Seattle. It is hard to stop if you want to. Through chat, Hardy knows a lot about the ABC TV station. Now the TV station is developing very well. He doesn't need to intervene at all. It's enough to have Elaine, the vice president, the little spy. 2 days later, Monroe is back. Blonde hair with red lips, beauty moles, body lily face, exuding alluring coquettish femininity from inside to outside. When Monroe saw Hardy, she didn't jump up immediately, but danced by the door frame. Hardy originally wanted to stand up, but when she saw this scene, she smiled and sat down again. Monroe sang a soft song. He slowly danced gently, stepped on high heels and walked to Hardy step by step, stretched out his hand to stroke the man's cheek, and continued to sing the mist song. Then her lips kissed Hardy's eyes. Kiss on the nose. Wipe my lips. Kiss on the chin. Then there is the chest. What is a good life? There are things you like and enjoy. Actually, it is enough. This is a good life. Do not think too much. It is not his pursuit to say how much to contribute to mankind. He is a layman. He was vulgar in his life, and even more vulgar in this life. God gave him a chance to do it again, and he decided to take it well. This life, do what you want to do most. In his previous life, he ran hard for money, and in this life he will make a lot of money. In the previous life, there was no beloved woman, so in this life he decided to be a scumbag male. It's shameless for others to laugh at me. I laugh at others and can't see through. I am drunk now, so I am happy to live him for 100 years. So wet. So wet. Hardy stroked Monroe's hair and said, Monroe, I have instructed Victor to start the formation of the enthusiastic crew. From now on, your performance will be temporarily stopped and you will be fully prepared to shoot the movie. Monroe was overjoyed. The day after tomorrow, the Hardy supermarket chain opened and arranged an opening performance for you. Let's go there together that day. Monroe couldn't help nodding her head in agreement. The first flagship store of the Hardy supermarket chain opened and advertised on the Global Times and ABC TV. At the same time, it informed the public that there will be many celebrities including Marilyn Monroe and Captain America. This news can be seen not only by the people of Los Angeles, but also by all Americans. Many people envy the people of Los Angeles from their hearts and can see Monroe in such a convenient way. As for the Los Angelesers, many people make up their minds that they must go to see it that day, not shopping. They want to see Monroe. Opening day. The Hardy supermarket chain is decorated very festively. A stage was erected next to it. There were 10,000 to 20,000 people in the audience. First, 2 female singers sang, and then a few TV stars took the stage to arouse a wave of cheers. When the Captain America wore tights on stage, The protruding shape made the women scream. In the end, Marilyn Monroe came on stage, and the cheers from the audience were louder than anyone else. Monroe presented a passionate song, and finally said, "Welcome everyone to the Hardy supermarket chain and wish you all a happy shopping." Sam Wharton led a group of managers to cut the ribbon. The supermarket officially opened. After the gate was opened, customers flocked into the supermarket. The supermarket has a huge space, a beautiful environment, and a dazzling array of goods. The high shelves are filled with batches of goods. Someone picked up the items and looked at the prices, and was surprised to find that the items here are much cheaper than those in other stores. In the Global Times and ABC TV advertisements before, the Hardy supermarket chain used the exit code as "Save every penny for you and buy the most comfortable products." Purchasing from the source, eliminating intermediate links, and giving profits to customers is the concept of Hardy supermarket chain. Some people originally just watched the show, saw that the things were cheap, decided to buy some back, and started wandering around with their shopping carts. Finally, they found a lot of favorite products. The prices were cheaper than other places, and the shopping carts quickly filled up. If it is a customer who pushes a lot of goods, the cashier will kindly remind them that they can apply for a shopping discount card, which can save money. Many people hesitated when they learned that the discount card requires a $100 deposit. The price of this shopping card is too expensive. The cashier explained patiently, "Our discount card can give you a 10% discount, which means that if you spend $100 this time, you can save $10. And you can save the card fee for 10 times. Our discount card is for life, there is no limit to the number of years, which means that as long as you spend $1,000 in our supermarket, you will save the card fee. If you don't plan to want this discount card at any time, you can return the card at any time, and your $100 deposit will be returned to you immediately." The Hardy supermarket chain belongs to the Hardy Group, and the Hardy supermarket chain will be opened all over the United States. That is to say, your discount card can be discounted at any Hardy supermarket in the United States. With such preferential power, although the price is very expensive, some people still paid for a discount card after all. Another reason is that this is Hollywood. There are more wealthy people here than in other places. Today, some people living in Beverly Hills also come to join in the fun. Customers are happy shopping, but there are always discordant things happening. A white woman www.mcnovel.com, after turning to a slightly hidden position, picked up something and stuffed it secretly into her upper body. The left side was stuffed and the right side was stuffed. The upper circumference of this woman was obviously swollen in a circle. Much faster than going to South Korea for surgery. This is not over yet. She secretly stuffed a few more commodities into her lower body, then shook her skirt, and the big bag disappeared quickly. More powerful than thunder in the crotch. It's comparable to a Tibetan goldfish bowl with ancient color tricks. In another place, a black man secretly stuffed a bag of things into his trouser pocket. The man really has no advantage in hiding things. However, their behavior did not escape the eyes of the caring people. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 319 Hardy Chain Supermarket opened successfully, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Hardy Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 320 Hardy Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. The white woman came out with a shopping cart. There was only a breadstick in the cart. It was the cheapest commodity and only cost 2 cents. After the woman settled the account, she took the bread bag and left with a smile on her face. But just a few meters after she walked out, several tall men stopped him. "What are you doing?" the woman said vigilantly. "Take out what's on your body," the security officer said solemnly. "For these people, they don't have a good temper." "You are wronging people," the woman immediately yelled. preparing to stray. Hold her down and take it straight out. These security guards didn't have the time to talk nonsense with you. They directly held down the women. The women struggled, but under this struggle, a bunch of things fell out of their bodies. Toothpaste, toothbrush, sausage, biscuits. There are always more than a dozen of them. The customers around were stunned. They didn't expect this woman to hide so many things on her body. Seeing that the woman was exposed, she immediately started crying and begging. The security guards would not be soft-hearted, so they lifted the women and walked out. There was a police car parked not far from the gate of the supermarket. It was a large LOF police car with an iron cage welded on the back. Women were thrown into the iron cage in handcuffs. She is not the only one in the iron cage. 3 or 4 have been put in it. People who come out of shopping will look at the people in the cage of the police car and know that they have stolen in the supermarket. The police car is hanging here before it leaves. Although there is no parade, this can be regarded as a public show. A few hours later, the police car was full and pulled back to the police station. At the police station, the women are okay, and the men are unlucky. They will be beaten severely and even use the hand-cranked telephone. What is a hand-cranked phone? Old-fashioned telephones have their own large batteries. They need to be shaken vigorously for dialing. At this time, a strong current will be generated. If you pinch the thread, you will feel the pain of being clicked by the electric stick. Although the hand-cranked telephone is now eliminated, the police station but it stayed. What is the relationship between the police station and the Hardy Group? Ian the old Ian, the director had already ordered that anyone who stole something in the Hardy Group should give a severe lesson after bringing it back. Ghosts cried and howled in the interrogation room and threw them into the iron cage after torture. The iron cage is still holding other prisoners, such as those who drank and made troubles, fights. Seeing the tragedy of these guys and asking the reason, they knew that they were stealing things at Hardy's supermarket. There are a few gangsters in it, and they look at these people reluctantly. I tell you, even our gangsters don't dare to steal a bottle of water from Hardy's supermarket. Don't you see Hardy? These 2 words. That's right. There is a group of poor ghosts inside. They are not gangsters at all. They don't know this at all. No real thieves dare to steal things in Hardy's supermarket. The Hardy supermarket opened. On the first day, more than 100 thieves were caught. On the second day, the number dropped sharply to only 20 or 30. And only a few on the third day. Why the number is getting smaller and smaller. In fact, the people who really stole things are usually those people, and the number of people caught in a wave will be much smaller. Hardy Supermarket did not let them off easily, but directly called the police to arrest people, and then prepared to file a lawsuit, killing chickens and monkeys. At that time, there was no saying that stealing less than $950 would not break the law, and those who stole things might go to jail for several months. After 3 days, Sam Wharton reports to Hardy. Andy is their boss. In these 3 days, the first day of opening sales was $52,000. The second day was $36,000, and the third day was $32,000. Now is the opening period, and the sales will definitely be hotter. According to our estimation, every day in the future normal sales should be between $20,000 and $25,000. Excluding various expenses, the net profit is expected to be about 4% to 6%, which means that the annual net profit of this supermarket is about $450,000. To be honest, Sam Wharton is not satisfied with this profitability, and Andy also feels that there is too little. After all, such a large investment and such a small annual profit will take many years to recover the investment cost. Such an investment, a Playboy magazine, will be crushed. Suppress several large supermarkets. Hardy smiled. A net profit of 4% to 6% is no less. Our products are cheap and profit margins are low, but because they are cheap, we can attract more customers and sales will increase accordingly. So in comparison, in the same industry, we make no less than them. It's like this cup in my hand. Other places sell 100 pieces a year, and although we are cheap, we may sell 1,000 pieces. Do you think it makes less money? Sam, Do you remember that I told you before that when the Hardy supermarket chain scales up, those providers can be charged a reverse listing fee, because they sell the most goods in Hardy supermarkets, and they dare not abandon us. You can also ask them to cooperate with our discount actions, such as Christmas discounts, etc., so that profits can be increased by a piece. Also, the payment period in our contract with those providers is 60 days, and the average product turnover period is 10 days, which means that we can hold down the payment for 50 days, which is even more than the total payment. Right? Andy and Sam both nodded. Goods turnaround time is 10 days, and the payment is 50 days. In theory, the payment will be 5 times the payment. This is definitely a huge amount of money. Although the supermarket has a low profit margin, it has a large amount of cash. Let's calculate the account. The Hollywood supermarket sells $9 million a year, not counting the profit. The payment in our hands will be $6 million. More than US dollars, right? Yes, Sam nodded. Do we just keep these $6 million? No. This is a huge resource. We can use the money to invest in stocks, securities, futures, and insurance. Even if we lend it to banks, we can get 4%, 5%. The interest rate is not lower than the profit rate. If we have 30 such supermarkets in the United States, we will hold $180 million in cash, and if there are 300, we will hold $1.8 billion in cash. I tell you, with this money, bankers will want to come and beg you. Andy nodded next to him. Yes, if anyone can hold $1.8 billion in cash, the banker will treat him as a guest, the most honorable and important friend. It is stronger than Bank of America, one of the largest banks in the United States, and now it may not be able to come up with 500 million cash in one breath, because the cash in the bank is negative equity and must be invested, and sometimes large amounts of cash are needed. At this time you have a large sum of cash in your hand, and the result is self-evident. Hardy took the words and continued. According to the calculation just now, a supermarket conservatively estimated that it can make $1 million. Although it doesn't look much, if there are 300 stores, it can make $300 million a year. No one will make this profit. Ignore. So the problem now is, Sam, you need to keep working hard to open Hardy supermarket chains all over the United States. At least 1 or 2 supermarkets in each big city. When the population grows, you can open more supermarkets in those cities. There should be a Hardy supermarket chain in every area. Do you know what my goal is? Hardy looked at Sam Walton. How much? Sam held his breath. 3,000 stores. In the future, there will be 3,000 Hardy supermarkets in the United States. By that time, sales will be higher than now. Perhaps the cash in our hands will reach a staggering 20 billion or even 30 billion US dollars. Sam Walton's breathing was short. Not only in the United States, but in the future, Hardy supermarkets will be opened to Europe, South America, Asia, and even Africa. At that time, the Hardy supermarket chain will become the world's largest supermarket and control the future of hundreds of thousands of suppliers. Hardy's words were impassioned and provocative. Sam Walton's eyes flushed slightly, like a chicken blood. Boss, I understand. I will definitely manage this industry well and open Hardy's chain stores all over the United States and all over the world. Work hard. We will definitely make a lot of money. Hardy smiled and encouraged Sam Walton. Hardy's words are similar to those of work hard. I will marry you a sister-in-law next year. Hardy's chain supermarket not only values its profitability and the role of cash cows, but also aims to control the life and death of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of enterprises as a terminal seller. This has been verified in the future. There are more than 80,000 direct suppliers of Walmart, and hundreds of thousands of indirect enterprises. If Walmart closes, it will inevitably cause a huge chain reaction, even to describe it as the financial tsunami. After the Hardy supermarket chain grows up, more and more companies rely on the Hardy Group to survive. If Hardy takes any action, where these companies will lean on, You can understand with your toes. One more thing. When the Hardy supermarket chain is up, Hardy also plans to cooperate with the military to become a supplier of the US military. The US military does not only need guns, but also the daily necessities, which cost a little bit more than weapons. There are so many US military weapons suppliers in the future, and each one is famous, such as Boeing, GM, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Honeywell, Halliburton, United Defense Industry. But no one cares. The largest supplier of daily necessities for the US military is Walmart, which not only provides daily necessities, but is also responsible for logistics and distribution, not only domestically, but also to more than 200 US military bases around the world. If Walmart is gone, the US military will run out of water and food. It is not only the aircraft and missiles that are valuable, but mineral water is also very valuable. In Afghanistan, the US military has a bottle of mineral water for $14 and a cup of $3,000. Moreover, these consumptions are not like weapons. It takes many years to buy a batch. The daily necessities are consumed in large quantities, and the business continues to flow. It is no less profitable than the big arms dealers. After Sam left, Hardy chatted with Andy again. Andy went to work on his own affairs. When Hardy thought of Sam reporting about catching the thief, a smile appeared on his face. Professional thieves dealt with amateur thieves, which played an excellent role in protecting the property of the supermarket. Effect. This reminded him of Victor. Victor was just a liar at the beginning. After being subdued and reformed by himself, he has now become the most suitable person to open up Hong Kong. So put some people in different positions, they can play different roles. Hardy kept thinking divergent, thinking that maybe these people can make full use of, such as some economic criminals. Then Hardy thought of Japan again. Is it possible to get some people like this in the past? The more Hardy thought about it, the more interesting it became. Call the secretary to come in, notify Henry to come over and say I have something to look for him. Good Mr. Hardy. The secretary went out to contact Henry. It didn't take long for Henry to come over, and Hardy asked Henry to sit down and said, Henry, do you have any information on economic and financial fraudsters? Henry was taken aback for a moment. Boss, are you talking about being in prison or in society? Henry asked. It's okay, but the top-notch one. You can find the information of prison inmates on the FBI's wanted list. There is a list of financial fraudsters. As for those that the FBI does not have, we also know some. In fact, many gangs are involved in financial fraud, as well as the financial system and even Wall Street. Henry said. Hardy said seriously, Henry, give you an important task. Boss, you say, set up a department. This department must be very secretive. No one should know that this department is related to Hardy Group, HD Security, or even your intelligence company. The people in this department specialize in controlling financial fraudsters, find out their details, grasp his handle, and keep them firmly in their hands. These people have high IQs, understand finance, understand human nature, understand laws, and operate. So you must be very careful when doing this, and you must find a way to firmly control them. If you can't control it, he'd rather not. Henry nodded. One more thing. These people don't know each other's existence. Each of them or each team is an independent individual. After fully grasping these people, give them a new face, get one or even a few fake identities, and also conduct training. Don't engage in the kind of petty scams, fraud, bank fraud, MLM fraud, etc. Then send them to Japan. Do the preparatory work first, make the plate bigger, don't rush to cash out, and then wait for the order. When the time is right, they will detonate. Tell them that after success, they will have a share and can help them hide. It is possible to do this once, and it will be enough for them to stay away for a lifetime. I understand the boss. Henry took the order and left. After Henry was gone, Hardy got up and looked out the window. Then, little books have robbed countless gold and silver treasures in China, and it is unrealistic to them back one by one. so I will use financial means to plunder. Financial fraud. It is a crime of high intelligence. Even in the 21st century, when information and communication and data are extremely developed, financial fraud is still emerging. Not to mention that it has not yet reached the 1950s. Hardy got a group of scammers to Japan with mental arithmetic and unintentional. He would definitely gain something, which can make the financially difficult notebook even worse. Mentalnovel.com. When he goes back to Japan, he harvests and acquires both. It must get twice the result with half the effort. In his previous life, he was also in business, and he also studied some fraudulent methods. Of course, it was to prevent fraud. In the business field, he would capsize if he was not careful, so he must be very careful. Hardy sat back at his desk, unfolded the paper and lifted the pen. I am going to write a scam prevention handbook, and let the scam elites who were still in the 1950s take a look back and open up their minds. Heavy Rain reminds dear book friends, to prevent fraud, please download the National Anti-Explosive Center app. _. Remember to register. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 320 starting the special talent program, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ. Blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 321. Heidi Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. Hardy supermarket chain Hollywood store opened. Business is very good. In fact, 2 other stores in Los Angeles, and 2 stores in San Francisco are also opening at the same time. It is estimated that they will open in 1 or 2 months. The opening of these 5 stores is actually just the beginning. Hardy's idea is to use them to train the management team and logistics team of the supermarket chain. After the experience is mature, the Hardy Group will use its strong capital to quickly expand the supermarket chain business across the United States. Later generations of WUMA have more than 3,000 stores in the United States. In addition, there are Costco, Trader Joe's, Uncle, Kroger, Kmart, Albertsons, etc., all of which add up to 5,000 to 6,000. Therefore, the domestic market in the United States is very broad. Hardy has another idea. These supermarket chains do not rent sites, but buy all the land to build their own supermarkets. There is no rent, so this is also a land investment. When the supermarket becomes large in the future, it can also carry out other supporting services, such as KFC, McDonald's, Starbucks, Shinse-style Panda fast food and so on. These can be built on the basis of supermarkets in the early stage, and can be separated in the later stage to form their own brands and then promote them all over the United States and the world. You must know that these 4 future generations are all Fortune 500 companies, and they have not yet appeared. A few days later, Hardy inspected all the industries in Los Angeles. Just like a lion inspecting his own territory, he has to go around and take a look from time to time. Otherwise some people will forget that there is his boss and become slack. Not enterprising is a corporate taboo. HD Security. Hardy was listening to Lanster's report. In 4 months, HD Security started to expand again. After consolidating the basic market in California, the security business began to enter other cities, especially in the cities where the gangster families that have cooperated with the Hardy Group are located. With the help of those local snakes, the security company can quickly establish a foothold. The main service object is still the bank. In fact, in the traditional business of gangsters, the big money is the gray industry, and it is very rare to make money by robbery, and it will not last long. And those families are becoming more and more aware that doing business to make money is much faster than robbery and extortion, and there is less trouble. In those cities, the security company cooperated with them privately. If anyone dared to rob, the gangster family would provide the information, and Heidi Security would contact the local police to cooperate and launch frantic crackdowns on those robbers. After several incidents, All banks have also seen the determination and strength of HD Security and are willing to choose to cooperate with them, so the business development is very smooth. Another focus is defense companies. The base is still under construction, and it is estimated that it will take half a year to be fully completed. Now warships can only temporarily use civilian ports in those areas, and oil materials are also purchased at high prices. We contacted a number of shipping companies to promote shipping security services. Except for several shipping companies in the group, no other shipping companies are willing to cooperate. They think the price is too expensive. Lanster said. How does the intelligence department know about the pirates everywhere? Hardy asked. I have some information. Hardy smiled. Ha ha, don't worry, it's just a development period. We protect our shipping company's income to support the operation of the base. As for pirates, we can raise more and wait for other shipping companies to suffer. Naturally we'll actively choose to cooperate with us. Hardy came to the film company. Edward reports on the operation of film companies, brokerage companies, and record companies. Hardy Films has never produced a large number of films, only 2 or 3 each year, mainly focusing on boutiques. Until now, it only has Red Dead Redemption, This Killer Is Not So Cold, Human and Ghosts Are Not Ending, Across the World and Song in the Rain. Currently being produced, only the animated live-action film Beauty and the Beast starring Taylor has entered the post-production stage. Boss, Enthusiasm is in preparation for the rights to select suitable directors and actors. Today, other companies are not doing well. The directors and actors have very good schedules. We can choose to use them. Select carefully. I hope this movie can become a classic. Monroe can be an instant hit and create a perfect start. Hardy said. Don't worry about your boss. I will do my best. Edward said respectfully. The boss's woman. Dare not to worry about it. Except for Enthusiasm, there are no more filming projects on the film company's side. Hardy felt that it was too monotonous, so he took out a few pieces of paper from his body and handed it to Edward. Nothing happened yesterday and I suddenly thought of a story idea, telling the story of an archaeology professor named Indiana Jones who helped the US Army break the German telegram and then explore the treasure. Here is the story outline. It can be made into a movie or a TV series. The outline of the story is only 4,000 to 5,000 words. The specific story content can be supplemented by the screenwriters. Edward quickly took it over, and after reading it briefly, he thought about it briefly. Boss, I think this story will be wonderful whether it is made into a movie or a TV series. As for the role of Professor Indiana Jones, I think Eastwood is very suitable. Hardy smiled slightly. I also considered him when I wrote the character. The two hit it off. After that, Hardy went to other companies, such as TV Factory, Hardy Mining Company, Toy Factory, Marvel Corporation, Airline Company, Global Times Headquarters, ABC TV station and so on. Then flew to San Francisco. They also inspected Wells Fargo, Hardy Shipping and other companies. After the inspection, Hardy met with Jay Nenai, the president of the Bank of America California Consortium. Seeing Jay Nenai was actually his main purpose in coming to San Francisco. Jay Nenai invited Hardy to have lunch. After the meal, the two of them walked and chatted in the garden. Jay Nenai said, Hardy, I heard that you made a large investment in Hong Kong. You are very confident about the future there. Yes, it is reported in the newspaper that the North is constantly taking over cities, and I am afraid that it will soon be in Hong Kong. The British may not be able to keep Hong Kong? Hardy shook his head. It's more venture capital. No one can fully control politics, and no one can control the future. There will be a lot of games over there. I just bet on one of the possibilities. If the bet is lost, I will withdraw my assets in time to reduce losses. If the bet is won, Hong Kong will keep it. I believe that my investment there will increase by 5 to 10 times in 5 years. Jay Nenai looked at the young man. Xin said that young people are still motivated and dare to take such big risks. Maybe he would do it when he was young, but now that he is getting older, He has become more stable from the bottom of his heart. This is the biggest difference between old people and young people. Be more calm than open up. The two of them continued to move forward, and Hardy said again, Mr. Giannini, I have another idea. This time I went to Hong Kong and passed through Japan. I went down and made a circle. And at the same time I collected some information about Japan. I think investing in Japan should be a good direction. Hardy said the main purpose of this visit. Invest in Japan? Giannini has never thought about that eastern country. Japan can be said to be the only country that has attacked the continental United States and attacked Pearl Harbor. Therefore, most people in this country have a very bad impression of Japan. Even Africa is better than Japan. Recently, the United States has been popular in Africa fever, and even many movies have been filmed in Africa, such as Ava's filming of snow in Kilimanjaro this time. Why do you think Japan is worth investing in? Giannini asked. Based on several aspects. Japan used to have a complete industrial system and a mature group of industrial workers. The current economic downturn is mainly due to the impact of post-war economic sanctions. In the international situation, have you noticed that Mr. Giannini? Recently, the United States and the Soviet Union have gradually formed an antagonism. A critic of the New York Times mentioned the term Cold War. I think it is right. I am afraid this kind of confrontation, it will continue to intensify. The government will not neglect the containment of the East, so it will build a bridgehead. Who do you think is more appropriate? Of course, it is more appropriate to control Japan, which is in the hands of the United States. So I predict that the government will deregulate Japan in the future, and the Japanese economy will recover soon. Now is a good time for us to invest. Take advantage of their economic downturn and absorb industries. When they recover, our assets will be geometrically stable. Growth. Giannini looked at Hardy in surprise. He found that he still underestimated this young man before. Many entrepreneurs looked at problems based on economic laws, while Hardy had begun to stand on a strategic point of view when he looked at problems more than one grade higher than those entrepreneurs. Because looking at the problem from the general situation, the prediction will be earlier and the farther can be seen. What are you going to do? Giannini asked. The United States has a Marshall Plan for Europe. I think we can make an economic plan specifically for Japan. I intend to persuade President Johnson to start a Japanese delegation and bring an economic team to invest in Japan. Giannini pondered for a while. Hardy, I support your idea. If you think any companies of the California Consortium are suitable for investment in Japan, you can bring them. Now that Japan is under the full control of the United States, Giannini thought that even if the return on investment is not high, it will not lose money, and there are not too many risks, so he agreed with Hardy's proposal. Hardy was happy, and persuading Giannini was a good start. Not only the California Consortium, I also plan to bring other consortia, such as the Rockefeller Consortium and even the Morgan Consortium. Hardy's ideas are far bigger than Giannini's, also more long-term. Japan itself is by no means comparable to Hong Kong. It is a country with a population of 80 million and a land area that is a third larger than that of the United Kingdom. Japan also has strong local consortia, such as the Mitsui Consortium, Mitsubishi Consortium, Sumitomo Consortium, Fuji Consortium, San Consortium, Daiichi Kanye and so on. To control the Japanese economy www.mentalnovel.com. It is not enough to rely on the Hardy Group and even the California Consortium. Although they are now sanctioned by the United States and behave very weakly, they will show their fangs and even fight back when they recover in the future. To suppress them, more powerful force is needed. Therefore, Hardy is prepared to bring more American consortia to form a strong synergy. Even if Japan develops in the future, they still dare not be rampant in the face of a bunch of powerful consortia. Some people think, if Hardy does this, will it be cheaper for others? In fact, it is not. Maybe you can help others to make money, but the person who gets the most benefits will definitely be the organizer and host of Hardy. With those consortiums, Hardy is equivalent to equipping himself with weapons and armor, and his combat effectiveness can be improved by several grades. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 321, Assembling Armors and Weapons to Enter Japan, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 322 Heidi Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. Saying goodbye to Jane Enai, Hardy took a private jet to Las Vegas to inspect the Las Vegas industry. The Hardy Hotel is still bustling with business. The hotel's various facilities have been further strengthened and have become more and more complete, becoming a real tourist resort. The TV lottery draws are larger than before, and now each issue is more than $100,000. I went to see the progress of the construction of the Venetian and Caesars Palace casinos. Now 1/3 of it has been completed, and the headquarters of the Hardy Group is also under construction. As for the racetrack and the dog racing track, the racecourse has been estimated to be completed in 1 or 2 months. The staff of the Hardy Hotel have already begun preliminary work, such as recruiting staff and purchasing race horses, as well as contacting various horse racing associations. A grand horse race will be held when it opens, and it will become another casino in the future, and a TV lottery will be launched. I believe it will enrich the spiritual and entertainment life of the American people. As for the Greyhound racing track, because the racecourse is much simpler to build, it was set up 2 months ago. Hardy Casino did not do this business, but handed over to the Los Angeles company. Back then, the Irish gang in Los Angeles had the Greyhound Casino. Later, the Irish gang was taken over by Hardy and the Greyhound business went to Bill. He has racing dogs in his hands and is suitable for this business. When Hardy arrived in Las Vegas, Bill was here. I heard that Hardy came and hurried over and took Hardy to the dog racing track to watch the dogs. A neon sign was also hung at the gate of the racecourse, with a few greyhounds running it, which was really clear at a glance. The venue is not large inside, and the stands can accommodate about 2,000 people. Although it is now 1949, the specifications of the Greyhound are basically perfected, and a fake rabbit is hung on the slide for dogs to chase. Dog racing can also draw prizes on television. In the previous underground dog racing games in Los Angeles, a bet of only a few $1,000s per game, but through television lottery activities, each game can reach hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is much more than before. Bill smiled and said, "Boss, there are more than 600 dogs here. Now there are 3 games every day. The live audience bets and the phone bets are about hundreds of thousands of dollars per game, and the commission can earn more than $4 million every year. Moreover, the money is still legal income, so there is no need to worry about it except paying taxes. Certainly, a lot of this money has to be distributed to Hardy, because this dog racing field is Hardy's, and the Los Angeles company is regarded as Hardy's venue, and it has to pay $1 million in rent every year." Hardy and Bill watched 2 games at the dog racing track. It felt so normal, not as interesting as horse racing. Whether Hardy likes it or not, but the audience likes it. From the way the gamblers hold the betting tickets and shout and cheer, they know them. How invested. After a round in Las Vegas, Hardy came to Carson City, the capital of Nevada. The capitals of the United States have a characteristic, and most of them are in small cities. Hadoubi visited the governor of Nevada and had a very friendly exchange with the governor. The Hardy Group is now the largest company registered in Nevada, and the governor is very enthusiastic. Members have communicated in private before. Although some members said that Nevada does not need to open the lottery, more people said that it should be opened. The time has been set. The voting parliament will be held at the end of the month. There are 2 other bills. Vote together. Governor Madison said. Governor Madison, I am here this time, mainly to hope that if the vote is passed, the lottery business can be handed over to the Hardy Group. You also know that Hardy Group operates the best gaming industry in Las Vegas. We also with the ABC TV station. It has sufficient advantages in lottery operations. Hardy said, lottery business is not a private business. In all states that open lottery in the United States, the lottery business is operated by the state government, and then they authorize the lottery company. This time, if Nevada passes the proposal, it will be in this way. The lottery operating company, excluding operating costs, can probably earn about 5% of the total amount. That is to say, if you bet $1 million in 2 issues a week, the total annual betting amount is approximately $100 million. Lottery companies can earn $5 million less. Some people think that there is little. After all, the investment is not small, but this is just a conservative figure, and business should not just look at the present. After obtaining the right to operate the lottery in Nevada, Hardy is equivalent to a stepping stone to promote the opening of lottery tickets in other states. When there are more open lotteries in the future, sales will naturally increase. The annual sales of American lottery tickets can reach $80 billion in future generations. According to this calculation, a 5% profit margin is $4 billion. The most important thing is that the lottery company will have a huge amount of money in its hands. It's the same truth that Hardy and Sam Walton said before. When you have a large amount of cash in your hand, the banker has to kneel and beg you. Besides, Hardy runs a bank himself and knows the importance of cash. Governor Madison naturally knew Hardy's purpose of looking for him. In fact, Anthony, the congressman who proposed the bill, knew that Hardy was looking for him. Nevada is very barren. It wants resources without resources, and industries without industries. If it had been forced to a dead end, it would not have made a new way to legalize gambling because it was really useless. Las Vegas casinos can be said to be Nevada's largest source of financial revenue, and Hardy Hotel is the largest among them. More than that, the Venetian and Caesars Palace under construction are both invested in hundreds of millions. At that time, the Nevada state government was delighted. And these two casinos were also built by Hardy, so no one dares to easily refuse what Hardy said in Nevada. Governor Madison smiled. Of course I believe in the strength of the Hardy Group, and I also believe that if the Hardy Group operates this industry, it will be successful. If this bill is passed, I will focus on the Hardy Group, which is also for the economy of Nevada. Consider, the two sides reached an oral agreement. Hardy didn't tell you how much money he would give you, how much he bribed, and everyone tacitly knew that the United States is very strict with regard to corruption and bribery. Some politicians who embezzle tens of thousands of dollars will face very serious punishments. So few people now bribe face-to-face. But this does not mean that corruption and bribery have disappeared, but that it has become more hidden. Today Governor Madison helped Hardy, then the next day Governor Madison finds Hardy, and Hardy is also obligated to help him. For example, if Governor Madison wants to run for the next governor, he needs supporters, or he wants to enter Congress and become the Senate, he needs supporter. For a funder like Hardy, one person can contract his campaign funds. Isn't campaign funding money? Of course. For another example, if there is a family business, the two parties can conduct business cooperation and do a few transactions at will, and the money will naturally come out. In the United States, there is no regulation that prevents congressmen and governors from doing business. Even many of them are businessmen, so I won't give examples, because there are too many people who run for the House of Representatives, the Senate, the governor, the mayor, and even the president after they have money. Old Special is one of the typical representatives. It's normal for politics to connect to business. Many people say that the United States is not a society of human relations. They are wrong. The United States has more human relations than any other country, and it has already formed its own rules. If someone helped you in the first place, but you didn't help when they found you, then your reputation will become very stinky when you are done, and it will be very difficult to find someone to do errands next time. After talking with Governor Madison, Hardy did not stop and flew to the U.S. Defense Logistics Base at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. He came to see Major General Williams. Before coming, Hardy had contacted Major General Williams on the phone, and Major General Williams invited him to eat at home with a smile. Now the two are in partnership and they are very close. Hardy refused. Let's find a golf course. The one we visited last time was not bad. Major General Williams immediately realized that Hardy didn't want to play golf, but had important things to talk to himself. No problem. I will book the stadium right now. On the golf course, Hardy took the ball first, and after a long shot, the two of them did not bring any entourage, and walked slowly toward the ball with the pole. General. The last time President Johnson took office, I went to attend. I met Secretary Marshall, and I had a good chat with Secretary Marshall. The next day, I visited the Pentagon specifically and talked about the security company. Hardy said. Major General Williams looked at Hardy. I sighed slightly in my heart. These rich men are far more powerful than their soldiers and support President Johnson's rise to power. Now everyone knows that Hardy is President Johnson's biggest benefactor and speaks very well with the president. Because of President Johnson's relationship, he can get to know the high-level military, and his personal connections are 10,000 times easier than those who climb up from the grassroots. Hardy looked at Major General Williams and suddenly said, General, are you interested in the post of Secretary of Logistics? Major General Williams was taken aback. Are you interested? Do you still need to ask too much? Williams thought of something, a little excited. Hardy, what do you mean? I mean, do you need me to help you run it? I'm going to see the President and Secretary Marshall soon. Hardy said. The U.S. Defense Logistics Agency is different from combat forces. It is directly subordinate to the Department of Defense, and the Secretary of Defense's direct jurisdiction. With the relationship between Hardy and Johnson, you can whisper to him in private to help Williams dredge the relationship. And as the President, to be honest, he is also willing to use someone who has a relationship with him, which is more convenient to use. This is the so-called faction. As for the current Director of Logistics, he will reach a retirement age in more than a year, when Williams' opportunity will come. Hardy can have someone contact the Director of Logistics in advance, invite him to join the security company as a consultant, and take over the relationship that belongs to his logistics department. It can be said to serve multiple purposes. This matter still needs to work slowly. I am afraid it will not be implemented until the second half of next year, when your boss retires. Hardy said. It will not be long after a year. The best thing is that there is hope. President Johnson has just been re-elected and has a 4-year term. With General Marshall's connections in the military, appointing him as logistics minister is a piece of cake. No one dares to stand up against it. Williams is only 50 years old, which is just right. Everything is very suitable. Thank you, Hardy. Williams thanked a little excitedly. Are we friends? Good friends should help each other. Hardy smiled. Yes, help each other. Major General Williams is not stupid. Hardy pushes himself up, and naturally has his interests. This kind of exchange of interests is too common in officialdom, or it is normal. The president comes up with an exchange of interests. The official is recommended by the capital. The councillors are elected with capital funding. Everything is exchanging benefits. Major General Williams smiled and asked, I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been up to lately? I have opened a new supermarket chain to cover the entire United States. General, I think this supermarket may cooperate with the logistics department. We have thousands of suppliers, and there will be more in the future. When we cover the United States, we will reach tens of thousands of suppliers. The supply of daily life supplies for the US military is a very complicated matter. I think we can choose several large-scale suppliers. Business, instead of buying like yourself. The Hardy supermarket chain hopes to become one of the military's logistics suppliers in the future. If the military has any special requirements, it can be customized. Major General Williams nodded. It is true. Food, fuel, clothing, equipment, ammunition, tools, energy, medical supplies, and construction materials. There are more than tens of thousands of categories. and the quality must be controlled. You know how arduous this is. The Logistics Bureau is the largest bureau of the Ministry of National Defense. The other departments of the Pentagon have only 6,000 or 7,000 people. Our Logistics Bureau has more than 40,000 people. You know, now we have more than 1,000 military bases overseas. The Logistics Bureau is also responsible for the material support of these military bases. This is what a job. Soldiers and horses do not move food and grass first. Logistics is an extremely important part of the war. No army dares to ignore logistics. At the recent meeting of the Logistics Bureau, we were still discussing that in the future, we will gradually introduce private suppliers and logistics to help us solve these problems. We will change from direct supply to supervision, Major General Williams said. Hardie nodded and said, involving private companies and logistics companies in the provision and transportation of logistics materials will greatly save the labor of the Logistics Bureau, and it may even save money than you directly handle them. We have calculated it. It does save money, Major General Williams said with a smile. Having said that, Major General Williams said to Hardie, the supplier's business has not been implemented yet, but I think the Hardie Group can fully participate, and I will notify you in advance when the tender is reached. Then thank you Major General Williams. Hardie smiled and thanked. What did Hardie think of, and said, in fact, in addition to supplies, we should also care about the soldiers' mental health and prepare for more entertainment. Major General Williams did not expect Hardie to say this, and asked, what do you mean by entertainment life? The military camp is very boring. If the army can subscribe to some dudes, do you think those soldiers will be very happy? Major General Williams was taken aback. He hadn't thought about sending it to the army. However, the US military is not like other military forces in these aspects. It has any strict regulations. All packages are provided, which is to allow the garrison to go out for prostitution. Purchasing Playboy magazine www.intelnovel.com to solve the entertainment problem. This is indeed a good idea. I will mention it in the meeting later. Major General Williams nodded. Hardie, a capitalist and a playboy. Don't let go of small money. But is this really small money? The net profit of selling a copy is more than $1. If the US military purchases 100,000 copies per issue, it will also make millions of profits that year. Why don't you make money if you have money? Anyway, it's a matter of one sentence. Keep playing? Of course, this ball is yours. The two sides looked at each other and laughed, and then went on to the golf course. Talked for so long, it seems only one shot. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. The benefits of chapter 322 are exchanged, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Hardie Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 323 Hardie Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. After playing golf with Major General Williams, Hardie came to Washington to visit President Johnson. Although Johnson was very busy, he arranged a special time for Hardie to have dinner at the White House, and then the two communicated in the office for a long time. Hardie, I heard that you have made a lot of investments in Hong Kong. Do you want to talk to me about Hong Kong? Johnson asked. Hardie shook his head. No, I want to talk about Japan with the president. Johnson was slightly surprised. He knows that Hardie has made a lot of investments in Hong Kong recently, because of the war in the north. He came to his side for fear of investment failure, hoping that the government would put pressure on his investment. He didn't expect Hardie to talk about Hong Kong, but about Japan. What happened to Japan? Johnson asked. On my way back from Hong Kong, I passed by Japan and got off the plane to take a look. At the same time, I read some information. After the implementation of the Dodge Plan, although inflation was curbed there, it also caused the Japanese economy to severely decline again. Hardie said. Johnson smiled faintly and said, our policy towards Japan is to exercise a high degree of political, economic, and military control. This is in the interests of the United States. Hardy smiled. I'm not pleading for Japan. You know, I used to fight with the Japanese on the battlefield, but I don't have a good impression of them. What I think of is that the current method of controlling the Japanese economy is just controlling and fighting. Maybe there can be no better and more far-reaching methods. Oh, tell me something. From the Marshall Plan, I thought about whether Japan could also implement an economic plan to acquire Japanese industries and control their industrial economy in our hands. If there are local companies that rise, we will do our best to suppress them and firmly control the entire economy in our hands. Even if they recover in the future, they will not become strong. Hardy said his thoughts. Do you think you can control it? Johnson asked. It's definitely not possible to rely on the Hardy Group or the California Consortium alone, so I plan to contact Rockefeller, Morgan, and other consortiums to persuade them to act together. Do you think that with such power, you can't control the Japanese economy? Hardy wrote. Do you want to get an inspection group? Yes, I plan to set up a Japanese economic investigation mission, but I hope that you will get the government's approval. After all, Japan is a defeated country, and various investments need to be approved by the government, and the possible plans are not small. Hardy said. President Johnson thought for a while. Hardy, I think your proposal is okay. It is in line with the government's policy on Japan. I have a proposal. The name of the delegation is a bit weak. It's better to get an economic steering group. Johnson said. Economic guidance group. Is there any difference? Hardy asked. The government has stopped providing economic assistance to Japan. Japan's life is really difficult. The Japanese government has sent many requests for continued assistance. I rejected all their requests. Now you mentioned the future economic control plan for Japan. I think it is feasible. On the one hand, it can control the Japanese economy. On the other hand, it can allow them to support themselves and obtain food through production without always asking for assistance. The Economic Investigation Mission is of an investment nature, and the Economic Guidance Mission is semi-official. I can give you the status of a Japan Economic Guidance Special Envoy to guide the Japanese economy, which makes it more convenient for you to act. Hardy finally understood. The Special Envoy for the Economic Guidance of Japan, on behalf of the US government, guides the Japanese economy. Isn't this the overlord of Japan's economy? Although not as good as MacArthur, the military and political emperor, it is also sufficient in Japan. Hardy was overjoyed. There was an urge to hug Johnson and kiss him. At the beginning, Hardy tried his best to help Johnson, but now the rewards are gradually showing. It doesn't matter if Hardy is an official or not. The main reason is that with this status, he can be more comfortable when he acts in Japan. In fact, Johnson didn't care much about Japan. Japan was defeated and disbanded. The US stationed the army. The emperor has become a mascot. With a series of policies, Japan has now been severely castrated. At this time, Japan's geopolitics is not yet prominent, and it will not become an oriental bridgehead until next year. And gradually loosened restrictions on Japan. Your Excellency, I have one more thing. Hardy said. What's up? According to the regulations after the war, the government confiscated many original military enterprises in Japan, including factories and machinery. I checked and many of them were sealed up there. This situation is too wasteful. Does the government plan to sell? Hardy asked. Johnson looked at Hardy and said with a smile, if you want to, you can sell it to you. But there are a lot of those things. Some scraps. I think the price can be lower. Hardy said. Johnson chuckled. You are now Japan's economic envoy, so leave the handling of those supplies to you. After all, it is an economic problem. Hardy and President Johnson chatted a lot of details, and they talked until very late before Hardy left. The next day, the Washington Post published a modest report. In view of Japan's severe economic recession, President Johnson, after repeated requests from the Japanese government, is preparing to form a Japan Economic Guidance Group to go to Japan to guide economic issues. President Johnson temporarily appointed Mr. John Hardy, chairman of the Hardy Group, as the Special Economic Guidance Envoy of the Japan Economic Guidance Corps. The President of the United States is the Commander-in-Chief of the three services and the head of government. He can directly appoint officials within the White House, cabinet members, and ambassadors to various countries. The so-called special envoy, that is, the special envoy of the President, is strictly speaking a White House official, and the President can directly announce it. Lount appointed his daughter as an advisor to the President, and later appointed his son-in-law as a security advisor. Many people wondered whether this is nepotism. In fact, this is the case in the United States. Many people know the relationship between Hardie and President Johnson. As the boss of a group company, there is nothing wrong with being a special envoy for economic guidance. Besides, it is still Japan. No one in the United States pays attention to Japan at all. All he knows is that he was a defeated country that lost an atomic bomb by the United States, and his life should be miserable. Otherwise he would not need a special economic guidance envoy. San Francisco. Giannini Manor. After opening the newspaper, Giannini saw the appointment report, and he was taken aback. He knew that Hardie was going to get a Japanese economic investigation group, but he did not expect to go to the White House to get a special envoy for the economic guidance group. But thinking about this identity, it seems to be more useful than an inspection group. Giannini smiled. This is the benefit of supporting politicians. When you want to do something, you can do it. Ring-ling-ling. The phone rang in the living room of Giannini Manor. It was the other partner of the California Consortium who called and asked if Giannini knew about Hardie's job as Japan's economic envoy. Giannini smiled and said, "Before Hardie went to Washington, he made a special visit to me. He felt that the Japanese side would develop in the future and planned to invest. I have agreed to the consortium to follow up together. Don't worry. Before he goes to Japan, he will definitely call everyone. If there is a company in the consortium who wants to invest in Japan, you can follow it together." Giannini said. It turned out to be so. Is there any money in Japan? The partner asked. Hardie feels there is money to be made. The person on the other side of the phone pondered for a few seconds. Hardie's investments always have an unconventional taste, but so far he seems to have not failed. I think I can trust him. Not only Giannini saw Hardie's appointment report, but David Rockefeller also saw it. Now the European delegation has already ended, and David returned to New York. Today, David was a little surprised about Hardie's appointment in the newspaper. How did this Hardie suddenly become Japan's economic envoy? Does he have ideas about Japan again? David has always been very curious about Hardie's investment, including the last investment in HSBC. He is also experimental in nature. Recently, the situation in that eastern country has changed drastically. David has always been concerned about it. After all, he has invested tens of millions of dollars. I really want to talk to Hardie. He picked up the phone and called the Hardie Group in Los Angeles and asked them to help contact Hardie. They said that David Rockefeller was looking for him. The staff of the Hardie Group didn't dare to neglect, and quickly contacted Hardie in Washington. Not long time. The telephone in David's office rang. Hardie's voice came from inside. David, why do you remember calling me? Hardie smiled. I have always wanted to talk to you and listen to your views on Hong Kong. Because of the current situation there, I am very worried that that investment will be lost. And I read the newspaper today. You were appointed by President Johnson as the Japanese economy envoy. What's going on? David said. I'm going to New York, and when we get to New York, we will meet and talk in detail. Hardie said. Okay, I'll wait for you in New York. David said. At this moment, the Japanese ambassador is coming to their hotel where Hardie is staying in Washington. The embassy received a notice in the morning that Hardie was appointed as Japan's special economic envoy and will go to Japan soon to give economic guidance to Japan and let the embassy notify the Japanese side. Please do a good job of reception at that time. Now the Japanese economy is on the verge of collapse. The Japanese government has been seeking help from the US government. www.mtlnovel.com. But the Johnson government is obviously not in the mood to continue to help Japan. Suddenly, a special Japanese economic envoy was appointed to guide economic affairs in Japan. The Japanese side felt the light had appeared, and immediately notified the Japanese side by telegram. After receiving a call back from the Japanese side, the ambassador rushed to meet Hardy. The ambassador of Hardy knows naturally, a well-known American billionaire with billions of dollars in assets, dozens of industries under his name, one of the California Consortium partners, and the biggest supporter of Johnson's presidential election. He owns the Global Times and ABC TV, and is now the largest media tycoon in the United States. He was one of the members of the Marshall Plan European delegation last time and made large investments in European countries. Whether it is his actual status or official special envoy status, it is enough let the Japanese government dare not neglect. The secretary informed Hardy that the Japanese ambassador to the United States was visiting, and Hardy put down the newspaper and let the other party in. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter 323 Special Envoy of Japan's Economic Guidance, and you will see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 324 Heidi Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. A middle-aged man with a low body in a suit walked in and bowed deeply when he saw Hardy. "Hello Mr. Hardy, I am Ryozo Kato, the Japanese ambassador to the United States. I am honored to visit you and know that you have been appointed as Japan, the Special Economic Envoy. The Japanese government is very happy and looks forward to your early visit to Japan to give economic guidance to our country." Hardy nodded. "I have several tasks in my trip to Japan. The first is to solve the current economic difficulties in Japan. The second is to supervise the implementation of economic policies, and the third is to guide Japan's future economic development. I don't know much about the current economic situation in Japan. Before I go to Japan, please provide a list and status of all companies in Japan. It must be true and detailed. This is necessary for guidance." Ambassador Ryozo Kato bowed quickly. "Yes, I will inform the country to prepare the information. I don't know when the special envoy will go to Japan. Let's make preparations early." "Wait a minute. My trip to Japan this time is not only for economic guidance, but also for investment and to solve economic difficulties. You should also know that the Diet has rejected Japan's aid for the new year. It is not a long-term policy to keep asking for aid. Self-help is the right way. Now that the Japanese industry is in a sluggish situation, let me see if I can tell other consortia to invest in Japan, so that it can boost the Japanese economy. What do you think?" Ambassador Kato has 3 great joys. "That's it. Thank you, Mr. Hardy, for running for the Japanese people. I am so grateful." It was another deep bow. Hardy smiled softly. "It is one thing to tell them to go to Japan to inspect the industry, and whether to keep them is another. You must understand that this opportunity is rare, so when you go back, let the government sort out a list of investment companies for convenience. These companies invest after they arrive in Japan. When we are investing in Europe, other European countries have done the same. I hope Japan will show sincerity, because this may be the only opportunity." "Yes, Your Excellency Hardy, I must inform the Prime Minister of your words." Ambassador Ryozo Kato bowed. The plane landed at the New York airport. Hardy stepped off the plane and saw David Rockefeller standing next to the car. Hardy smiled and hugged the two. "Thank you for coming to pick me up, David," Hardy said. "Since the last President Johnson inauguration reception, we have not seen each other for 4 or 5 months. Get in the car and find a place to have a good chat," David Rockefeller said. David Rockefeller has a small manor on Manhattan Island. Although it is not big, it is very rare to have such a manor on Manhattan Island, which is very rich in land. And this is not David's official home. His wife and children do not live here. This is just a place for him to rest while working. David Rockefeller poured Hardy a glass of wine, and the two sat in the shade of the yard, the bodyguards standing far away. "Heidi, will our investment in Hong Kong be lost?" David asked when he came up. He was talking about HSBC Bank. I heard that you have been in Hong Kong in the past few months and have made a lot of investments. Are you sure? I can only say, half sure. Hardy shrugged. Well, no one can be sure about this kind of thing. I'm very curious about why you plan to go to Japan again. Based on what I know about you, you will never support the Japanese economy for no reason. I know that you have fought in Asia. The enemy is the Japanese, and you were shot by the Japanese through the chest, David said. Hardy smiled. My purpose is very simple. Naturally, it is to make money. I think Japan will have a great opportunity to make money in the future, so I am prepared to go. As for becoming an economic envoy, this is an accident. President Johnson and I talked about plans to invest in Japan and acquire the industries over there, which may involve the seizure of materials by the government. You know that the government imposed economic sanctions on Japan, split the Japanese consortium, and confiscated many industries and machinery. I plan to after the acquisition. I naturally have to talk to him. Later I talked about the Japanese economy. After the implementation of the Dodge Plan, the Japanese economy suffered another blow and became more sluggish. I checked the figures. Last year, Japan's total industrial output value was only $58 million, and this quarter is not as good as the same period last year. Japan is now suffering from food shortages and the economy is in serious recession. The Japanese government requested our government to continue its assistance and support, but President Johnson was obviously unwilling to invest any more money in Japan, so he rejected them. I proposed to go to Japan this time. President Johnson felt that my investment would be regarded as a response to Japan's request, so he gave me the title of Special Envoy. So I am semi-private and semi-official. Hardy explained with a smile. It turned out to be so, but if you invest in Japan, do you think the Japanese economy has investment value? David Rockefeller asked. Do you have a map of the world or a globe? Hardy said. Of course there is. There is a map in my study and a big globe. I like to look at the map when I'm fine. David said. Go to your study. The two came to the study, and David was right. His globe was really big, almost 1 person tall, and it was made extremely exquisite. At first glance, the price was high, and Hardy turned the globe to the east, then pointed out the position of Eastern Star and the Soviet Union to David. After talking to David about the war in the East, he finally said his reason. David now understands. In this way, Japan will become a very important chess piece. David suddenly said, yes. So the strict control policy against him will be liberalized in the future. A country with a population of 80 million and a complete industrial system is actually very easy to recover. I dare not say 10 years. Our investment will definitely double, or even higher. Hardy said in an affirmative tone. Well, I believe your judgment. Even more confident than you judge Hong Kong investment. David said. Hardy was a little helpless. This guy is still obsessed with investing in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is indeed very dangerous, and few people are optimistic about it. But can you tell him that he understands the future? Hardy quickly changed the subject. David, I have an idea. Since you want to invest in Japan, you must try to control it. Otherwise it is very likely that when they recover, they will turn their heads and expel us. When you are weak, you are naturally welcome to invest, but when he becomes stronger, people's hearts will change. Naturally, they will find ways to get rid of your control and even drive you out of you. This kind of thing abounds in the market. David naturally understands this reason. Then what do you want to do? David asked. I want to take as many people over as possible and master the core industries over there. Even if the other side recovers, I dare not arbitrarily give birth to other thoughts. There are also local companies that have risen. We can work together to crush them and maintain our long-term advantage. Otherwise, we will start the market and let others take the market. This is not in our pursuit of interests. David pondered for a moment. Shall I call another consortium? I can help. Contact you. As a member of the Rockefeller family, David did not let Hardy down. He contacted the Morgan Consortium, Cleveland Consortium, Texas Consortium, DuPont Consortium, and Mellon Consortium. Although he is not the head, He is also an important partner in the family. For example, Harold Stanley came from the Morgan Consortium, and Stanley behind Morgan Stanley is their family name. Many people think that the top 10 consortiums will definitely be very antagonistic. After all, they have to compete for the market and political resources. In fact, the reality is that there is both competition and cooperation between them, and the cooperation is far greater than the competition. It is not as strong as outsiders imagine. For example, Morgan occupies half of Wall Street, but it has also borrowed money from Rockefeller, such as the Cleveland Consortium. Their own finance is a bit worse, and the main target of raising funds is Morgan. Rockefeller and Mellon jointly own several steel companies. Goodyear Tire, the Rockefeller, Chicago, and Cleveland Consortium jointly control, and the Texas Consortium's oil industry cooperates with Rockefeller. Many of these consortia have overlapping interests. The same is true in politics, with more than one consortium electing the president. To be honest, Hardy is very envious of the connections and appeal of an established consortium family like Rockefeller, but it doesn't matter. I'm just getting started. We are still young and the future can be expected. On David Rockefeller's small manor, Hardy met several partners from the consortium. For Hardy, although Hardy is a newly emerging figure, no one dares to despise them. It is very unwise to be able to use his own power to reach billions in assets in just a few years and become a partner in a California consortium to fund President Johnson's re-election. It would be very unwise for anyone to look at Hardy with arrogance and prejudice. Those people who have been in the mall for many years will not be so ignorant. David Rockefeller asked Hardy to speak. Hardy once again explained his point of view, starting with the New World pattern after World War II, the bipolar world, the Cold War confrontation, Japan's geographical location, and its own foundation, predict that Japan's future economy will re-emerge. To be honest, we must always be vigilant for the Japanese country. They are a people who are humble when they are down, and when they are arrogant when they flourish. This can be seen from their performance in World War II. Many historians have also given this analysis. I would like to invite everyone to invest in Japan together. I want everyone to control Japan's industry in all aspects. On the one hand, we should make money from Japan, and on the other hand, we must also control the development of his country's industry so that it can become an industrial base for our profit. A country with a population of 80 million people has a sufficient labor force and a huge consumer market. At the same time, it can cover the entire Asia through it. I believe that as long as we control well, we can make a lot of money from Japan. Profit. And it has been sustained. After listening to Hardy's speech, everyone in the audience felt that Japan is indeed promising, and these people agreed to join Hardy's economic guidance team. They represent not only their own industries, but also the consortium industries behind them. Metalnovel.com finance, metallurgy, steel, petroleum, aircraft, railways, automobiles, transportation, rubber, textiles, clothing, food, chemicals, textiles industry, resource industry, energy industry, agriculture, manufacturing. The industry encompasses all aspects. The 7 consortiums are working together, ready to start crazy export to Japan. Of course, Hardy is not helping Japan to re-emerge. Now that he knows that it will definitely recover, he will make arrangements in advance and insert countless tubes into it. After he gets a little fatter, he blood crazily and takes away the profits. Let him be more than a military colony. It must become an economic colony. Of course, cultural colony is also one of Hardy's plans, but you don't have to talk to the partners of the consortium. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter 324 Heli 7 Consortium, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 325 Heidi Empire 1945 New. Find the latest chapter. Working together with the 7 consortiums, Hardy is full of confidence in this trip to Japan. He looked at everyone here. Everyone. Our investments come from different consortium families, and it is inevitable that there will be overlapping companies. So I hope that when investing, everyone will work together. Advance and retreat. If there are a few companies that are interested in a project, we can sit down and negotiate privately, share the investment or exchange resources, and there will be no scramble, which is not good for everyone. Hardy took the vaccination in advance. Of course, when we go to Japan, we are a whole. David Rockefeller said. Others nodded. As a big investor, everyone has the consciousness that infighting is the most undesirable investment behavior, which will only benefit others. In fact, this point should be learned by large domestic companies in later generations. They are not united, scrambled blindly, let others reap the benefits of the fisherman, and are laughed at by others. This is also the case among the people. In this regard, the South is much better than the North. Well, since the negotiation is good, then everyone will go back to arrange the delegation representatives, and when the time is up, I will notify everyone to leave for Japan together. Hardy finished speaking and raised his glass. I wish us success in this investment and a full harvest. The others all laughed and raised their cups. After the others left, Hardy chatted with David Rockefeller for a long time, and finally returned to Los Angeles. After returning to Los Angeles, Hardy called Giannini and told him about the progress. He heard Hardy said that a total of 7 consortia had been gathered, and Giannini admired Hardy's ability. Although knowing that he has borrowed the power of the Rockefeller Consortium, it may also show that he has a strong ability, because you can't borrow it from others. He'll convene a meeting with other companies to see who has the idea of investing in Japan. Giannini said, "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Hardy said. In fact, there is no hurry to go to Japan, Hardy. The situation in Japan will continue to deteriorate until June next year, and it will be a hopeless deterioration. There is still a full year away from now. The more painful they are, the more they demand that they hope to obtain investment, and it will be easier for them to get the property at that time. This period of time is just right for the families to prepare, and at the same time, wait for the information from Japan. When the information is obtained and distributed to the various consortia, they can also better understand the investment targets and make targeted strategies. There are some things he hasn't finished. Hardy called Henry. "Henry, open it." Hardy pointed to the big suitcase on the coffee table. Henry didn't know why. Opening the box, there were piles of bills inside. He picked up a pile of bills and looked at it. The bank draft and the certificate of deposit. What does the boss do? These are all obtained from the East. The deposit slips and bills of exchange from other banks around the world are worth more than $40 million here. I will give you a job and a special team to exchange the money back. Also, you can use the power of the Hongman organization. They are scattered all over the world and have integrated into the local area. They are very good partners. You can give them a tenth. As for your intelligence company, you can also get 10% of the gains. Henry was pleasantly surprised when he heard the boss say this. Any tenth of the income is $4 million. Although it is not for him personally, it is for the company, but with the money, the intelligence company can continue to develop, recruit more people, and have the money to pay bonuses to buy it. People. I understand the boss. This thing must be done well, Henry said happily. There is one more thing to call you. How is the financial fraudsters situation going? Hardy asked. Boss, we have found a few suitable people, and someone has already started to work. Henry then elaborated. Cross is 38 years old and looks tall and handsome. He has worked in a bank before, so he is familiar with financial operations. However, he was not satisfied with the salary earned by the bank, so he came out and founded an investment company to absorb public funds to form a fund to enter the stock market, preparing to make a fortune. But he didn't have much contacts and was not well known before. People didn't believe him very much. So the investment at the beginning was very small, and Cross couldn't make any money at all. In the end, even the rent and water and electricity employees were almost unable to get the salary. Then Cross was cruel, sold the house and advertised in the newspaper, packaging himself as an investment genius, saying that the return on investment in the past year had reached 58%, and he was willing to take everyone to make money together and promised a high rate of return. He promised that the annual rate of return would not be less than 25%. At that time, he attracted a lot of people. Later, more and more people invested in his company. Finally, the fund in his hands reached more than 2 million. And every company announced its financial report and bought it. The stocks are often hot stocks on the market. In fact, how could he buy the stocks of the big fire every time? It was a lie that he made up. He saw the hottest stock on the stock market, so he settled on himself just to absorb funds. But when the money was in his hands, he didn't do anything at all. Apart from taking out part of the funds to pay interest every month, all the remaining money was put in his pocket. He also encouraged investors to bring in more funds to buy shares, and to give commissions to those who brought in investment, so that people would buy more shares. In fact, he got this hand, which is a typical Ponzi scheme, packaging himself as a genius, attracting investment funds with a high return rate, tearing down the east wall to fill the west wall to fill the hole, and then persuading investors to bring their relatives and friends to join, and the funds are set, rolling bigger and bigger. In fact, until now, Cross has not exploded. He can still insist, but he is targeted by Henry's people, because as long as it is deliberately investigated, cross-operating characteristics are very obvious. One of the relatives of a member of the intelligence company had once promoted cross-fund investment to this intelligence officer, but he refused because he felt like it was fake. Henry requested the formation of a team to control fraudsters. This team member thought of this immediately. It had nothing to do with him before, but now it has become the target they are looking for. Late at night, Cross was successfully arrested on the way home. Although Cross had some economic savvy, he was not a tough guy. He explained everything without execution. The people in the intelligence team are very cunning. They pretend to be state officials and claim that they are members of the National Financial Fraud Investigation Commission. The organization, abbreviated as FFN, is specifically aimed at people like Kloss. In Kloss's situation, he estimated that he would be in prison, stay for more than 50 years. This so-called FFN organization was completely fabricated by Henry and the others, but Cross didn't know. Cross was terrified. "Can you give you a chance to do something for us? Would you like to do something for us? If you agree, you can be exempted from jail," the team leader said. Cross didn't want to spend 50 years in jail, so he nodded and agreed. The intelligence team asked him to develop in Japan, try to cheat as much money as possible, and the scale must be large, and there should be no mistakes. As for the money, someone will help him deal with it. He is just a figure who has been pushed to the front of the stage. Cross agreed immediately. "What about the US? If I leave, I'm afraid there will be a thunderstorm soon." Cross said, "It's very simple. Continue to do it. But you can tell those investors that you have more profitable projects, but the funds take longer." Previously, monthly interest payments have now become annual interest payments, and the rate of return has increased to more than 30%. I believe these people will agree. Next, someone will cooperate with you to act together. Remember, your actions are state-level secrets, and no one can disclose them, including your family and friends. Cross still has more than $1 million in his hands at the moment. He originally kept it in his hands, but now this money directly allows him to invest all of it in the stock market. Why invest in the stock market? Because there are bigger moves behind. As for increasing the rebate time and increasing the rate of return, things went very smoothly, and investors all agreed, because Cross' reputation was very good before. Yes, it is a good reputation. He has never owed anyone the monthly interest rate before, and the rate of return is still so high, so people trust him to support him. Afterwards, Cross went to Japan and opened a fund investment company in Japan, which has now opened and started to advertise with great fanfare in the newspapers. His investment company philosophy is that Japanese investors give him the money, and he transfers the money to the United States for stock trading in the United States. with a promised rate of return of 25%. This rate of return is very attractive. Today, the Japanese economy is in a downturn and there is no investment environment at all. The interest rate of banks is very low and inflation is very serious. Many people have nowhere to invest even if they have money. The Cross Fund invests in the US stock market with such a high rate of return. Not to mention ordinary people. Even some banks are very excited. Some people say that the Japanese were very poor during this period. Yes. The days after Japan's defeat were indeed miserable, but they were the most ordinary people. According to the theory of wealth, 5% of people hold 95% of their wealth. No matter how poor people below are, there will always be a wave of rich people in society. For them, money cannot be profitable in their hands. It is a blasphemy of money. Japan does not have an investment environment, but the United States has it. Anyone knows how powerful the United States is today. And there is gold everywhere. Someone slowly came to invest. Then Cross used the trick of attracting people. Anyone who can pull funds can get a commission. Many customers have turned into salesmen to help Cross promote the fund, so that he can get more and more funds. Certainly, it's not that no one has ever suspected Kloss, and the telegram sent people to investigate him in the United States. Kloss was in the United States before, and he had opened a financial investment company for some time. There have been no thunderstorms, and his reputation is very good. Before Kloss went to Japan, Henry and the others carried out a wave of publicity about Kloss and promoted him. He has become a recent rising star of Wall Street financial investment. In the newspapers, Kloss is just like a financial investment genius, holding tens of millions of dollars in funds and making millions of profits for his clients. The Japanese had no doubts about Kloss, and some wealthy people and even banks began to take the initiative to look for Kloss. Although only a short month, Kloss has been in a good mood in Japan, and the funds he remitted to the United States went to the stock market. Now, although the person who manipulates the funds, although he is nominally Kloss, the actual operator is not him at all. Today's Kloss, no matter who came to investigate, he is a serious investor. And there is no problem at all. Hardy once said to Henry that there is no need to rush to cash in and make money. Kloss is equivalent to a number he raises, and he wants to develop him into a star number. The current amount of money and number of people are too small to satisfy Hardy's mind. When Kloss is in full swing, then there will be thunder. www.mentalnovel.com. The fireworks will be extremely gorgeous when I want to come. In addition to this Kloss, Henry also found other people, including those who had engaged in fundraising fraud, and some former bank executives who had been sentenced for fraud, engaged in pyramid schemes, and even printed counterfeit money. There are all kinds of talents. We must control them well, and don't let them get out of control. The most important thing for people who go out to do things is not to let them control the money, so that they will never be able to win the sky. Of course, if someone wants to lift the table, just kill it without leaving your hands, then smooth out all traces and completely cut off the line. Hardy said solemnly, "I understand the boss." Henry nodded. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 325 fraud reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 326 Heidi Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. After Henry left, Hardy asked the secretary to call in Bulgari's people. Before Henry came, Hardy notified the secretary and asked Bulgari's supervisor in Los Angeles to come over. Hardy is now the majority shareholder of Bulgari, and Hardy Group is also Bulgari's full-time agent in the United States. When he acquires those luxury goods, he allows them to open branches in the United States, and Hardy Group helps them expand their business in the United States. "Hello, Mr. Hardy," the person in charge of Bulgari said respectfully. Hardy beckoned the secretary to bring a box, and the box opened. Inside were all kinds of gems, jade, and pearls, and the quality was extremely high. The person in charge picked up a huge sapphire and exclaimed, "This sapphire is probably 50 or 60 carats. And these rubies? The quality is really good. Take these back and help me make them into jewelry." Hardy said, "Good Mr. Hardy. By the way, these are jade. Do you know how to deal with it?" Hardy picked up the extremely fast jade and said. The person in charge said, "I have heard that jade is a kind of gemstone that Orientals prefer, but it is not very popular in the United States and Europe. This green gemstone should have reached gem level and can be made into many kinds of jewelry." "Well, look at the design, the more beautiful the better," Hardy said. The person in charge nodded immediately, and then someone from the security company came over and took the box full of gems to send the person in charge back to the jewelry company. Just as this person left, the phone on the desk rang, and Hardy picked it up to answer. "Is it Mr. Hardy, Emisha?" Hardy was a little puzzled. Why did Taylor's mother ask for herself? "What's wrong with Mrs. Taylor?" Isha's tone was a little anxious. "This is Mr. Hardy. Just now I sent a telegram from the UK saying that Taylor was missing in the UK and suspected of being kidnapped. I didn't know who to call, so I called you." Hardy was surprised. "How could Taylor be kidnapped? Didn't you say that Taylor was in England and went to play with Princess Margaret? How could such a thing happen?" Hardy asked in a deep voice. "I don't know. I suddenly received a telegram today saying that Taylor is missing and suspected of being kidnapped. Now the people over there are looking around. It has been a day and a night and has not been found yet," Aisha said. "I know. I will deal with this matter," Hardy said. After putting down the phone, Hardy thought for a while, and immediately called Henry again and ordered, "Immediately organize a group of good players and follow me to the UK." "Good boss." "Boss, has something happened?" Henry asked. "Taylor's mother called me just now, saying that Taylor is missing in the UK. I must go there." "You go to convene people, by the way. Do you have someone in the UK?" Hardy said. "Yes. There are intelligence companies in the Global Times and trading companies." Henry said. "Notify the people on the British side so that they can understand the situation now. The sooner the better," Hardy ordered. "Although activating them may expose their identities, it is now related to Taylor's safety." Hardy doesn't care so much. "Isn't it the time to raise soldiers for 1,000 days?" "Good boss." Henry answered and left. Hardy sat in the office, always feeling something was wrong. It is said that Taylor and Margaret are together, and Margaret is in charge of the Royal Security Guard, so there should be no accidents. If something happens, because of Princess Margaret's relationship, the British MI5 or 6 will definitely send people to investigate. With the strength of those guys in the British MI, what kind of robbers can't be found can still make Taylor go missing for a day, one night? Is there something strange in this? Half an hour later, Hardy arrived at Los Angeles Airport. The plane was ready. Henry was waiting with more than 20 elite men. The plane took off as soon as Hardy arrived. After 7 or 8 hours of flying, the plane landed at the New York airport. After filling up the fuel, it did not stop for a moment, and immediately flew towards the UK. The flight lasted nearly 11 hours, and the plane finally landed at London airport. There were several cars waiting in the airport, which Henry's people arranged in advance. After Hardy got in the car, Henry introduced the man next to him. "Boss, this is Alan, the person in charge of the intelligence company in the UK. His public identity is a reporter. He has more than a dozen people under him." Alan is in his 30s and looks ordinary. He used to be a member of the security company before he was sent to the UK. "Alan, is there any news about Tyler?" Hardy asked. "Yes, boss. There is news from Miss Taylor. Miss Taylor is now shopping with Princess Margaret in Britain," Alan said. Hardy was stunned. This answer surprised him too much. He thought that Alan would have several answers, such as not finding it, Taylor had an accident, or he had been rescued, etc. But he didn't expect it to be shopping. "Shopping? Are you sure?" "I'm sure that the boss, Miss Taylor and Princess Margaret are in Oxford Commercial Street. I sent someone to follow them nearby, but there are people in charge of protecting them, so my people dare not get too close. But they can see clearly, Alan affirmed. Hardy's mouth twitched and gritted his teeth. He seemed to have guessed something. This time, perhaps the Princess Margaret, who was a stranger, had done it again. He thought of the last time he came to the UK for an inspection. He beat her at the ball and let the proud princess eaten up. Maybe this was the boring way she wanted to avenge herself. Hardy really got it right. That day, Hardy bullied Margaret. Margaret kept on resentment. Hardy left and never came to England, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. After knowing that Tyler was Hardy's girlfriend, he gave birth to this tricky Hardy idea. When she contacted Taylor, Taylor just finished filming and returned to the United States. In fact, when she was invited by Princess Margaret, Taylor was also puzzled. To be honest, although she and the princess went to the same school, she also studied together, dance and have played together. But to be honest, the relationship between the two is very ordinary, even friends are not counted. Margaret has always been arrogant, but Taylor is also an arrogant temperament. Two arrogant girls together, what else can they do besides pinching each other? The later generations of Taylor and Princess Margaret were torn in many places. Taylor had a perfect gemstone necklace. When Princess Margaret saw it, Taylor ridiculed, and this scene was even filmed by reporters. For Margaret's invitation, Taylor hesitated to go. But Taylor's mother Aisha was willing to let go of this opportunity to make good friends with the British royal family and persuaded Taylor to go. You have just finished filming and have been busy for more than half a year, so you happen to go to the UK to rest for a while, Aisha said. In this way, Taylor went to England. During this time in the UK, Margaret had a playmate, and took Taylor to the cocktail party every day, riding horses, hunting, various women's gatherings, and having fun. Taylor is also a playful temperament. At the age of 17, she plays crazy with Margaret every day. She is now a Hollywood star and has some reputation in the UK, so she is also welcomed everywhere. It's been more than a month. Taylor has actually been a little homesick. She and Princess Margaret proposed to go back the day before yesterday. Margaret thought about it. Let her spend a week. Taylor promised to stay with Margaret for another week. Why did you want to keep Tyler? In fact, Margaret wanted to implement her plan. Why did she delay it until now? Because she hadn't made up her mind before, and in fact, she was afraid that something might really cause trouble. But seeing Taylor want to leave, she made up her mind instead. If that guy is fooled, she will be fooled, and Taylor will return to the United States a week later. That's all. With the telegram from the day before yesterday. Margaret and Taylor are trying on clothes in a clothing store, which is a well-known clothing store in the UK with a history of hundreds of years. Taylor is going to return to the United States and prepare to buy some gifts before going back. Both of them took a fancy to their favorite clothes and went into the changing room to change them. Tyler came out to caress the clothes and kept taking photos in the mirror. I don't know if Hardy would like this style, Taylor muttered to himself. At this moment, a male voice suddenly said behind Taylor, "No matter what you wear, I will like it." Taylor stiffened, because he heard who this voice belongs to. But she couldn't believe how he appeared in London. Tyler's eyes were looking at the mirror at the moment, and he saw a man's face appeared in the mirror, looking at her with a smile, not Hardy or anyone else. "Ah!" Taylor yelled for joy, turned around and threw himself into Hardy's arms. She was so happy, it was a big surprise. On the other side of the dressing room, Princess Margaret, who had changed her clothes, pushed the door out, just in time to see Taylor rushing into a man's arms. She was taken aback first. Then he saw that the man was officially the John Hardy who made him hateful. Princess Margaret was a little dazed. How could he be in England, and how could he find here? Why are you here? Marguerite asked directly without paying attention. You sent that telegram. Didn't you just want me to show up? Hardy asked, looking at the savage and willful princess. Marguerite was at a loss for words. She was a little evasive. The mischief was spotted, and she was a little afraid to look at the master. From her expression, Hardy has affirmed her own judgment. This matter is this: Margaret is playing a ghost. Taylor hugged Hardy and asked affectionately, "Hardy, Why did you come to London? London is so big, but we happened to meet in a store. Is this fate? Women like romance. Is there anything more romantic than chance encounters thousands of miles away? After Taylor finished speaking, before Hardy could speak, he stood on tiptoe to Hardy, and Hardy lowered his head and kissed Taylor's small lips heavily. This kiss, it's so invested, so sweet, so lingering. Marguerite watched the two kissing, feeling a little angry and jealous in her heart, and finally swallowed unconsciously, because from small to large, she has never kissed a man so passionately. Although she had fantasized countless times, it was only a fantasy after all. After a few minutes, Hardy let go of Taylor. Taylor's face was red, and he was breathing slightly. Princess Margaret didn't know he swallowed several times. Come with me, Hardy said to Taylor. Okay. Taylor agreed without hesitation. Hardy turned to look at Princess Margaret again. You also go with me. Princess Margaret was taken aback, and then became a little annoyed at Hardy's tone. She was a princess, and no one could speak to her in such a commanding tone. Why should I follow you? Princess Margaret said proudly. Because you were kidnapped. After Hardy finished speaking, he grabbed Princess Margaret's arm with the other hand and dragged them out. What are you doing? Princess Margaret cried out in a panic. But Hardy didn't care about her at all and dragged it out of the clothing store. He was so powerful that Princess Margaret had no possibility of struggling. The waiter and the shopkeeper looked stupid, and they waited until people went out to remember that the two girls were still wearing their shop clothes. The owner hurriedly chased them out, and at this moment both Taylor Hardy and Margaret were in a car. This gentleman, the clothes on the two ladies have not been paid yet, did not wait for him to finish. Whoosh! A stack of banknotes flew out of the passenger car window, and the shopkeeper hurriedly caught it. After seeing it clearly, he found that it was a stack of US bills. The money is enough to buy 10 sets of clothes. All right. Now they can go as they please. The car started and drove away, and Princess Margaret looked at Hardy in surprise. Mr. Hardy, what are you going to do? Don't you like to play kidnapping games? Then let me tell you, now you are kidnapped, Hardy said. You. Margaret didn't know what to say. She had never met such an unreasonable person. Two more cars caught up behind. These two cars are guards to protect the princess. They are always on the periphery and are responsible for protecting the princess. When Hardy entered the clothing store, they didn't care. After all, this is a commercial district. Even if the princess is shopping, they can't possibly do it. The store was blocked, thinking that Hardy was an ordinary customer, but never expected. The man dragged Princess Margaret and Miss Taylor out of the store and quickly squeezed them into the car. Before the guards could react, the other party's car drove away. This frightened the royal guards and immediately got into the car to pursue them. Princess Margaret saw the car catching up from behind and immediately hummed, "I'm afraid your kidnapping won't succeed. The guards have caught up." Hardy looked at the back of the car. Really? That's not necessarily. Hardy talked and put his hand out the car window and made a gesture. The next moment, the convoy following Hardy and the others immediately separated a car and rammed into a car that was catching up. Bang! The front of the car hit the front of the car. There was a loud noise suddenly. The first car that caught up was severely knocked out, and the two cars hit the wall on the side of the street together, again making a bang. They all stopped there. Princess Margaret saw this scene. Her eyes widened instantly. She didn't expect this Hardy to be so crazy, ordering her car to crash into the royal guard's car. You. Princess Margaret was a little incoherent. Immediately after the second car of the royal guard rushed up, Hardy signaled again, and the second car was separated again. When the royal guard saw the situation, it turned the steering wheel quickly. The tires rubbed against the ground, and it made a harsh creak. The car that was separated was blocked directly in front, and he could only watch Hardy's car disappear. Princess Margaret looked at the back. Her expression was a bit sluggish, and she swallowed. She has grown up so much that she has never experienced such an exciting thing. She used to just play around www.mentalnovel.com and was spoiled a little bit savagely. I haven't experienced any major events yet, and I don't know what to do now. She glanced at Hardy, and chose to shut up this time. Instead, he held Elizabeth Taylor's arm tightly. Tyler looked at Hardy, and then at Princess Margaret. She was very smart and naturally knew that there must be a story in it. But she didn't ask. I believe Hardy will tell her. In this way, the car merged into the traffic and disappeared quickly. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record this chapter 326 kidnapping reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 327. The Royal Guard's car was entangled by Hardy's security, and watched the car carrying the princess disappear. These guys were anxious to arrest the security personnel. The people of Hardy's security were not vegetarian, and the two sides fought in the street. The two sides were more restrained and neither moved their guns. The news that Princess Margaret was taken away quickly spread to the royal family, and Princess Elizabeth was very worried after hearing the news. Hurry up and notify the government and ask them to send someone to track down Margaret's whereabouts. People in the Royal Guard, why don't you have a good view of the princess? The future queen asked. There were a lot of people on the other side, and two cars were sent to block the car of the escort, and the two sides also started fighting on the street. The royal housekeeper said, "Then what?" "Then those people ran away again. The opponents were well trained, and the guards were not opponents. The princess was kidnapped. MI6 was ordered to immediately dispatch an investigation. After all, this is the British mainland, and some investigations were made soon. After all, Hardy did not hide anything. The person in charge reports to Princess Elizabeth, His Royal Highness, we have investigated that at that time, Princess Margaret and Miss Taylor were buying clothes in a clothing store in Oxford Street. The waiter and the boss confirmed that a young man entered the clothing store later and that young man knew Miss Taylor. Miss Taylor was very excited when she saw the man, and she threw herself on the man, and the two kissed passionately. The future queen was taken aback. "Kiss Taylor? Who is that man?" Then Her Royal Highness also came out from the dressing room. After the two met, it was obvious that Her Royal Highness also knew the man, and then the man took Miss Taylor and Her Royal Highness to leave and got into a car on the street. Later, according to our investigation, the young man was supposed to be the richest American, John Hardy. We also showed the photos to the store clerk and the boss to see and confirmed that it was John Hardy. The person in charge said, took out a photo and handed it to the future queen. Princess Elizabeth took the photo and looked at it. She naturally knew Hardy. After knowing that the person who took Margaret was Hardy, she was relieved. With Hardy's wealth, she would definitely not take it for the sake of robbery. Go Marguerite. But then he asked in surprise. In other words, the person who took Princess Margaret was John Hardy. Why did he take the princess? This we don't know, but according to the clerk, it seems that Princess Margaret and the Mr. John Hardy had a quarrel, and then John Hardy took the princess and left. The person in charge said, if there is a quarrel, how can they quarrel? The future queen was puzzled. What happened to the two of them? But now she can be sure that this is by no means a mere hijacking. A few days ago, my sister suddenly invited Tyler to play. Princess Elizabeth also knew Tyler, and even knew Tyler's identity in private. She was how old she was after all. But she was a little puzzled when her sister called Taylor to her. When she was a child, Margaret played with Taylor. Both of them had stinky tempers. They didn't let anyone else. Margaret told her later, and later he didn't want to see Tyler either. This matter does not seem to be as simple as it seems. She knew the strangeness of her sister, and the future queen even suspected that Margaret did the whole thing. Mr. Hardy and Margaret, where are they now? Princess Elizabeth asked. I haven't found it yet. People from the military intelligence department are still looking for it, but it is certain that John Hardy's private jet is still in London Airport without leaving London. The person in charge said, send someone to continue searching to determine the whereabouts of the princess. Princess Elizabeth ordered. What happens after you find the princess? the person in charge asked. Princess Elizabeth pondered for a while. Mr. Hardy took Margaret away. It should be just a courtesy to take her out to play, make sure the princess is down, and pay attention to protect the princess' safety. I believe that after they play, Mr. Hardy will take her out safely. Greet sent it back. The person in charge complained. Hit the car of the royal guard with a car. The guards of the two sides fought in the street, causing a lot of riots. This way of taking people out for fun was really fierce. I understand, Your Royal Highness. We will find His Royal Highness Margaret as soon as possible. The head of the Military Intelligence Department said humanitarianly. After the person in charge leaves, send more people to search for Hardy and their whereabouts in the City of London. Where is Hardy at the moment? In fact, he is very easy to find. Hardy took Taylor and Princess Margaret to the largest bar and nightclub in Victoria. Princess Margaret looked at the neon sign in surprise, and said to Hardy, "What are you bringing me here for?" Hardy smiled. "Don't you like excitement? I don't know if you have been to this kind of place. The cocktail parties you participate in on weekdays are too boring. This is the place to really indulge. Let you see what depravity is. How do you dare to go?" Hardy said to Margaret. Marguerite was rebellious, and was agitated by Hardy's words. She immediately raised her neck. "Is there anything I dare not dare to?" The three walked into the nightclub. To be honest, this is also the first time Tyler has entered this kind of place. I heard that this kind of place is messy before. She clutched Hardy's arm tightly and looked a little nervous. Margaret was actually very curious about this kind of place, but she was still just a girl. She had never been to such a noisy place, and she was a little scared in her heart, and couldn't help but grab Taylor's arm. The three of them walked into the nightclub in series like moles. This nightclub is the largest nightclub in London and the industry of the largest gangster in London. There are not only dancing, drinking, but also boxing ring casinos. The lights in the nightclub are dim and the music is exciting. People are jumping on the dance floor to the music. This is not a court dance. There are not so many red tape rules for dancing. You only need to wave your arms and indulge in sweat. At first, Margaret and Taylor were very uncomfortable, but after a few drinks, they gradually adjusted to the environment. Margaret and Taylor entered the dance floor, and Hardy took the two to dance together. Oh. The people around saw two beautiful young girls. Many people jumped up together, and some people were about to come over and get stuck. When a guy's hand was about to fall on Margaret's shoulder, a fist suddenly stretched out beside him. Bang! The guy was knocked over by Hardy, and fell to the ground and rolled his eyes. Margaret was taken aback. Too violent. Then 2 or 3 people rushed up, wanting to avenge his comrades. Hardy hadn't fight for a long time. He turned his fists 3 times and divided 2, knocking them all over. Not only did no one come out on the scene, but even the people around cheered. Fights in nightclubs can stimulate people's hormone secretion. After Hardy turned a few guys, no one came up again. The music became exciting again. A few guys were dragged away, and people danced again. Margaret feels so exciting here. She used to pursue indulgence and felt that the royal family was too depressing. Today Hardy brought her here. She finally knows what true indulgence is. To be honest, she likes this kind of life. Feel free from the bottom of my heart. Not only Margaret, but Taylor is also very happy. She feels too exciting today. She has never been so exciting. This also brought great impact to a young girl who had become famous since she was a child and was protected by her mother. The 3 of them jumped in sweat, returned to the deck to continue drinking. Hardy lit a cigarette. Marguerite also picked up a point. Have a drink? She took the initiative to take the wine glass and toast Hardy. Hardy smiled, picked up the bottle and touched Margaret, spouted a puff of smoke, and gurgled out the beer in his hand. Margaret took a look. Not to be outdone, he also took a puff of cigarette, learned Hardy's squirt, and then dried the beer in his hand in one go. Raising the wine bottle in his hand, he raised his eyebrows at Hardy. "See who is drinking fast," Hardy said with a smile. "I'm afraid of you, you come first," Marguerite said. Hardy picked up a bottle of beer again, put it on his mouth and swirled it violently. The wine formed a vortex in the bottle, and then brushed it into Hardy's mouth. Margaret's eyes widened. This so fast. She had never seen a beer drink like this before, and it was too fast. "It's your turn." Princess Margaret was not to be outdone, and wanted to drink like Hardy, but just turned around 2 times and drank a sip of wine, and was choked by the drink. Puff! The wine spurted out, like a goddess scattered flowers. The spray is everywhere. Hardy and Taylor were all stunned by Margaret's beer on their faces, bodies, and heads. "Ha ha ha ha!" Marguerite burst out laughing. She finds it so interesting. At this moment, a bell rang in the boxing ring, and the punching time was up. Not long after, the 2 strong men came to the stage and fisted to the flesh to fight. The audience in the audience kept cheering. Tyler and Margaret also cheered. At this moment, the 2 women stood on both sides of Hardy, one on the left and the other, both holding Hardy's arm in one hand and the wine bottle in the other and shouting. This change in posture shows that Princess Margaret has completely put down her guard against Hardy, and is even willing to get close. Slap him on the chin. Mentalnovel.com uppercut. "Oh, what a fool." Suppress him, right? Hold him, don't let him get up and you will win, come on. The 2 girls kept yelling. "I forgot my identity." Immerse yourself in indulgence and joy. The Royal Palace of England. Princess Elizabeth received the report again. "What are you talking about? They are partying in the nightclub," Princess Elizabeth said in disbelief. "Yes, Your Highness." Later we found Mr. Hardy Strace. It turned out that after they left the clothing store, they went to a nightclub in Victoria. Then the 3 of them drank and reveled in the bar and had a fight. The person in charge said, "Is it safe there?" Princess Elizabeth asked. "That nightclub is run by the largest gangster family in London. It is not strictly safe. It is chaotic and full of gangsters, but Mr. Hardy brought in more than 20 people and it should be able to protect their safety." Princess Elizabeth feels a little headache. A British princess. It's so rude to go to a nightclub for a drink. And also that John Hardy, a dignified billionaire, took a girl to such a place. His identity, don't you know how to avoid risks, and fight with others? You send someone to that nightclub, and you must protect Margaret's safety until she comes back safely, Princess Elizabeth said. The person in charge understood that they did not ask them to take the people directly, but to take care of them until they came back. Also, don't let the media know about this matter. The Queen in the future ordered again. "Yes, Your Highness." Like the Hardy Empire 1945, please collect it. The Hardy Empire 1945 has the fastest update speed. Chapter 328. The nightclub is getting more and more lively. Henry led his men and scattered around the nightclub to protect Hardy's safety. MI6 came in and a group of people also scattered around to protect Princess Margaret's safety. Both sides know each other's identity. Henry and the person in charge looked at each other coldly, and neither was convinced. "Wow, I won." Margaret and Taylor cheered together, and couldn't help jumping with the ticket in their hands. The boxer they just bet on knocked their opponent to the ground with one punch, and the opponent could not get up again. They bet on winning. They had no money. Changing clothes in the shop, the 2 were dragged out by Hardy as soon as they came out. Their old clothes and leather bags were all left in the shop. The 2 looked for the money Hardy asked for and bet £3,000 on one of them. As to who can win, the 2 have no judgment. Even if the host mentioned their previous record, in the end they still chose one of them based on guessing the coin. All scientific analysis is a cloud in front of Shylock. A princess, a future queen of Hollywood, and a future richest man in the world. The luck bonus of the 3 can be nothing short of heaven. The guy they chose was not as good as their opponents. Many people were not optimistic about him. As a result, his odds were very high, reaching a loss of 3.5. Unexpectedly, he won. They can get £10,500. £10,000 is not a small amount of money. Even Taylor and Princess Margaret cheered happily. Go to the casino to get the money back. 20 and 50 bills are full of stacks, attracted envy from many people around. Certainly, there is also coveting. Back to her deck, the three of them continued to drink. Margaret was already a little drunk. She was so happy today, and she felt that the depression that had been accumulated in her heart was wiped out. She hates the repressive atmosphere of the royal family, coupled with the pampering of her parents, makes her rebellious. She has always wanted to vent and indulge, but she didn't have the chance. But in today's relaxed environment, she finally found the feeling of relaxation and letting go of everything. This moment, all court rules are bullshit. She just wants to be happy. Hardy was also a little bit drunk, took off his jacket and suit, only put on a white shirt, and rolled up his sleeves, which was more relaxed. Margaret sat next to Hardy, took Hardy's sturdy arm, and leaned close to Hardy's ear and said, "You know, I have always wanted to experience this kind of indulgence, unrestrained, and finally fulfilled my wish today. Thank you." Hardy looked at Marguerite, whose face was flushed. In fact, when she is not savage, she is quite cute. "I want to tell you that it doesn't matter once in a while, it can mediate the body and mind, but this is definitely not a normal life. But I hate the repressive life of the court." Margaret pursed her lips. People have their own roles. People can't just know about indulgence. Sometimes they have to take up the responsibilities they have to bear. Indulgence can be done, and occasionally 1 or 2 times to mediate the mood, but that is not the normal state of life. Margaret turned aside Hardy and suddenly said, "How about you kidnap me once in a while?" Depend on. This girl is still addicted. Lao Tzu is very busy. How can I always spend time with your little girl and make money? Look at my mood, and you deceived me this time and deserve to be punished." Hardy said. Marguerite nodded. "I apologize to you. Can I drink a bottle of wine?" "Can." Hardy nodded. Marguerite picked up the beer and shook it vigorously. "Want me to apologize and go dream?" Speaking, squirting at Hardy and Taylor while holding the mouth of the beer bottle. "Ah!" Taylor screamed. This Nizai went crazy too, and picked up a beer to spray Marguerite. The two had a great time playing. Hardy sat next to him, sprayed full of beer. The two girls were not much better. Many parts of their bodies were wet. The corners of their mouths kept twitching while observing Henry and Amid. If this scene is filmed by a reporter, it will definitely become the headline of tomorrow. Quiet! Someone yelled at him. Sitting at the table next to 4 or 5 men, all gangsters, had long coveted the beauty of the two girls, Margaret and Taylor, but later saw that they had won money by betting on boxing, and they had long been thinking about it. Margaret and Taylor have fun. The beer was sprayed on these people, finally letting them find a chance. A few guys stood up scolding, strode to Hardy's booth, ignoring Hardy, and shouted directly at Margaret, "Little girl, you got our clothes wet. You said how to compensate," said one of the leading guys. Marguerite was startled by the strong men who suddenly surrounded her. "Put down the bottle and hide behind Hardy." Tyler also blinked big eyes. "Our clothes, trousers, and shoes are all famous brands and they are expensive. For the clothes of the 5 of us, you have to pay at least £10,000. Hardy knows, these gangsters are fancying the money they just won. Hardy raised his hand, snapped his fingers, and then hooked his fingers again. Before a few gangsters could react, a dozen people quickly surrounded him. These gangsters were taken aback. Someone just wanted to move, and suddenly felt that the waist was held up by the guy, and was so scared that no one dared to make a sound. Then these gangsters were dragged out and beaten violently in the back alley. Don't let these gangsters disturb the mood. The 3 continued to drink. In the end, everyone was a little drunk, and Princess Margaret was lying on the sofa, not knowing what she was muttering. Taylor Nizai simply fell asleep. Almost. Retreat. Hardy held Tyler in one hand and Margaret in the other. There was no help from others. The bodyguards and the people in the military intelligence department were men. It was not easy to deal with the 2 girls, so Hardy had to come by himself. Even though they are not heavy, they are hard to move when they are drunk, and 2 at a time. Fortunately, Hardy is so strong that he finally threw them into the back seat. Then Hardy stood outside the car and lit a cigarette, waved to those in black suits who were not far away. The head of the military intelligence department hurried forward. "I will send the princess back now. Will you follow?" Hardy said. "Good, Mr. Hardy." This time the convoy was longer, with more than a dozen cars. It crossed the streets of London and finally came to Buckingham Palace. Hardy's car was directly allowed to drive into the backyard of the castle. There were already many maids waiting at the gate of the castle. Margaret was removed from the car. At this time, a middle-aged housekeeper came to Hardy and respectfully said, "Mr. Hardy, Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth hopes to invite you to have tea tomorrow afternoon." Is this what parents want to teach themselves? George V, who had cancer, has now almost no matter what, and all matters of the British royal family are handed over to Princess Elizabeth. Last year, it was announced that Princess Elizabeth is the officially established prince and the next king of Great Britain. "Well, tomorrow I will visit Her Royal Highness," Hardy responded. In the future, the invitation of the Queen of England should give face. Hardy took Tyler to leave Buckingham Palace, opened a room in the best hotel in London, and entered the house with a heavy nizai. Regardless of Taylor's height, only 1.5 meters, shorter than Asian women, but her figure is very plump. The 17-year-old Taylor is definitely the kind of Tong Yan. "Taylor, do you want to take a shower? You are all smelling of beer." Hardy patted Taylor on the cheek gently, trying to wake her up. Tyler only grunted twice, and never reacted anymore. This Nizai had never drunk so much, but this time she really drank too much. Hardy helped her take off her clothes, leaving only the little inside. "Help her get a blanket." "I took a hot shower by myself. I was too rushed to bring my pajamas, so I could just keep it simple and get into the bed in shorts." Tyler felt the temperature around him, leaned over and lay down beside Hardy, sleeping peacefully. Hardy turned off the lamp and went to sleep. Morning. Margaret woke up. Looking at the surrounding environment, yes, it was her own bedroom. She didn't move, but recalled what happened yesterday. She did drank too much in the end, but she remembered everything before she drank too much. That bastard. Oh no, it's Mr. Hardy. She used to call Hardy an asshole, but after yesterday she felt that she couldn't call him an anymore. She wanted to call him an asshole. Hardy kidnapped her, then took her and Taylor to the nightclub for partying. She had never felt so indulgent, so happy, and felt that her mood had been greatly vented. Today she looked at the old family furnishings in the bedroom and felt that she was not so bored. Think of yesterday's experience. Marguerite smiled suddenly. Yesterday. It's so fun to play. It was an experience she had never had before. Call the servant to wash and dress. Marguerite went out of her bedroom, and when she was walking through the long corridor, she happened to encounter the handsome middle-aged guard who she felt before. Margaret liked him a little before. The main reason is that he has the taste of a mature man. Novel.com. But when I see him again today, I don't feel the same feeling as before. This feeling is very strange, and I suddenly don't like it. Princess Margaret came to the restaurant and saw her sister Princess Elizabeth having breakfast. She smiled and sat in her usual seat for the waiter to serve her meal. Princess Elizabeth looked at her sister, and found that Marguerite felt a radiant face today. Why did she feel that way? "Margaret, you seem to be in a good mood?" Princess Elizabeth asked. "Yes, maybe the weather is good today." Marguerite inserted a roasted bacon into her mouth. "You were drunk yesterday," Princess Elizabeth said. "Oh sister, don't blame me. You know that guy named John Hardy pulled me away forcibly. He told me that I was kidnapped and I was scared." Margaret said innocently. "It feels so good to throw the pot on someone else." Princess Elizabeth already knows everything today. Her younger sister made a prank saying that Tyler was kidnapped and sent a telegram to the United States. Hardy rushed to the scene. Only then did the next thing happen. In fact, it was her own sister who was doing the trick. "I made an appointment with Mr. Hardy for tea this afternoon," Princess Elizabeth said. Princess Margaret rolled her eyes and said, "Sister, you really should talk to him. He even dared to kidnap a British princess. You have to give him the most serious warning." Princess Elizabeth shook her head slightly, very helpless to this sister. "Would you like to see Mr. Hardy with me this afternoon?" Princess Elizabeth asked. "Sure." Marguerite happily agreed. Like the Hardy Empire 1945, please collect it. The Hardy Empire 1945 has the fastest update speed. Chapter 329. Early morning. Taylor woke up. "I feel a little headache." She had a hangover for the first time. Last night she drank a lot of alcohol, beer, cocktails, and even whiskey. She only remembered Hardy coming, and then took her and Margaret to the nightclub for partying, drinking, fighting, and gambling. "I can't remember what happened later." Sit up and found that there was only lace left on his body, and looked at the surrounding environment. Not like Princess Margaret's bedroom. This should be a hotel. She thought of Hardy. "Heidi, are you there?" Taylor yelled. There was footsteps outside, and Hardy walked in from the living room in his pajamas and smiled and looked at Taylor sitting on the bed. When Taylor saw Hardy, he jumped off the bed directly, wearing only a little lace, but he didn't care about it and threw himself on Hardy. "I missed you so much," Taylor said coquettishly. "I already said it yesterday." Hardy smiled. "But I have forgotten a lot about yesterday. I have to say it again today. By the way, where did you sleep last night?" "Sleep next to you." Taylor was a little disappointed. If he wasn't drunk, could something happen? She had long wanted to give herself to Hardy. But Hardy was very restrained and had to wait until she was 18 years old. Hardy patted Tyler's little ass. "Go take a shower." "I called the hotel to deliver food, and went to the street to buy clothes for dinner." "Your clothes were dirty yesterday and you spilled a lot of drinks." "Go to Buckingham Palace in the afternoon. Princess Elizabeth invited me to have afternoon tea. You can go together." Hardy said, "Okay." The two ate in the hotel room. Tyler took Hardy to the street. Shopping with Hardy felt much happier than shopping with Margaret. Tyler was like a happy little magpie and kept pulling Hardy. "Transfer to the store. Buy it for yourself, and buy it for Hardy." Afternoon. Hardy took Taylor to Buckingham Palace again. In fact, Taylor had lived in Buckingham Palace for some days and was very familiar with it. In the back garden of Buckingham Palace, Hardy saw Princess Elizabeth again. This time the two sides were more formal. Hardy saw the courtesy, took the princess' hand and kissed it. Princess Margaret was beside her, her eyes a little clever when she looked at Hardy. From time to time, he and Taylor looked at each other and winked. "Mr. Hardy, we met again. The last time we met was at the welcoming investment delegation dance party." 5 months passed in a flash. Princess Elizabeth said, "Yeah, time flies so fast." Hardy said, "I heard that Mr. Hardy went to Hong Kong and made a lot of investments there." "Here I would like to thank Mr. Hardy for his investment in British territories," Princess Elizabeth asked. "In addition to HSBC, it has also established an industrial zone. More than 100 companies will live in the industrial zone. In addition, many other industries have been acquired. The total investment is about $100 million US. Hardy said, "What do you think of the war in the north? Do you worry about the future of Hong Kong?" The two chatted about Hong Kong. Margaret and Tyler were sitting honestly next to them. In the past, Duke Elizabeth mainly saw guests, and Margaret seldom came out. Even if she came out, she would say hello at most and find an excuse to leave. Today, she sat next to him honestly and didn't make any excuses. Margaret is actually not interested in the wars, political parties, and investments that her sister and Hardy talked about. She is simply interested in Hardy. Yesterday, Hardy took her completely crazy. She had never experienced it before, and no one had ever dared to play with her like this. But Hardy dared. "And it seems that my sister has nothing to do with him." Now Margaret's thoughts wandering around in her little head is how to find another opportunity to let this man take herself to play. More than nightclubs, there are more. Experience everything that is not allowed by the British royal family. After talking about Hong Kong, Princess Elizabeth and Hardy talked about the economic situation in Britain again. Before World War I, Britain was the ruler of the world, and the scenery was boundless. Even before World War II, Britain was still a creditor country. However, in that war, Britain spent a huge amount of £25 billion in funds. For a quarter of the investment, the national debt has tripled from the pre-war period, and the foreign debt is as high as £3.7 billion. This war has traumatized Britain very seriously. There were 950,000 casualties and losses. The Navy lost 4 battleships, 2 battle cruisers, 5 aircraft carriers, and 5 auxiliary aircraft carriers, totaling 341 surface warships, and lost control of the ocean. Before World War II, Britain still had 30 million square kilometers of colonies. Now those colonies have become independent. Although Britain has won the war with difficulty, it has become a debtor country with heavy debts after the war. The prestigious British Empire is gone. Britain is short of money now, very short of money. Although the royal family has almost no control over Britain and the power is handed over to the government, Princess Elizabeth still cares very much about the country. She knew that the British finances were in trouble, and the man in front of her was a rich man. She asked Hardy to chat, just to ask if he could solve some of the British financial problems. Mr. Hardy, have you ever thought about strengthening investment in the UK? In fact, there are many things worth investing in the UK, Princess Elizabeth said. Hardy smiled. The Hardy Group's business is not like those traditional consortiums. Last time I came to the UK with the delegation, I have already invested in what is suitable for me to invest. I know that Mr. Hardy has his own bank. I don't know if I am interested in buying British government bonds. The yield on British government bonds is very stable and it is a worthy investment project. The government bonds are also guaranteed by the state. Princess Elizabeth again promoted government bonds. Buying British government bonds, to be honest, Hardy didn't have much interest. It was no different from a loan. The British government had already mentioned it to the delegation last time, including loans and buying treasury bonds. Whether it is Rockefeller or Citigroup, as well as Bank of America of California Consortium, or Wells Fargo Bank of Hardy, they all refused. Because they all know the period of economic collapse is actually the beginning of the feast for capitalists. It is also the moment when many people say that funds are king. The return on the income from the acquisition of assets is much stronger than the purchase of bonds and loans. Sorry, Hardy Group has a limited amount of funds and is not very interested in buying treasury bonds and lending. Hardy said. Elizabeth was disappointed. Then what are you interested in? Margaret suddenly asked next to her. In fact, Margaret just wanted to say something, because it was so boring to stay. Land. If I have land, I might consider it. I was in Australia not long ago and bought more than 1 million square kilometers of land. Hardy said. I also have a lot of investments in Hong Kong, part of which is the purchase of land. Do you want to buy land in the UK? Princess Elizabeth said that there is not much land in the UK to be sold to Hardy, because most of the land in the UK is already in private hands. It doesn't have to be the mainland, but also overseas territories. For example, some small islands. I like the Cayman Islands. In the Caribbean, if I can buy it, I will be a governor or something. Hardy smiled. Hardy likes to watch the globe. He has seen famous places in later generations, including the Cayman Islands. In fact, there is nothing special about the Cayman Islands, just a few small islands in the Caribbean Sea. What makes it famous is that it is one of the famous offshore registration places in later generations. Certainly. Now he is just a little unknown island, and few people know the name. However, the future Her Majesty really knows the Cayman Islands. The archipelago consists of 3 islands with a total land area of about 260 square kilometers. It is now under the jurisdiction of the governor of Jamaica, with a small population of only more than 2,000. The Cayman Islands is very close to the United States. It is only 600 kilometers from the nearest Miami and 300 kilometers from Jamaica. In the center of the Mediterranean, there are Cuba, Bahamas, Colombia, Venezuela, Haiti, Panama, Mexico, Costa Rica and other countries. Now the British colony of Jamaica is also fighting for independence. I don't know when Jamaica will also be separated from Britain. Princess Elizabeth felt that if Hardy wanted to buy it, maybe she could sell it to him, but it was a bit cheating in her heart. "What is Mr. Hardy going to do to buy the Cayman Islands?" Princess Elizabeth asked. "My Royal Highness, I really value his location. You may know that I run a casino, but my casino is in Las Vegas, 4,000 kilometers from the east coast to the west coast, and from Miami to the the Man Islands is only more than 600 kilometers away. If I buy those islands, I can open a casino, mainly for the East Coast customer base. Mentalnovel.com and develop tourism projects. The scenery there is more beautiful than Miami. In fact, this idea came to Hardy after looking at the map after the Mafia Bassini family opened a casino in Cuba. 300 kilometers from Miami to Cuba, 600 kilometers to the Cayman Islands, although twice as far away, the plane is only an hour away, the difference is not big. At that time, Hardy thought that if he could buy the Cayman Islands and open a casino on it, the business should be no worse than Cuba. Then, like later generations, registering a bunch of banks and laundering money would be great. Princess Elizabeth knew that Hardy had a casino business. "If you want to buy the island, are there any other conditions?" "The British Empire does not allow the country to split," Princess Elizabeth said. Hardy said, "Are there still few territories that you have split up in the past few years?" "I need complete control. I can admit that those islands will always belong to the United Kingdom, but all jurisdiction must belong to me, which is equivalent to a complete autonomous territory." Elizabeth was not surprised at Hardy's condition. "Mr. Hardy, I don't know when you are going to return to the United States. If it's okay, I will go back tonight." Hardy said, "It's better to wait a while. I will inform the Prime Minister of Mr. Hardy's idea of buying the island and see what the government's opinion is." Hardy's heart beats. Is this thing really interesting? He was really joking just now. Even if the British Empire is short of money, it still doesn't sound good to talk about selling the country. And he is still an American. "Of course you can. Then I will be in London waiting for news from your highness," Hardy said. Like the Hardy Empire 1945, please collect it. The Hardy Empire 1945 has the fastest update speed. Chapter 330. After Hardy and Princess Elizabeth talked, Hardy said goodbye. Taylor naturally wanted to follow Hardy, and her salute was still in Princess Margaret's bedroom. Hardy followed the past and took them together. Tyler salutes a lot, and a royal servant helps her clean up. Margaret looks at Hardy, who is sitting in the living room drinking tea, and comes and sits next to him. "I envy Tyler," Princess Margaret said quietly. Hardy looked at Margaret with a small face. In fact, he knew why this princess envied Tyler, because Tyler was freer than her. Hardy took a sip of tea and said nothing. Margaret glanced at Hardy, and asked a little angrily, "Don't you ask me why I envy her?" "Why?" Hardy asked. When Margaret heard Hardy's perfunctory tone, her teeth tickled with hatred. "Because I am not happy and free, staying in the palace all day long, observing a variety of etiquette and doing what others ask to do. It is actually a puppet. I don't see the meaning of life." Margaret rode. Hardy was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this Nizai had already seen all this, perhaps because of being in it. Many people looked at the royal family's infinite beauty. In fact, all the behaviors of the royal family members were firmly fixed by the rules and could not be overstepped. Anything wrong can make headlines. This kind of life is really meaningless. Anyway, Hardy doesn't like it. Hardy had no solution to Margaret's problem. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved. Although Margaret is very beautiful, Hardy has no idea about her. The identity of this Nizai is too troublesome. Find other women by yourself. Even the hottest actress in Hollywood, you can play casually, no one cares whether it is good or not, and it is easy to settle with your own strength. But if you really get the royal princess, especially the British princess, that would be more troublesome. After all, the British are still recognized by the English-speaking world, and the influence of the British royal family is also the highest in the world. "Hardy, can you figure out a solution for me?" Princess Margaret lowered her voice, with a request in her eyes. "Hardy, look at this girl. In fact, if you want to go out and play, it is not impossible. In the name of contributing to the country, You will visit other countries and improve the image of Britain. You can also be a charity ambassador and go to poor places to give condolences. In fact, there are many things you can do. Margaret frowned. I have been to some places with my sister to give condolences, which is not interesting at all. In addition to condolences and charity, you can also participate in overseas activities, such as Italian Fashion Week, American Fashion Show, jewelry exhibitions around the world. It is better than nesting in the palace. That's right, but every time I go out, the cost is not small. My sister won't let me out frequently, Marguerite said. You can make money by yourself. How to make money for yourself? Margaret was a little surprised. To be an endorsement, you don't need to directly promote it. You only need to wear a certain brand of clothes or bring a certain brand of jewelry. In fact, it is an endorsement for them. The Hardy Group has many luxury goods businesses. We can sign privately. Don't you have money to be the spokesperson of our luxury brands? Hardy said. If you can develop Princess Margaret into your own luxury spokesperson, it would be much better than finding a celebrity to advertise. Most of the luxury brands in Britain, France and Italy were favored by the royal family and named as special offerings. Later, they slowly developed into internationally renowned brands. The famous British princess is still very useful. In the end, Hardy used his killer trick and whispered in Margaret's ear, I have a luxury shopping street in a casino in Las Vegas. Then there will be luxury brands from all over the world. A fashion show will be held over there. Invite you to participate, you can make money, and if I am here, I can also take you to a carnival. I can guarantee that you will be fine in my place. Hardy said. Princess Margaret's eyes lighted up suddenly. It's a good idea. She doesn't care much about making money. What Margaret wants is to play like yesterday. She already knows Hardy's energy. If he takes her out to play, her sister can't do anything about herself. Okay, I will be your brand ambassador. Margaret agreed. Putting on a princess to work for herself, Hardy felt very fulfilled. Don't worry, the Las Vegas shopping street hasn't been completed yet. It will not be done until next year. When it is done, I will invite you. The casino has a lot of fun places. It is 10,000 times stronger than the nightclub I went to yesterday. Hardy seduced again. Margaret nodded quickly. That's it. Taylor packed up and saluted, including the salutes he brought and the things he bought in London, 8 suitcases. When she said goodbye to Marguerite, Marguerite was reluctant to give up. In fact, playing with Taylor these few days, the two have also developed a relationship. Now that Taylor is leaving, she is going to stay alone in the palace again. Princess Elizabeth and Clement Attlee talked on the phone and told the Prime Minister that she and Hardy had been communicating. Attlee was worried about money all day long. He wanted to implement a welfare society and restore the British economy. Everything needed money. Prime Minister Attlee is opposed to selling the land, but he also knows that some of the land in the colony may be difficult to keep. The Cayman Islands mentioned by the princess were originally under the jurisdiction of the governor of Jamaica. Of course, if you talk about historical evolution, the relationship between Cayman and Jamaica is not very big. For those small islands, Prime Minister Attlee didn't pay much attention to it, so in his heart he was not opposed to this matter. The only uncomfortable point was that it was the only point of pride left in the British Empire. After a short while, Prime Minister Attlee drove to Buckingham Palace to meet Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth. The two discussed in detail about Hardy's purchase of the island. Hardy promised that the Cayman Islands will always belong to the United Kingdom. In fact, this is beneficial to us. Now Jamaica is struggling for independence. If it is not controlled well, the Cayman Islands may also be separated. It is better to sell it to him. He demands complete autonomy. Are there any resources in the Cayman Islands? No, maybe it is only for the purpose of garrisoning, but the United States will never allow any country to build a military base in the back garden of his hinterland. The British thought so far, but they dare not provoke the Americans now. I think Hardy valued his traveling and gambling. When I came, I was checked. There are other American forces operating casinos in Cuba, preparing to Hardy's profits. It is estimated that it is precisely because of this that he would think of opening Manon Casino. But he is an American after all, and opening up his autonomy to Americans will have an impact on the reputation of the British Empire. Maybe there are other solutions, such as allowing Hardy to become a British citizen. Will he agree? Dual nationality. Give another title, then appoint him as governor of the Cayman Islands, and then declare Cayman to become a dominion, so that there is no problem in name. What about the price? How much can we offer? This is a problem. Prime Minister Attlee discussed with Princess Elizabeth for more than 2 hours. After leaving, he returned to the Prime Minister's residence to convene a meeting of cabinet members to inform Hardy about the acquisition of the island. To be honest, some cabinet ministers don't even know the name of the Cayman Islands. After all, the British Empire had too many colonies in the past, including more than 50 countries and more than 30 million square kilometers of land. Who would remember the name of a small island? But now that someone has bought it, the value of this island will immediately become apparent. I can leave it rotten, but you will pay a high price if you want to buy it. Regarding the results of the negotiation between the Prime Minister and Crown Prince Elizabeth, no cabinet members objected. If Hardy became a British citizen, conferred knighthood, conferred the governor, and sold him the island, all these operations are completely within the scope of the law. Of course, it depends on whether Hardy is willing to become a British citizen. After all, he is the richest man in the United States. Also consider the issue of political influence. Finally, there is the price. A group of cabinet leaders focused on the price issue. Everything in the world is priceable. It just depends on how much you pay. Hardy received an invitation from the British Minister of Finance and invited him to be a guest at his estate. Hardy knew that things might be very exciting. "Hello, Minister Lambie, we meet again." Hardy smiled and shook hands with the Minister of Finance. "We welcome entrepreneurs like you, Mr. Hardy, to travel to the UK more and invest in the UK. I understand that you have made a lot of investments in Hong Kong. McLenovel.com, which makes us very happy. If you have any problems in Hong Kong, you can contact us at any time, and we will help Mr. Hardy solve it." "Minister Lambie," I said with a smile. Both sides sat down. After a few greetings, I came to the topic. "Mr. Hardy intends to buy the Cayman Islands?" Minister Lambert said. Hardy smiled. "Yes, the scenery there is good. If I can, I want to make it a tourist area for Americans to travel." Hardy said, "The term casino is still relatively sensitive, and it is not easy to make it public. The reason for making it a tourist destination is more suitable for publicity." After deliberation, we feel that we can agree to Mr. Hardy's request, but we also have a few things that Mr. Hardy must meet. Minister Lambert said. "Please speak." "After our discussion, the island can be sold to you, and the autonomy you proposed can also be granted, but you must promise never to leave the Commonwealth." Hardy nodded after hearing this. He is not stupid. Independence has no meaning for such a small island. It has autonomy. In fact, there is no difference between power and independence except that it belongs to the United Kingdom in name. You have your own government. Your administration is not under the jurisdiction of the United Kingdom. You make your own laws. Taxation, trade, and foreign policy are yours, and you have your own army. Except you can't declare war at will. Everything else is free. But you can get a lot of benefits by hanging the British name. People don't know who Cayman is, but they absolutely know who the United Kingdom is. If someone wants to bully you, it's equivalent to going to war with Britain. Even if the United Kingdom is now soft, it will be one of the 5 permanents in the future, a world power, and it will be better to make money under the banner of the United Kingdom. No problem. I agree with that. Like the Hardy Empire 1945, please collect it. The Hardy Empire 1945 has the fastest update speed. Chapter 331. Mr. Hardy, if you want to obtain the management right of the Cayman Islands, you must become a British citizen. Our idea is that you join the United Kingdom and obtain British citizenship. Your Majesty the King will grant you a knighthood, and then give you the Cayman Islands. You become the governor of the Cayman Islands at the same time, so it is legally legal. Hearing that he was about to transfer to British nationality, Hardy hesitated. Does he have any attachments to American citizenship? The main reason is that he has to make money in the United States. It would be very troublesome to not have American identity. Is dual citizenship okay? Hardy asked. Of course you can. The main reason is that foreigners cannot be formally conferred knighthoods, only honorary knighthoods. Honorary knighthoods are not suitable for fiefdoms, so you need to join the United Kingdom. Minister Lambert said. Hardy thought for a while. He didn't know whether dual citizenship would affect him, especially in economics. If there were too many things involved, he would not agree. About nationality, I want to go back and discuss with the group team. You know that Hardy Group is not mine alone, and it involves all aspects of interest. Also, what are you going to offer in the Cayman Islands? Hardy asked for the price. Minister Lambert smiled. I just said that it was given by the king, not sold. This sentence reminded Hardy to ask for a statue of Buddha. Can't be called to buy. Call please. This one was not bought, it was bestowed by the king. Hardy knows. Sometimes this statement is more expensive than directly spending money. Then you can talk about the conditions, Minister Lambert. Hardy said. The government hopes that Wells Fargo will provide the UK with a loan of $100 million and at the same time purchase $100 million of 5-year Treasury bonds. Minister Lambert said. Hardy said heartily, it's better to buy it. If you only buy this island, the normal price is only $10 to $20 million. And Hardy also knows a hidden danger, that is, the king's gift. It is not as strong as the sales relationship, and it is more accepted by the world's laws. What if someone stands up and says that this gift is unreasonable and must be revoked? Trading is different. There is a contract and the whole world must agree. Even if you are not the governor, and without management rights, the land is your own private. Hardy said, it can be granted by the king in name, but I request a formal contract of sale and purchase with the British government. Minister Lambert thought for a while, this should be fine. Also, the price you opened is too high. A loan of 100 million treasury bonds and $100 million for investment can double the profits for me in 5 years. The Cayman Islands is definitely not worth $200 million. The two parties decided to discuss the price issue later. Today is only a preliminary contact, and there are problems to go back to negotiate. After Hardy resigned from Minister Lambert, he went to the telegraph office to send a telegram to the United States to inform Andy to bring the financial and lawyer team over. This is a big deal. 2 days after Andy rushed to the UK with someone in a hurry, in the hotel room, Hardy told Andy and the lawyer in detail about the matter. If I get dual citizenship, will it do me any harm? Hardy asked. The lawyer said, you will not be affected politically when you obtain British citizenship. After all, both countries recognize dual citizenship, but there is some relationship in taxation. Of course, most taxes are based on the principle of territorial payment. The company pays taxes wherever the company is. However, there are some special taxes that may involve double taxation issues, but these problems can be avoided through operation. That's okay? Yes, no problem. After letting the lawyer out, only Hardy and Andy were left in the room. Andy looked at his boss and asked, Boss, why suddenly remembered to buy an island in the Caribbean? What are your plans? Hardy poured a glass of wine for Andy, and said with a smile, isn't it cool to open a casino, get a tourist area, and an autonomous territory? Andy looked at Hardy. I feel you have deeper thoughts. Hardy chuckled and took a sip of wine. If that island is completely owned by us and has autonomy, opening a casino is only one aspect. Our HD security can also use it as a base to build stronger armed forces, right? Because we have the right to form an army. That island is overseas. What's the most convenient for money laundering? We can develop it into a money laundering center. Of course, to legally launder money, you need financial experts to find a way. Hardy naturally wanted to turn the Cayman Islands into an offshore paradise like the future. In later Cayman, more than 50 banks opened bank offices on the island. with more than 100,000 registered companies and more than $3 trillion in capital. This is still obvious. Secretly, there are more things that can be manipulated. For example, in drug transactions, money is transferred from one company to another. There is no supervision in Cayman. Drug transactions do not need to directly transfer money, but to overseas accounts. It is simply convenient to transfer the freight. The same can be said for overseas bulk commodity smuggling. In future generations, the amount of money laundered in the world will be trillions, and it may even reach 3 trillion. This is a terrifying number. If Wells Fargo Bank is built on the island, the money will be circulated in Wells Fargo Bank, which is equivalent to that the money will always be in the bank. Hardy has the right to transfer this money. Think about how powerful this money can be. When playing financial investment, a country is afraid. In fact, it doesn't need to be as big as the site, as long as he is completely under our control. This is the biggest role of the Cayman Islands, Hardy said. Andy looked at his boss with shock. He really didn't expect the boss to have such a huge plan. The offending company, tax avoidance, money laundering, independently master financial channels. Andy feels excited when he thinks about it. In this case, the Hardy Group can definitely become the best company in the world. Even the Rockefeller and Morgan families are jealous. Hardy patted Andy, who was a little excited, and said, "This is just a long-term plan. If you want to achieve that step, there is still a lot to go. I am afraid it will take more than 10 or 2 decades. The problem to be solved now is that we have to take down the Cayman Islands at the cheapest price. After all, I will go to Japan to invest next time, and that will also require a lot of capital, and I can't run out of funds on the British side at once." Hardy said. The Minister of Finance reported to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom on the exchange situation. The two sides did not have much disagreement, except for the price issue, and the two sides decided to negotiate another day. Now that Andy is here, the negotiation is naturally entrusted to him as a professional. In the past 2 days, Andy led the financial team and the team of lawyers to draw up a series of negotiating outlines, including the ownership of the Cayman Islands, the land ownership of other residents on the island, various legal rights of autonomous territories, and so on. They won't let it go anyway. A few days later, the two sides began formal negotiations. Although they were negotiating with the other's Ministry of Finance, the people of the Hardy Group did not persuade them at all. There are several problems. There are about 3,000 residents on the island. Among the more than 3,000 people, 30% are whites, 30% are blacks, and 40% are mixed. These 3,000 people all live in Georgetown, Grand Cayman, the largest of the 3 islands. They occupy a lot of land. How can this be calculated? After all, Cayman is not a big island. Hardy doesn't care how they talk. Invited by Princess Margaret on this day, she took Taylor to the Royal Ranch Manor outside London. It covers an area of more than 4,000 hectares. Today's activity is horse riding and hunting. When Taylor and Hardy came, they both wore outdoor outfits. The equipment room had various pistols and shotguns. According to his habits, Hardy wore a cowboy belt with a revolver on it, which was used for close defense. The shotgun in his hand is James Purdy & Sons, which is a shotgun used by the British royal family and is definitely a luxury item. The 3 rode horses and ran forward along the dirt road in the forest. Margaret deliberately showed off her riding skills, so Hardy could have caught up with her if she took the lead, but he had to take care of Taylor, so the speed was consistent with Taylor. Bang! There was a scream in front of him. Hardy was startled, and immediately shouted to Taylor, "You wait here." After that, he urged the horses to run in the direction Margaret called. In fact, they are not far away, only about 200 meters. After running a corner, Marguerite is sitting on the ground. Her horse has already run away. There is a dark figure on the dirt road. He was running away. Hardy saw it was a black bear. Hurrying to Margaret, Hardy jumped off the horse. Margaret was annoyed and clutched her ankle. "I didn't pay attention at all. There was a black bear on the side of the road." It suddenly stood up and the horse, frightened, with a jump, I was frightened and shaken off the horse. I saw the black bear and hurriedly fired a shot, and the guy ran away. After listening to Margaret's description, Hardy felt funny in his heart. It was a coincidence. The horses they rode were trained to not be afraid of bears. No one thought that the bear was not in the woods, but on the side of the road. Suddenly the horse saw that it was very close and was not mentally prepared at all, so he was frightened and threw Marguerite down. "Where is it hurt?" Hardy knelt down and asked. "The ankle is here." "Yes, you die before you leave the school." The hunt was over before it even started. Hardy picked up Princess Margaret and put it on his horse, then stepped on the horse, holding the princess in one hand and the reins, turning the horse's head and walking back. As for Margaret's horse, she was frightened and ran a long way, turning her head and letting the hunting ground handle it. With Hardy in her arms, Margaret suddenly felt a strange emotion, as if the feeling of love had reappeared. This feeling of leaning in his arms is really comfortable. Soon after he came to Taylor's side. Taylor saw Hardy holding Margaret. The two came back on a horse, and quickly asked, "What's wrong with Margaret?" "I just met a bear, and the horse fell off her in fright. Her foot was injured a bit." "Let's go back quickly," Hardy said. Tyler watched Margaret leaning against Hardy's arms, and suddenly it tasted like a snack. "Margaret, would you like to ride on my horse?" "No, Hardy's horse is very comfortable." After Margaret finished speaking, she secretly winked at Taylor. Taylor snorted softly. "Give her a roll of eyes." On the way back, he walked very slowly, afraid of bumping into Margaret's feet. "Now I don't know whether the injury is serious or not." Margaret leaned in Hardy's arms. "Heidi, I heard my sister say that you are going to buy an island. The Prime Minister will let you become a British citizen, and then you will become a nobleman, and then grant you the position of governor. Is that true?" "Are you going to become a British?" Margaret asked. "Dual nationality," Hardy said. "Why don't I make you my knight?" Margaret said with a smile. "Your knight? I will ride you." "If you want to be granted a title, you must be a baron or above, so this time it is very likely to be a baron, and you need your father to grant the title." Hardy said www.mtlnovel.com and went back to the bedroom to undergo a doctor's examination. It was a sprain. The problem is not serious, but it takes about half a month to keep up, during which time you can't do strenuous exercise. Okay, now the princess is honest. 2 days later, the negotiations had preliminary results. Hardy became British nationality, was conferred the title of Baron, and sealed the Cayman Islands as Hardy's fief. And Hardy was the permanent governor of the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands belong to the Commonwealth and have full autonomy. All the land on the island is legally owned by Hardy. Those that are already in private hands, Hardy has the right to take it back. Of course, it is not long that they must be given an appropriate price. In other words, Hardy has the legal right to demolition and can take back the land held by other people at any time. As for the appropriate price, it is his governor who decides. The price of all this is the purchase of island land to pay $10 million. It also bought 60 million British government bonds and loaned 50 million to the Bank of Scotland for 5 years, calculated at normal interest. For the United Kingdom, a small island in the Caribbean Sea, with a total of only 260 square kilometers, can exchange $120 million in funds. They feel that they have made a lot of money, and Hardy also felt that he had made a profit. In fact, the title of aristocracy in Britain is not valuable. Thousands of people can obtain the title of aristocracy every year. As long as you have money, you are not a noble or a noble. Hardy was an ordinary person before. In the United States, Britain, and Japan, no one dares to look down upon. What he cares about is the autonomy of the Cayman Islands. With autonomy, everything that could not be played before can be played. Hardy was excited. He felt that the Hardy financial empire was beckoning to him. Like the Hardy Empire 1945, please collect it. The Hardy Empire 1945 has the fastest update speed. Chapter 332. When money matters are determined, Hardy needs to do one more thing. He telegraphed to the White House to inform President Johnson about his plan to become a British citizen. President Johnson is his ally. Hardy's admission of a foreign nationality is definitely a major event. Therefore, it is necessary to talk to Johnson. If there is any bad political influence, it is irresponsible to allies. In the telegram, Hardy explained that the reason for obtaining British nationality is to obtain the ownership and autonomy of the Cayman Islands so that they can start business in the future. After President Johnson saw the news, his first reaction was that if Hardy could really get the autonomy of the Cayman Islands, it would be a good thing for the United States. South America is the hinterland of the United States, and the Cayman Islands is an enclave in the center of the Caribbean hinterland. Although there was no problem before, in the future, if the competition with the United Kingdom intensifies, the United Kingdom will build a military base here, which is also for the United States. Very uncomfortable thing. Cayman is not small, more than enough to be a military base. If the British set up an overseas military base here, it would be equivalent to standing behind you with a Mao, ready to stab you in the butt. Now that Hardy has obtained the autonomy of Cayman, it can be regarded as eliminating a hidden danger for the United States, which is definitely a good thing for the United States. Johnson wrote back, supporting Hardy's approach. As for Hardy joining the United Kingdom, he would switch to allegiance to the United Kingdom. Johnson has never considered. As a capitalist, making money is the first thing. They will only be loyal to money. Johnson called back to tell Hardy that he can rest assured to do things according to his own ideas. So far, things are no longer hindered. Hardy is ready to complete the transaction. In the Ministry of Finance, the two parties completed the land purchase transaction, and Hardy purchased the ownership of 3 islands in the Cayman Islands at a price of $10 million. At the same time, for Wells Fargo, it signed a loan agreement with the Bank of Scotland to loan $50 million to the Bank of Scotland for a period of 5 years, calculated at normal interest rates. Next, the Financial Investment Department of Hardy Group purchased a 5-year Treasury bond of $60 million in the United Kingdom. When Hardy completed the payment, the British side moved quickly to apply for British citizenship to Hardy. In the Civil Affairs Department, Hardy swears in front of the Union Jack. I, John Hardy, solemnly swear in the name of God, when I become a British citizen, I will be faithfully loyal to His Majesty King George VI, as well as his heirs and successors. In accordance with the law, I will be loyal to the United Kingdom and respect its rights and freedoms. I will support its democratic values. I will earnestly abide by its laws and fulfill my duties and obligations as a British citizen. Now there is only one last ceremony left, that is, the British royal family bestows Hardy the title and grants him a fief. According to previous rules, the award ceremony will only be done twice a year, and many people will be awarded once, mainly for British officials, such as the Prime Minister, justices, and people who have made outstanding contributions to the United Kingdom, even businessmen, actors, and architects. Police, lawyers are all possible. Bill Gates was once knighted, and many people in Hong Kong have won British knighthoods. Hardy had to wait a few months to be sealed together with others, but something unexpected was that the British royal family even informed Hardy that they would arrange a separate sealing ceremony as soon as possible to complete the ban on Hardy. Seal gift can only say, the power of money is very powerful. One more thing, recently, the status of Britain has been deteriorating. People feel that the once world boss has fallen. Britain needs something to boost morale. It also tells outsiders that Britain still has a deep heritage and that rich people like Hardy are also willing to join Britain. Hardy is now an absolute celebrity in the United States, and his reputation is even more well known than many consortium leaders, mainly due to the ABC TV station. There is also his legendary history, making Hardy a representative of the American dream. The government and the royal family felt that it was very helpful to enhance the image of the United Kingdom. The knighthood ceremony was held at Buckingham Palace. There are a lot of British nobles here today, including the Prime Minister and many cabinet members, as well as the US ambassador to the UK and the Japanese ambassador to the UK. The award ceremony was open to the public and included hundreds of reporters, including reporters from the New York Times, Washington Post, and Global Times. Under the witness of everyone, Hardy knelt on one knee on the soft couch. George V dragged the sick body and put the sword on Hardy's shoulder. The medals were then awarded. From this moment on, Hardy will become the Baron Hardy of the British Empire. At the same time, King George VI announced on the spot that he would bestow the Cayman Islands with Baron Hardy as a fief. Many people present were very surprised, because the British royal family had not really granted a fief when it had been granted the title for more than 10 years. Certainly, those who know the truth know that Hardy spent $120 million in order to obtain those worthless islands. And it's an overseas territory, it's not worth any money. The royal family and the government exchanged a few worthless islands for $120 million. This business is absolutely profitable. The others came up to congratulate. Prime Minister Attlee smiled and said, "Mr. Hardy, then the government will issue you an official governor's document." "Congratulations, Your Excellency, Governor Hardy." "The governor of Hardy is governor for life." Hardy smiled. "I will accept your jurisdiction from now on." This sentence is just polite. As a self-governing territory, it has extremely high autonomy, and the British government generally cannot control Cayman. The US ambassador to the United Kingdom also came up to congratulate and asked with a smile, "Mr. Hardy, I really didn't expect you to become a British baron and gain an autonomous territory. How do you plan to develop the Cayman Islands in the future?" "It has become a tourist attraction and plans to move the casino business over. In the future, we Americans will have one more place to play, but these cannot be said to outsiders." Hardy lowered his voice. The ambassador smiled and nodded. "Understood. Then I wish you a prosperous business." As he said, he raised his glass. "Thanks." At this moment, a guy with an oriental face and a tuxedo approached him, bowed respectfully to Hardy and said, "Mr. Hardy, congratulations on becoming a British Baron and Governor of Cayman. I am Ichiro Mada, the Japanese ambassador to the United Kingdom." "Hello, Ambassador Mada." Hardy replied faintly. "Mr. Hardy, the Japanese side asked me to tell you that the company and investment list you want us to prepare is ready. I don't know when you are going to Japan to give us economic guidance. You send the information to the United States first. I have found other consortiums to go to Japan together. These information will help them prepare in advance." Hardy said, "Yes, I will tell them to send the information to the United States." After greetings, everyone prepared to take pictures. King George VI, Prince Elizabeth, Princess Margaret, and many dukes and nobles are preparing to take pictures with Hardy. When Hardy was standing in the crowd, Princess Margaret next to him saw Hardy's collar curled inside. She didn't think much. She reached out to help Hardy take it out, and stroked her clothes. The angle is smoothed. Hardy also didn't care about www.mentalnovel.com these days. There are many contacts with Princess Margaret. During her diplomacy, she took Taylor to see her many times, and she has already become friends. But this scene is very impressive to outsiders. The princess reached out to help Baron Hardy smooth the clothes. The relationship between the two looked very unusual. This scene was also seen by reporters. The sensitive reporter hurriedly pressed the shutter to smooth the corners of Hardy's clothes. Take a snapshot of the scene. Everyone stood up. Today Hardy is the protagonist, so he is standing next to George V. Princess Elizabeth is on the other side. Princess Elizabeth is next to his husband Prince Philip, and next to Hardy is Princess Margaret. The other nobles stand further out. Crack. The photographer presses the shutter and the picture freezes. From then on, the world's first Baron Hardy, Governor of Cayman, was born. People still don't know what changes this future Governor of Cayman will bring to the world. Chapter 333. Britain's largest newspaper, The Times, reported on Hardy's appointment as Baron of Great Britain and Governor of the Cayman Islands. And it's the front page headline. The above reports on Hardy's investments in the UK over the years, including investments in local British shipping, luxury goods, and journalism. There is also large-scale investment in Hong Kong, and this time it supported the British government to purchase a large number of national debts and provide loans. in order to reward its contributions to the United Kingdom, so grant titles and fiefdoms. Below is a big picture of Hardy standing with members of the royal family and nobles, with the Baron badge hanging on his chest. Not only the Times, but also national newspapers such as Italy, France, and the United States, also reported on the matter. This is a good publicity for Britain. But there is a newspaper that reports a very strange angle. The New York Times of the United States, one of the largest newspapers in the world, has branches all over the world. Today his newspaper not only reported on Hardy's span and posted photos of standing with the royal family, but also posted 2 other photos. On the first photo, Hardy stood there, and Princess Margaret helped Hardy tidy up the corners of his suit. Looking at the clothes of the 2 of them, it can be seen that this was before the royal photo was taken. In the second photo, Hardy and Princess Margaret smiled at each other. They looked intimate and natural. In this photo, Princess Margaret only showed her profile, but the smile is so beautiful that anyone can feel it. She was very happy. This is not the point yet. The focus is on the text below. Americans all know that Mr. Hardy is the boss of the Hardy Group, the most recently rising rich man in the United States, with billions of assets, and the largest media tycoon in the United States. The reporter was fortunate to participate in Mr. Hardy's spanning ceremony. After receiving the Henry Vi Medal, members of the royal family prepared to take pictures with Mr. Hardy. At this moment, Princess Margaret saw Mr. Hardy's clothes folded inside. The princess naturally helped Mr. Hardy tidy up the clothes, took out the corners and caressed carefully. During the period, Mr. Hardy was also very natural. After the princess was done, Mr. Hardy said thank you, and the 2 said look at it with a smile. The performance of Mr. Hardy and Princess Margaret can't help but make people think about it. Princess Margaret helped Hardy organize the clothes. It was so natural, and Mr. Hardy accepted it very naturally. This shows that the 2 of them often have this kind of contact and have become accustomed to it. At that time, it was just a subconscious action and did not think too much. Because of this, it can explain the problem even more. The reporter even wondered if the 2 are already in love. Let's look back at the fact that Mr. Hardy was named a British baron this time. Is it really that simple? Mr. Hardy spent $120 million for a small island. Anyone knows that a small island of only 260 square kilometers without any natural resources is not worth such investment. Why did Mr. Hardy do this? As an entrepreneur who is good at business, Mr. Hardy cannot do it. Such a loss-making investment. Mr. Hardy invested more than $30 million in the British mainland during his inspection in the UK before, and went to Hong Kong, a British territory, with an investment of more than $100 million. Now many people know that the war in the East is still going on, and the situation in Hong Kong is not optimistic. Many people choose to abandon their investment there. But at this time, Mr. Hardy has invested heavily in absorbing Hong Kong assets, which has a significant impact on Hong Kong's political economy. It has a great stabilizing effect. Mr. Hardy did this. Could it be because of Princess Margaret? Let's guess. Is it possible that the 2 are in love? For the princess, Mr. Hardy obtained British citizenship, then invested heavily in the United Kingdom, obtained the recognition of the British government and the royal family, and obtained the knighthood. All of this is in order to make him qualified to walk with the princess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Mr. Hardy did something that violated the entrepreneur investment guidelines. All of this may be for love. Scandals are the most popular among the people. When people read newspapers and report positive news, they can at most grasp current affairs, but they are naturally curious and concerned about gossip. And the protagonists of this scandal are the well-known American billionaire John Hardy and Britain's most beautiful royal princess. People like this news naturally. People found that the analysis in the newspapers is somewhat reasonable. Hardy's investment in the British mainland is fortunate to say that he can invest in dangerous Hong Kong, stabilize the situation in Hong Kong, and spend 120 million on a small island in the Caribbean Sea that is worthless? This behavior is indeed confusing, but if it was for the princess, all this would be explained again. Those unscrupulous tabloids began to compose stories based on this incident, and they had noses and eyes, and they even matched the time. Finally, a version was formed, that is, Hardy went to invest in the UK, met the beautiful Princess Margaret, and fell in love at first sight. Princess Margaret also admired Hardy's talent, and the two quickly fell in love. However, although Mr. Hardy is rich, the identities of the two are still somewhat different, so Hardy used the method of investing in Hong Kong assets, buying British government bonds, and lending to the British Bank, and finally obtained the royal family's approval, obtained British nationality, and became a baron. After possessing the British nationality and the baronial title, Mr. Hardy has the qualification to pursue Princess Margaret. Everything that Hardy did before was for this purpose. Have to say, Brain Supplement is really scary. Those who make up stories are more talented. But many Americans believe that the story should be like this. Especially many women, they think this thing is simply too romantic. It is the modern version of the love story of commoners and princesses, just like fairy tales. In the past, some people thought that Hardy's acquisition of British citizenship might cause losses to the interests of the United States. Now there is such a story, and the original negative thoughts immediately disappeared. I don't know if it's good or bad for Hardy. Reports from the United States were soon transmitted back to the United Kingdom. It has also caused a lot of trouble in the UK. After all, Princess Margaret is the second in line to the heir to the royal family. If Crown Prince Elizabeth had an accident before he succeeded to the throne, or if he did not give birth to an heir after he succeeded to the throne, it would happen. Margaret the Princess may become the future Queen of England, and Princess Margaret has been very beautiful since she was a child. As for her rebellion, outsiders don't know that the royal family has covered it up very well. Before the love between her and the guard was exposed, Princess Margaret was a typical beautiful princess in the eyes of the people, the kind in fairy tales. Now that she is likely to fall in love, and she is still an American, many people feel sour. If it were a few days ago, before Hardy had not obtained the British nationality and knighthood title, it would have caused great public debate and opposition. The good news is that Hardy has now obtained British citizenship and the title of baron, and the newspaper also said that he has made a lot of efforts in order to get the opportunity to communicate with the princess, and has spent $2 or $3 billion to support the British revival. Many British people also feel that Hardy's behavior is worthy of their respect. He feels that he is qualified to associate with the princess. Novel.com. When Hardy was reported by his subordinates and read the various stories in the newspaper, I felt that dumbfounding. I invested in the UK because I am optimistic about the shipping industry and the luxury goods industry. When I invest in Hong Kong, I know that Hong Kong's industries will help me earn 10 times and 100 times the profits in the future. I spent a lot of money to buy the Cayman Islands because I know he can give himself a higher right to live and make more money for himself in the future. These people's brains are too big. Just because of a photo, you can make up such a wonderful story. You have become reporters. Hardy Pictures needs screenwriters like you. I don't know what their women would think after seeing these reports. Hong Kong. Victor also saw the report about the boss, and was very surprised. The boss has soaked in Princess British again. It's amazing. Chapter 334. Hardy's gossip scandal is now a raging mess. The whole world knows it, and his women have naturally seen the report. After reading the text report, Han Yezhan took a closer look at the photos. I have to say that Hardy is really suitable for standing among the royal family. Han Yezhan was very happy to be a British baron for her man. Hardy was also awarded the post of governor. It is said that the island has 3 times the area of Hong Kong Island, and the most important thing is to grant the right to autonomous territory. The more she knows about men, the more she knows how big Hardy's ambitions and ideas are. I am afraid that the Cayman Island in the future will be turned into a kingdom by men. Jealous? She didn't seem to have time to be jealous. so she thought of other aspects, and she was completely thinking about men. Besides, she can accept other women. Why can't she take a princess? Ava Gardner is still in Africa, but the film is almost done. It is estimated that he will return to the United States in 1 month. I read the newspaper in the hotel about Hardy's scandal. Ava only feels that Hardy is so good. Became a British nobleman, still a baron with a fief. As for gossip with the princess, she is just one of Hardy's women. As for Elaine and Marilyn Monroe, they are very clear about their identities. With Hardy's current wealth and power, it would be a bit wishful for Hardy to marry them. It's okay to be Hardy's lover. It is more appropriate for large families, such as commercial families such as Rockefeller, Morgan, and Mellon, or political families such as Roosevelt, to marry the most suitable. This is called a strong alliance. Certainly, it would be great if you could marry Princess Margaret, at least enough to be worthy of Hardy. Among Hardy's women, the only jealous one is Taylor. After reading the newspaper, she threw herself on Hardy, acting coquettishly and annoyed. You don't want to marry Margaret. She has a very bad temper. And she has a very serious temper. Body odor. Hardy laughed after hearing it. Then are you very fragrant? I am more fragrant than her. Aren't you good girlfriends? What's wrong with my girlfriend? She robbed my lover. We are enemies. Hardy squeezed Taylor's little nose and smiled. You don't know that I have other girlfriends. Why, you are going to beat them one by one. Tyler's face collapsed. Of course I know that, Ava. Elaine and Monroe are all your girlfriends, but that's different. If you and Margaret are good, you must marry her, Margaret. I'm afraid you won't be allowed to have so many girlfriends, including me. This Niz I think's quite far. Hardy smiled. You participated in the whole process. These are stories made up by reporters in the newspaper. What are you worried about? I guess it will take a few days before the British royal family will clarify the rumors. But this time Hardy miscalculated. He waited for several days and didn't wait until the royal family came out to clarify the rumors. This is a little strange. Buckingham Palace. Princess Elizabeth also felt surprised when she saw the newspaper report. The photos in the newspaper were very clear. The younger sister smoothed the corners of Hardy's clothes. This action really seemed a bit ambiguous, especially in the public. The other two smiled at the picture, saying that their affectionateness was not wronged at all. Princess Elizabeth now also understands the grievances between the two, and knows that most of these in the newspaper are rumors. But she still had some doubts about her sister's performance. She knows how savage and self-willed her sister is, and has never shown intimacy to any man, let alone help others tidy up clothes. She decided to ask her sister about the situation and came to Princess Margaret's bedroom. Princess Margaret was reading a book. Princess Elizabeth sat next to her sister and asked softly, Margaret, have you read those reports in the newspaper? It's really damn. They even said that you and Hardy are in love, and I'm going to ask the royal family to speak for you. Come forward to clarify. Marguerite's eyes flashed twice. There was a hesitation expression on his face. Sister, in fact, in contact with Hardy, I feel that the other person is pretty good. Princess Elizabeth looked at her sister in surprise. She didn't expect that her sister was really tempted by Hardy. Princess Elizabeth frowned and asked, when did you two start? It didn't start. It's just that, with that wonderful feeling, I like to be with him, and he likes to be with me. But I didn't pick it out. Hardy still didn't know that he was caught by his boyfriend. From the heart of Princess Elizabeth, he did not think that Hardy was a good home for his younger sister. Her thoughts were conservative, and she believed that her younger sister should find a well-educated child from an old noble family, and then lead a normal aristocratic life. As for Hardy, although he obtained the British nationality and the baronial title, they all knew in their hearts that this was just a bargain. The British government wanted to get money, and Hardy wanted to get Cayman Island. That's it. Hardy is completely an American merchant capitalist, and has nothing to do with traditional aristocrats. Princess Elizabeth looked at her sister. She didn't know what to say. This was the first time her sister expressed her thoughts about love. To say that Hardy is not a suitable object, it is not completely impossible. It's like parents want their children to score 100 points, and the child only scored 60 points. Elizabeth may be able to refuse strictly and cut off her sister's thoughts, but she spoils her sister very much. 60 points is not completely unacceptable. Moreover, the two of them were just hazy and didn't point out. Princess Elizabeth patted her sister's hand, and then left, waiting for her sister to leave. Margaret smiled slyly. All the rhetoric just now was made up by her. Yesterday she thought for a long time, if she really became Hardy's girlfriend, then she could go to him with integrity and let him take her to play. It's normal for a boyfriend to take his girlfriend out to play. If someone says that he plays out of style, then throw the pot to Hardy. Margaret thinks this is a brilliant idea. Leaving Margaret's bedroom and returning to her office, Princess Elizabeth thought for a long time, and finally decided to ignore those newspapers. Say yes. After all, the two have not started yet. Say disagree. Then it will break the future. It's better not to make a statement. Sometimes not expressing an attitude is also an attitude. Many people feel that the British royal family or the British government will definitely quickly stand up and express their attitude, saying that this matter is a mess of newspapers and immediately stop speculating on the royal family members. But a few days have passed. The royal family did not speak. The British government did not speak out either. Let those newspapers report it. Many people suddenly felt that this matter might have been correctly guessed by the newspaper. Now this attitude is equivalent to acquiescence. Now those gossip tabloids are not even worried. This time even the attitude of the royal family has become the content of their newspapers. The British royal family has never expressed its position on the relationship between Princess Margaret and Mr. Hardy, and it seems to have agreed or acquiesced. Regardless of how the outside world speculates about Hardy and Princess Margaret, Hardy has left Britain at this moment and went to Miami. Before returning from the UK, Hardy had already instructed Andy to find the legal department, the financial department, and Lanster, who was secured by HD, to be in Miami together, waiting for him to come and go to Cayman Island together. At the same time, Hardy also asked to hire the largest construction and design company in the United States, because the Cayman Island needs to be built, which is equivalent to rebuilding a city. When Hardy arrived in Miami, his men had already leased a large cruise ship. Lanster brought 300 security company personnel, led by Neil MacDonald, and they will be stationed in Cayman for a long time. Neil MacDonald is Hardy's true confidant. His wife had no money for treatment. Hardy sold her watches to save her wife and cured her tuberculosis. Security personnel plus company personnel, a total of more than 400 people on board, arrived in the Cayman Islands after 2 days of sailing. The Cayman Islands are divided into Grand Cayman and 2 small islands. Grand Cayman has 220 square kilometers, accounting for 85% of the total area. Beach, coconut grove, blue sky, blue sea. Beautiful view. This is mainly a coral reef plain, with a large circular lake in the middle, suitable for berthing ships. The conditions are not worse than that of Hong Kong's Victoria Harbour. It is also the largest port in Cayman. It has been inhabited here as early as the 15th century, and it has been more than 400 years, but the population has been small. Now it is about 3,000. In the past, it was the responsibility of the British Governor-General of Jamaica. There was only one management office on Cayman Island, which was responsible for everything on the island. Hardy and their ship stopped at the port. There was already a wave of people waiting in the port. The hatch opened. A group of security team members wearing black uniforms, carrying packages in their hands and carrying submachine guns on their backs disembarked, changing the atmosphere on the pier. Must be solemn. Good guys. There are only a dozen police officers on the island to maintain order, and the hundreds of soldiers with live ammunition are intimidating. What Hardy wanted was this effect: to frighten everyone first, let them know that the governor was not easy to mess with, and no one would dare to jump out to find trouble. Then Hardy took Andy, Taylor, Hardy and others off the ship. Mentalnovel.com. The management officer on the island immediately stepped forward, smiled and respectfully saluted Hardy. "I've seen Governor Hardy. I'm the island Jack Rose. the administrator on the site. "Hello Rose, it looks very good here. You used to manage it well. Can you take me around the island and tell me about the situation?" Hardy said. "Of course, Governor Hardy. Please, I have prepared the car," Ross said respectfully. The 220 square kilometer island is not too small. Ross assembled the vehicles on the island before carrying Hardy and the crowd around the island. There are not many facilities on the island now. The main city, Georgetown, has more than 2,000 residents, and several hundred people are scattered elsewhere. A city of 2,000 people is no different from a village. Fortunately, 2 highways have been built on the island, and the traffic is not too backward. Because of the fear of typhoons, the tallest building here is only 2 floors, with low-rise houses everywhere, and the largest building is a church. After looking around, Hardy said to Andy, "We have a lot to do. Everything needs to be started from scratch, which is equivalent to rebuilding a country." Chapter 335. In the management office, a map of the Cayman Islands is spread out on the table. Grand Cayman is a coral reef island with a flat terrain and an average elevation of 15 meters, so there are many places that can be used. The island is overgrown with coconut groves and beaches are everywhere around it. The sand is fine and soft. Later generations here will be a designated diving shrine. Hardy said, "There must be a large airport on the island that can take off and land large passenger planes, and the runway cannot be less than 4,000 meters. Although current passenger planes don't have to run so long, Hardy knows that in the future, passenger planes will become bigger and bigger. Takeoff and land Boeing 737, Shell 320 and other small trunk airliners, which require a runway of 2,700 meters. If it is a 747, it will need 3,300 meters. Above, the larger A380 is nearly 4,000 meters, and Hardy is ready to do it in one step. We also need to build a large-scale passenger and cargo wharf. The original wharf was a natural port with a good location, but it was too small in scale. In the future, we will develop this place into a resort and gambling mecca. We will carry out large-scale construction. We will come every year in the future. There are many tourists, materials and personnel docks. Hardy nodded after listening. There is also the construction of the government house. This management office will definitely not work. In the future, the government house will be the highest authority in the Cayman Islands. It must be of sufficient specifications. We also need to build a government building that encompasses various departments. The army needs to choose a suitable place. I think the end of the island is good. There is also a port terminal over the, which can be turned into a military terminal used by the army alone. The area should not be too small. After all, it must accommodate the 3 armies of the sea, land and air. There is also a plan for the city of Georgetown. According to my vision, Georgetown will become a concentration of finance, casinos, and tourism in the Cayman Islands in the future. Beach tourist areas, hotels, shopping districts, casino areas, etc. must be planned. Therefore, large-scale planning of hydropower on the island is necessary, and a power plant that can support the operation of the island is to be built. No coal power is needed. It is too troublesome, and a power plant that burns natural gas or oil. Many countries in South America produce oil. Venezuela, Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, Argentina, and Chile all produce oil. It is very convenient to use oil and gas in the future. This is an island. To face the threat of hurricanes, the design of streets, houses, sewer pipes, etc. must be focused on. There is also the disposal of domestic garbage on the island. My idea is not to dispose of it on the island, but to pack it and send it to others. The place is incinerated to maintain the environment on the island. The roads on the island need to be replanned. In addition to the 2 roads in the center, I plan to build a road around the island. Hardy talked about his own ideas, while others kept recording. These are what I thought of on the way here. I only think of these. As for the details, you can add them. Hardy said. The design company's expert smiled and said, Mr. Hardy has already thought very comprehensively. and only needs to be perfected in some details. Your design company, help me come up with a detailed construction plan. I will decide after reading it. Hardy said. Good Mr. Hardy. After the staff of the design company left, Hardy said to Andy and Lanster, in the future, Cayman will build a dominion. The government, security, economy, culture, etc. here are all under our own control, which is equivalent to building a small nation. Andy, we are not professionals in this area. You help me find a few professionals to include in Hardy's think tank, but they are responsible for Cayman affairs and help us create a set of appropriate management rules. Remember, don't make any democracy. It doesn't make sense. I plan to make the presidential system. Andy hadn't heard the word, and felt a little puzzled. It is to treat the Cayman Autonomous Territory as a company to operate. I am the chairman of the board and take charge of all affairs. The prime minister below is the president and the ministers are department managers. This is simple and straightforward to manage. Hardy said. Andy said, isn't this a dictatorship? What is the presidential system? But Andy supports this kind of presidential system from the heart, because this model is the most convenient and quickest in a small place like Cayman, and it saves a lot of constraints. Then set up a Cayman Island Development and Construction Company, which will be responsible for the future development of Cayman Island. This matter is very important. Development may cost a lot of money in the future. After all, this is building a city. Good boss. Andy nodded. As for Neil, he is in charge of public security on the island. There are only about 3,000 people on the island now, and Neil's 300 are enough. Hardy is very confident about the future of the Cayman Islands. He has enough funds to support the early construction. When the casino here is ready, business will naturally roll in, and there is no need to worry about the later construction. Don't think that Cayman Island is small, just suspect that it has no room for development. The Principality of Monaco is the second smallest country in the world, with a total of only 1.98 square kilometers, because the casino business still makes a lot of money. Later that king married Hollywood star Grace Kelly. 1.98 square kilometers, the royal family, at most a village head. The so-called royal family is just a name. Own Cayman Island has 260 square kilometers. How can it be regarded as a mare? The most important thing is that I have complete autonomy over here, except that I can't start a foreign war. I can do everything else, including the formulation of laws and government rules. When the casino opens, it will become a legal money laundering paradise. No, it should be called a tax haven. With this income alone, you can help yourself earn countless money in the future. As for whether it will be attacked by other countries, Hardy had thought about it a long time ago, relying on the United States on the one hand and the United Kingdom on the other. As long as these two countries do not take action, no one dares to move at will. Hardy left the management office, found Tyler, and took Tyler to the beach. Blue sea, blue sky. It belongs to the tropical region. The temperature is between 3,000 and 24 degrees all year round, and the climate is pleasant. Tyler is wearing a dress and stepping on the delicate white sand with bare feet, jumping and avoiding the waves. Young is good, and a joy that can be played alone. Heidi, come after me. Tyler stood in front, beckoning to Hardy. Hardy chased it. Taylor ran forward with his feet, smiling while running. No matter where she was Hardy's opponent, she was hugged by Hardy when she ran more than 10 meters away. Hardy kept running, facing the wind. Ahaha! Taylor laughed out loud, waving his arms and tapping his feet. Hardy was actually very excited. From now on, this place will belong to him completely, building a city, and even running a country. This sense of accomplishment makes him excited. He found himself far more excited than he thought. Tired of running, the two lay under a palm tree, the leaves blocking the sun, and they were fascinated. Hardy kissed Taylor's small mouth, and Taylor responded forcefully. Suddenly, Taylor's body stiffened slightly. The man's hand reached into the collar. The girl kissed more vigorously. 2 days later, Hardy issued the first governor's order, in view of the unification and development of the island. The residents are not suitable for living on the island. All residents on the island will move off the island. You can choose from 3 places: the United Kingdom, the United States, and Jamaica. Help them emigrate. The governor will take back all the private land on the island that originally belonged to the islanders, and at the same time compensate the islanders at a reasonable price. If you sign up in advance, you can choose to go to the United Kingdom or the United States. If you refuse to agree, you will be forced to move to Jamaica. Hardy's order, to put it bluntly, was to demolish and take back all the land. You have to agree if you disagree. Who were the original islanders? Exiles, pirates, African slaves, and some people with strange identities. Some of these guys' families have been living here for 100 or 200 years, and they all live as aboriginals. After a few years, Jamaica will become independent. It is inevitable that someone will follow suit. It is better to clean up the aboriginals and make this place clean. Hardy wants to solve possible troubles in advance. Now that everything starts from scratch, it can be done drastically. If you really wait for it to be built here, it will be even more difficult to clean it up. As for it may affect Hardy's reputation. What good reputation does a capitalist who runs a casino have? The offspring of some pirates and the lazy black people are eligible to enjoy the benefits of Cayman Island in the future. And the compensation he gives is not low. Whether it is your private land or residence, all are paid for compensation. Enough for these people to buy a house in the United States and the United Kingdom. As for the future, wanting to be an islander in Cayman is not so easy. You need Hardy's employees, or someone with status and ability. As for how to attract them, it depends on future development. If it develops into a financial center, there will naturally be countless people who want to emigrate here. The islanders did not expect that the governor would expel them all from the island as soon as he came, but many people were tempted to immigrate to the United States and the United Kingdom. Today there is no electricity on the island, and people still rely on fish oil lamps to illuminate at night, and the outside world has already entered the electrification age, and they are still living in the Middle Ages. In fact, many people yearn for big cities, but they just can't get past. Moreover, the governor said that if they agree to emigrate, they will help them go to the United States and the United Kingdom, and if they do not agree to emigrate, they will be sent directly to Jamaica. They were originally under the jurisdiction of Jamaica, and it makes sense to send them to Jamaica. In the end, people succumbed. If you don't surrender, you can't do it. Look at the soldiers with live ammunition. They can't resist. Most people choose to go to the United States because the newspapers they have read before say how beautiful the United States is, just like heaven, where the milk and honey flow, the air is sweet. Some people choose to go to the UK because they have English descent, and very few blacks choose to go to Jamaica. Peter Smith was originally an assistant to Andy, one of the senior executives of Hardy Group, with a master's degree in management. He has more than 10 years of work experience. This time he was selected as the head of Cayman Island Company Construction and presided over the specific matters of the early development of the Cayman Islands. When Hardy and Andy left the Cayman Islands, all the construction here was given to him, and the security was given to Neil. Within a few days, the fleet from Miami arrived in the Cayman Islands. Mentalnovel.com. This time more workers and supplies, including food, construction machinery, reinforced concrete, etc., arrived. Cayman officially kicked off its big development. The first project is to build a port. As for the original residents of the island, they were successively sent to the United States, the United Kingdom, and Jamaica. In the future, the entire Cayman will become a large construction site, and the original residents' houses will also become houses for engineers. The American Design Company will conduct a comprehensive design for the development of the entire Cayman Islands, and the entire project may last for several years. Arranged for the construction of the Cayman Islands, Hardy is going to Japan. At the Beverly Hills Manor, Hardy was wearing loose pajamas and was watching carefully with a stack of papers in his hand. This thing in his hand is very important, including the list of Japanese companies seized and confiscated by the US military. the current status of all Japanese companies, and the list of companies ready to accept investment. Hardy is studying carefully, thinking about how to attack the footpot chicken. Hardy looked at the seizure and confiscation catalogue, which included most of the Japanese companies that participated in supporting the Japanese military in World War II. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. From 1937 to 1945, Mitsubishi was one of the largest military manufacturers in the Japanese Army, producing 8 aircraft carriers, 30 large battleships, and a large number of aircraft, tanks, artillery, bombs, etc. After World War II, all military factories were seized by the United States, including affiliated factories, and Mitsubishi Corporation, the Mitsubishi Consortium, was also split up. Kawasaki Heavy Industries. During the Second World War, the company provided the Japanese Army with Feian fighter jets, Type V fighter jets, and a transport aircraft. It also built the Haruna battleship and the Kaga aircraft carrier. It also produced military motorcycles, railway locomotives, and railway equipment. Panasonic. From 1936 to 1945, it produced a large number of fighter jets, aerial bombs, communication equipment, and mountain artillery for the Japanese Army. Toshiba. From 1939 to 1945, it produced 97 and 95 medium tanks, heavy machine guns, and various mountain cannons for the Japanese Army. Fuji Heavy Industries. During the Second World War, more than 20,000 military aircraft of various types were produced, accounting for 1/3 of the total number of Japanese military aircraft during the Second World War. Yamaha. It was originally a musical instrument company. During the war, a large number of aircraft parts were produced, and some factories were seized and confiscated. Nikon. It mainly produces optical equipment. During World War II, all Japanese military telescopes, sights, rangefinders, aerial cameras, and periscopes were provided by Nikon. NEC. During World War II, together with Sumitomo Electric, they produced radars, wireless phones, electronic tubes and other electronic and semiconductor equipment for the Japanese Army. Nissan. A large number of military cars and trucks were produced during World War II. Isuzu. During World War II, it provided the Japanese Army with military vehicles such as armored vehicles, tractors, and military trucks. Nakajima Aircraft. During the Second World War, the Japanese military fighter jet provider was in a triumphant position with Mitsubishi and Fuji. As it was a purely military industrial enterprise, it was completely seized and confiscated after the war. Hitachi. During the war, Hitachi produced warships, tanks, engines, military aircraft engines, and other parts, and some factories were closed down. Ino. Companies that produce kamikaze aircraft engines also provide other companies with military equipment and accessories such as tanks, armored vehicles, military trucks, and tractors. All factories involved in the production of military products have been seized and confiscated. In addition, there are military industrial enterprises that produce bullets, chemicals, and logistics materials. The total number is about 300. Hardy said in his heart that even if only these 300 companies were eaten, it would be enough for the 7 consortiums to have a full meal. As an economic envoy, the government gave him the right to deal with these enterprises. Hardy must make the most of it. Have the right not to expire. When watching the anti-Japanese drama, many people said that if you have the ability, you must toss the Japanese fiercely. Now that you have this opportunity, how can you let it go? Don't think that the anti-Japanese drama is useless. In fact, it is a good way of publicity. At the very least, the hatred of the aggressor can be left in people's minds, and history and pain cannot be forgotten. When I finally toss you, don't blame me for not being gentle. Look down again. Material introduction. The current status of large Japanese companies, including banks, commerce, heavy industry, electrical machinery, breweries, glass factories, steel plants, petrochemicals, automobiles, real estate, semiconductors, communications, medical companies, textile companies, food companies, etc. There are more than 600 in total. After the US occupied Japan, it was quite wary of Japan, and its policies toward Japan's economy were mainly to suppress and weaken it. The Japanese chaebols were disbanded and large enterprises were divided. The former large consortia are now all split up, and finance and foreign trade are strictly controlled. In a few years after the war, more than 40,000 machines and equipment were transported and scattered in China and Southeast Asian countries. Japan's domestic economy is on the verge of collapse, and factories are in a state of semi-stop. Last year, the output value of all Japanese companies was only tens of millions of dollars, which is not as good as that of a single American company. But from the list, Hardy sees that Japan still has a lot of heritage. Just give him a sigh of relief and these companies will soon resurrect and develop. Hardy took the list and looked at it for a whole day and thought about it for a whole day. Then he called together people from other consortiums to prepare for the first inspection group meeting. After one day, the persons in charge of Japanese investment selected by various consortiums came to Los Angeles one after another, and they met again at Hardy's Beverly Hills estate. Hardy also called Andy over. Hardy glanced at the dozens of people present, and said with a smile, "You all have the Japanese business directory, right? What do you think after reading it?" The vice president of Morgan Stanley said, "Japan's finance is very fragile now, the finances are not rich. The banks are not rich, and the people are not rich. I think this is a good opportunity for us to absorb their banking industry and assets. Bankers have different eyes than ordinary people. Some people think that there is no money here. How can I make money? But bankers see that now they are short of money. It is a good time to lend and acquire assets." Rockefeller vice president said, "Japan's industrial chain is very complete. In fact, from the Meiji Restoration to the present, Japan has been learning from Europe and its industry has developed rapidly, and they have a mature industrial worker population. The wages of workers are very cheap compared to the United States, and the wages are only comparable. It is a fifth of the size of the United States, which is very suitable for industrial factories." Others also expressed their opinions. All have seen the point that can make money. Hardy said, "I'm asking you all to come here, just to discuss an action plan before going to Japan to maximize profits." People smiled when they heard Hardy's words. They are capitalists. Their favorite thing is to make money, and maximizing their interests is simply in line with their appetite. "Mr. Hardy, please tell me what you think. You are the leader of this delegation," someone said with a smile. Hardy smiled. "Today I mainly talked about the batch of Japanese military industry companies that were detained by the US military. There were about 300 companies in that batch. They provided a large number of military products to the Japanese army during the war. These companies were seized after they were occupied by the military. I once asked President Johnson, and President Johnson made it clear that these companies are under the jurisdiction of the Economic Steering Group. I checked and found that these companies govern many categories. There are 8 large-scale ship manufacturing companies, 4 aircraft manufacturing companies, 5 automobile manufacturing companies, dozens of parts supporting companies, and other companies, totaling 300. Some of the factories and equipment of these companies have been demolished and shipped to China and some countries in Southeast Asia as compensation. Some parts have not yet been dismantled. In fact, the machinery and equipment have not been relocated, and that is not a small amount. Asset. I have an idea. If you are interested, let's discuss how these companies deal with it. These people here are all veterans of shopping malls, and naturally know that these assets are definitely valuable. Certainly. It depends on the price. Rockefeller's vice president asked. It is possible that those factories have been demolished and dilapidated. I don't know how these assets are priced for Mr. Hardy. Hardy spread his hands. I don't know how to set the price. Strictly speaking, those assets do not belong to Japan. Until Novel.com but are seized by the United States. The United States has the final say on how much they sell. My idea is that we are here to estimate a reasonable price for each industry, let the President and Congress pass the price, and then sell them to us so that we can get them illegally. Hardy bit the words reasonable and legal very hard. All the old foxes here immediately understood what Hardy meant, and smiles appeared on their faces. Hardy continued, after the price is set, let's discuss together who will buy those companies, and wait for the Congress to pass the price and complete the purchase directly. What do you think? I think Mr. Hardy's idea is very good. The representative of the Texas Consortium said loudly. I support Mr. Hardy's opinion. The representative of the Cleveland Consortium agreed. Set your own price and buy it yourself. As an athlete and a referee, it's so bad that you don't make money. Each of these people has a list in their hands. They are going to come one by one. Hardy pointed to the first name on the list and said, Yokosuka Naval Shipyard, located near Tokyo Bay, is also one of the 4 largest shipyards in Japan. How much do you think it is worth? At this time, the person in charge of the Mellon Consortium said, when Japan was building the Yokosuka shipyard, it used to purchase equipment from the shipbuilding equipment company under the Mellon Consortium and was guided by us. If I remember correctly, the total investment in the Yokosuka shipyard that year, it's about $45 million in US dollars. As for the current price, even if it is damaged, there is still $8 million. The representative of the Mellon Consortium gave a very low price. The others have no objection. The price is indeed very low. Hardy thought for a while, and said, what do you think of it at $3.85 million? There is a strong do-in posture of close your mouth, I'll say a number, and get in the car right away. Everyone's eyes widened. I rely on any tenth of the price is a bit too cruel. But these capitalists felt even more excited, and every cell in their bodies trembled and shouted. This feeling of knocking down the price is so cool. After all, they are the buyers next, and the cheaper the price, the less they will pay and the more they will make. Everyone go on. Hardy said the second name. The Yokohama Mitsubishi Shipyard, located in Yokohama, has produced many aircraft carriers and battleships. The shipbuilding strength is not worse than that of the Yokosuka shipyard. What prices do you think should be offered? $4.5 million US dollars? The vice president of Morgan Stanley said tentatively. Good guy, the upside is the limit reserve price. This guy seems to have mastered Hardy's true intentions, that is, to lower prices and make money together. How about $3.68 million? Hardy asked. Agree. The price is good. Write down. Pricing continues. Kawasaki Shipyard, $3.55 million US dollars. Yugang Naval Shipyard, because it is too close to Hiroshima. Hiroshima was bombed by an atomic bomb, and it is still in ruins. The price of $1 million is expensive. Mitsubishi Nagasaki Shipyard, Yugang Naval Shipyard's hard brother, Nagasaki also suffered a nuclear bombing, still no one wants to buy it. Asano Shipyard, Sasebo Naval Shipyard. When the shipyard has set the price and it is the turn of the aircraft manufacturer, the American military industry has no interest in Japanese aircraft. After all, Japanese aircraft have been severely beaten by American aircraft on the battlefield, and American aircraft manufacturers look down on Japanese aircraft companies. The price is lower. Next is the military automotive companies. Military Steel Company. These people were so busy that it was evening, and Hardy asked him to arrange dinner. After dinner, these people continued to discuss pricing. Busy till late at night. A list of prices for the list of U.S. military assets seized by the United States was officially released, and the final calculated price was $570 million US dollars. In fact, they have been desperate to keep prices down. The main reason is that there are too many companies involved. There are more than 300 companies in total, and each of these companies is worth more than $1 million US dollars. Everyone, it's very late. Let's take a rest. How about we continue to study how to deal with these enterprises tomorrow? Everyone agrees. Leave with a happy mood. These people came early the next day. After everyone sat down, Hardy said, we all know that the actual value of these companies is much greater than our pricing. Now there are two problems. One is to push the Congress to pass this pricing, which requires the 7 of us to act together. Everyone nodded and said it was okay. No matter whether it is Rockefeller or Morgan, they have an extremely heavy voice in Congress. What's more, there are several other consortia. The 7 major consortia in the United States are working together. What is the probability that Congress will pass it? It's easier than electing the president anyway. Another point is how the profit is distributed. My idea is that we divide the equity together so that everyone can form a whole. I don't know if everyone agrees, Hardy said. If everyone buys separately and each buys the company that looks good, Hardy feels that his power will be dispersed. In the end it will become a battle of their own. Hardy's idea is that in these companies, everyone holds a certain proportion of shares, so that they can continue to deepen cooperation and form a joint force, and everyone can earn money, and the future operations of these companies can be entrusted to a company to complete. At this time, the vice president of Morgan Stanley said, "Mr. Hardy, I agree with you that it is the most beneficial for everyone to invest and hold stocks together. But there is a problem. All of the more than 300 companies are held by us. It's so obvious that both the US government and the Japanese government will be very wary of us. Any form of monopoly will be paid attention to by the government. Although their model is a cross-shareholding model, it is still a consortium model, which is equivalent to establishing a new consortium in Japan. It may be difficult for the US government and the Japanese government to accept it. Hardy has already had mature ideas, and it can be said that this kind of cross-shareholding to form a new consortium is deliberately created by Hardy, and his purpose is to promote offshore companies. Everyone, do you know if I became a Baron of Cayman? Hardy asked. Someone smiled. Of course, I heard that the newspaper also mentioned the relationship between Mr. Hardy and Princess Margaret. We are very curious. But out of politeness, I have not been embarrassed to ask. Does Mr. Hardy want to explain to us? Doubt. Hardy waved his hand quickly. This is really a rumor scandal. What I want to say is that after I became the governor of the Cayman Islands, the Cayman Islands gained the right to autonomous territory, including administrative, lawmaking, taxation, and diplomatic rights. In the future, I intend to turn the Cayman Islands into a place with no personal income tax, no corporate income tax, no capital gains tax, and no real property tax. All of you here are financial tycoons. Hearing Hardy said that he would exempt these heavy taxes, his eyes lighted up and someone immediately said, "Then if you set up a company in the Cayman Islands and do import and export trade, the capital will be in Cayman. Turnover of the islands will save a lot of tax. You know, high taxes sometimes reach 35%, which is a third of the profit, especially for large transactions, designing trades of millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions. This is not a small amount of money. As for the specific details of Cayman, I will talk to you in detail in a while. When we go back to the Japanese investment company this time, we can register hundreds of companies in the Cayman Islands, and then use these companies to buy control of Japanese companies. Right. As for companies on the Cayman Island, the principle of the Cayman self-government is strict confidentiality and does not disclose any shareholder information, including the US and British governments, and there is no foreign exchange control in the Cayman Islands. For these companies, we can carry out cross-shareholding. As for how to operate, I believe it is a very easy thing for any bank or financial management institution. Right. The others finally understood what Hardy meant. If it is true as Hardy said www.mtlnovel.com there is no tax, highly confidential information, and no foreign exchange control, then the Cayman Islands is simply a paradise for investment enterprises. They can be more open to manipulation with Japan, and if they make money in Japan in the future, they don't need to take it back to the United States. They save high taxes. When the money is used for overseas investment, they can directly pay from Cayman, become a reasonable and legal investment haven. Not only the investment in Japan this time, but also the investment of several major consortia abroad. You can also do the same. Open another company in Cayman and hold shares in its overseas assets, so that the money will flow into the account in Cayman, and it will be saved. Go for the big taxes. American entrepreneurs and the US Taxation Office have fought wits and courage for hundreds of years, and have been crushed to death. Hardy suddenly came up with such a method, as if opening a window as big as the sky in the hearts of these people. It's just wonderful. The vice president of Morgan Stanley asked eagerly, Mr. Hardy, I agree with your proposal of co-investing in cross-shareholding. I would like to hear all your regulations on the financial management of the Cayman Islands. The more detailed the better. Others nodded. Now their interest in the Cayman Islands has been greater than their interest in Japanese investment.